Chapter 1294. Entering the yellow board. I've been tricked. Roar. At the same time, his will of the sword madly condensed. He couldn't lose, he had to win. However, the moment he raised his head to look at Lin Ling, he saw a large number of illusions appearing behind Lin Ling. The number of sword arts Xianxia had learned had reached over 100 million. They were colorful and mysterious, far surpassing the number of sword arts Xianxia knew. Over 100 million. How was this possible? Lin Ling was about the same age as him. Even if he started practicing the sword in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to know over 100 million sword arts. However, what he didn't know was that the time Lin Ling had spent in the Zifu realm far exceeded his. Wong wong wong. The two swords started to tremble, and in the next moment, under countless gazes, the two swords exploded, turning into countless shards that floated around the stage, dazzling everyone. In a battle of swords, the swords shattered. As expected of a super swordsman, staring at this scene, the crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe. What an intense battle. You can die now. My blade cannot be blocked. Shatter. Just as the sword shattered, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His right hand heavily struck out, causing the countless sword shards to shoot toward Xianxia like meteors. That speed, that power, that sharpness caused Xianxia's face to turn deathly pale. He had miscalculated once again. Even if Lin Ling and his swords were shattered, Lin Ling still had his powerful physical body. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't have a sword in his hand. He immediately turned into an ordinary 6th-stage, transcendent cultivator. In a short period of time, Xianxia knew everything. Furthermore, this time, the heart's eye talent told him his weakness. Xiao. A dazzling light flashed through the air, causing Xianxia to stand there. The intense battle on the stage seemed to have stopped. Soon after, a line of blood appeared on Xianxia's neck. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Ling. In the end, he couldn't say a word and fell on his back. Ever since he started cultivating, he had fought against people of a higher cultivation level than him. However, this was the first time he lost to someone with a lower cultivation level than him. Lin Ling wins. Victory. The martial platform announced the results at the same time, causing everyone to come back to their senses. A moment later, cheers rang out like locusts. Wonderful, incomparably wonderful. No one would have thought that in Lin Ling's 10th battle, a confrontation between swordsmen, Lin Ling would win. As for Lin Ling, blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He had not been able to block the previous sword strike with ease, causing him to suffer some injuries. Of course, that was because he had not used his trump card. He had wanted to use his own sword to defeat Xianxia's sword, to defeat the Void Star Divine Palace's sword. And in the end, he had won. Soon after, the 10th match also arrived. A white-haired old man appeared, but he looked at Lin Ling with extreme fear and finally admitted defeat. Although Lin Ling appeared to be injured, the strength of his physical body was obvious to all. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue fighting. No one can fight on the 9th martial stage. This Lin Ling entered the Huang board with a transcendent 4th-stage cultivation base. If he reaches transcendent 5th stage, or even 6th stage, then he has a high chance of reaching the top. Those ancient experts exclaimed in admiration. Today, another expert of the yellow board was born. As for Empyrean Voidstar, he was still in a daze. He did not expect Lin Ling to win. Moreover, Lin Ling did not use the demon god, but his strength was already comparable to a demon god. If Lin Ling used the demon god, then Lin Ling would be even more terrifying. I can't stay, or else I will end up like evil god Biming. Empyrean Voidstar gritted his teeth and said. Beside him, Hong Tiandi's expression was somewhat ugly. He was not surprised that Lin Ling had won, but that Lin Ling had made him lose money. This Lin Ling was too abominable. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left the martial platform. Soon after, someone gave him 10,000 yuan stones. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly and smile. These 10,000 yuan stones were not easy to come by. Brat, you made me win money. These 1,000 yuan stones are for you. At this time, an ancient expert from the Xianwang domain laughed. Then, He threw a green ring to Lin Ling, who bowed to him politely. Lin Ling smiled excitedly in his heart. Hee hee, I'm very optimistic about you. In the next Huang board battle, I will bet on you again. These are the yuan stones you won before. I made a lot of money, so I will give them to you as a reward. Another old man threw yuan stone to Lin Ling. Since Lin Ling had made him win 100,000 yuan stones, how could he not be in a good mood? Of course, those who had won money were in a good mood, while those who had lost money were in a bad mood. All of them stared at Lin Ling as if they wanted to kill Lin Ling with their gazes. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Then he walked towards Empyrean Void Star. The Martial Pavilion was indeed a good place to find money. Right now, he had 50,000 yuan stones. Lin Ling, I also won money. After Lin Ling walked over, Yu Munyan also laughed and hugged Lin Ling. She had used all her savings to bet on Lin Ling's victory. Sure enough, she had made a lot of money. As for Empyrean Void Star and the others, they naturally did the same. They laughed cheerfully and slowly left the martial stage. In the distance, Empyrean Void Star's face was extremely cold. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly. He could no longer suppress his killing intent. Empyrean Void Star, there are many experts here. Don't mess around. However, at this moment, a smiling voice was heard. Empyrean Void Star frowned and looked over. He found that the person who spoke was Lu Susu. He immediately said indifferently, Why? Because Lin Ling let us win money. So, while we're in a good mood, you can't mess around. Of course, I'm not the only one who says this. They all think the same. Lu Susu lazily said as she crossed her legs. Beside her, several ancient powerhouses were indifferently looking at Empyrean Void Star. It was clear that they had also placed their bets on Lin Ling and had made a great deal of money. These people were stronger than Empyrean Void Star. Moreover, even if they were equal in strength, Empyrean Void Star wouldn't dare to provoke the anger of everyone for Lin Ling. Understood. Empyrean Void Star's expression was indifferent, but he was roaring in his heart. He flicked his sleeves and left. Lin Ling, Jean Lin wasn't a fish in a pond. Once he encountered a storm, he would transform into a dragon. After coming to the beautiful world, he no longer feared Empyrean Void Star. Lin Ling, are you going back to the Black-White Dao Palace? After leaving the Martial Pavilion, Empyrean Si Calming immediately asked with a smile. Lin Ling shook his head. He planned to buy some heavenly materials for cultivation. Then he spoke to Li Lingxian. Li Lingxian's attitude was no longer arrogant. She pointed out the direction and then followed Empyrean Si Calming towards the Black-White Dao Palace. The beautiful world was a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. There were naturally a massive number of rare heavenly materials. Many martial artists couldn't wait for the Heavens and Earth Main Hall's auction, so most of them bought treasures from wandering cultivators. Beautiful World Valley. This was where wandering cultivators set up their stalls. The greatest difference between this place and the Heavens and Earth Main Hall was that the items here were both real and fake. It was extremely difficult to judge one's judgment. But the Heavens and Earth Main Hall's auction was filled with real treasures, so its reputation was much better. Within the valley, Lin Ling's eyes swept over the stalls. Although he seemed to be casually looking at them, the truth was that he was chatting with Old Violet. He still had 2 Black-White Dao fruits, so he only needed to buy treasures that could strengthen his body. Chapter 1295. Death Waiting Blade, Star-Picking Nation's Ancient Treasure, Purple Thunder Sky Shattering Spear, Low-Level Heavenly Soldier, only 1,000 Primeval Stones. Heavenly Rain from Xianhuang, the Yu's Dreamland. Legend has it that this rain comes from the void, 50,000 Primeval Stones per bottle, 9 Revolutions pill, a huge amount of spiritual energy, 10,000 for one. In the valley, people were surging, and all kinds of hawking voices rose and fell. The people who set up the stall here came from the 3 profound realms of the human realm. The place where the treasures were produced was naturally the entire human realm. The broken Death Waiting Blade, in the past, was a high-level heavenly soldier, only 30,000 primeval stones. At this moment, a loud shout came from the corner. There, a burly middle-aged man was setting up a stall. There were many spiritual herbs in front of him, but they were obviously very ordinary. Only a black blade was more attractive. Thinking about money must be crazy. A broken high-level heavenly soldier costs 30,000 primeval stones. Someone mocked, but the middle-aged man ignored him and continued to shout. Your Majesty, the death-waiting blade is a treasure unearthed by the star-picking nation. In the ancient four great nations, the star-picking nation's heavenly soldier was the most famous. That blade must be obtained. At this moment, Purple Elder's voice came. Lin Ling was puzzled. But that blade is already broken. It doesn't seem to be releasing any spiritual energy. Your Majesty, the blade is already useless, but the blade is made of deadwater wood, which is also one of the best materials for cultivating the body. So that's how it is. Lin Ling laughed in his heart. His god-devil overlord body did not need to swallow spiritual herbs. It could even swallow metal and stones. Then, Lin Ling and the others walked towards the stall. Lin Ling was about to take the broken blade, but a hand was faster than Lin Ling and grabbed the blade. Although the heavenly soldier of the ancient star-picking nation is useless, it might be of help to young master. The one who snatched the death-waiting blade was an old man in a green robe. His aura was mysterious, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. At this moment, he was looking at the blade in his hand with joy. Lin Ling frowned. His luck was really bad. It was snatched away at the crucial moment. He said with anticipation, Senior, this saber can no longer be used. Why don't you give it to me? Little friend, you've also taken a fancy to this saber? The green-robed elder turned his head to look at Lin Ling, then shook his head and said with a smile, I'm sorry. This saber is hard to part with. Truth be told, I want this saber not because I want to use it, but because I want to study it and see if I can find the forging method of Star-Picking Nation. After all, when it comes to the art of forging, under normal circumstances, no one can compare to that ancient nation. Of course, I'm not a blacksmith. It's just that for a certain reason, I want to familiarize myself with the Star-Picking Kingdom's forging method. Young friend, may I know why you've taken a fancy to this saber? He was powerful, but he was amiable and did not look down on Lin Ling hearing this. Lin Ling shook his head in his heart. The forging method of this saber was indeed mysterious, but to Lin Ling, he knew what runes were on the saber. After all, this was what the Violet Palace taught him. It was just that Lin Ling did not have the materials, and he was still lacking a bit of maturity to forge it. After all, Lin Ling had only reached the level where he could forge a mid-ranked heavenly soldier. This saber, I'm here to swallow it. Lin Ling hesitated for a moment, but still said bluntly. Since the other party was amiable, Lin Ling naturally felt embarrassed to hide it. Huh. The green-robed elder's pupils constricted, and the corner of the stall owner's eyes twitched. This guy must be crazy. The surrounding warriors who were watching the show were also surprised. When warriors cultivated, they would borrow heavenly materials and earthly treasures to strengthen their cultivation, but they had never heard of a devouring heavenly soldier divine artifact that could raise one's cultivation. This was too crazy. Young friend's path of cultivation is indeed mysterious. However, this saber is still very useful to me, so I'm sorry, I still can't give it up. The green-robed elder laughed. He did not believe that Lin Ling could devour a heavenly soldier to increase his strength. Then I wonder what Senior needs this saber for? Lin Ling asked. Seeing that Lin Ling was polite and amiable, the elder did not hide anything. I'll tell you the truth. My young master is trapped by a heavenly soldier, and that heavenly soldier came from the star-plucking Violet Palace. So I bought this saber to see if I can familiarize myself with the Star-Plucking Nation's forging method and save my young master. Lin Ling came to a sudden realization, and he laughed. I have some experience in the path of smithing. How about this? I'll visit your young master with you, Senior. If I can help him, you'll give this saber to me. If I fail, this saber will belong to you, Senior. Moreover, I'll buy it for you. The elder was shocked, and after pondering for a while, he said, All right, but if you can help my young master, then I'll give this saber to you. With that, he bought the saber and led Lin Ling forward. Along the way, Lin Ling kept asking questions, and he found out that the young master that the elder spoke of had bought a mid-grade heavenly soldier, the immortal wave-flying fan. But for some unknown reason, his soul was locked in the heavenly soldier, and he was now a living dead. Moreover, they had invited a large number of blacksmiths to check it out, but because the heavenly soldier came from the star-plucking ancient nation, the blacksmiths were helpless. After all, the current forging method was still lacking compared to the star-plucking nation, and the formation runes domain was not as comprehensive. Senior, it seems that this saber belongs to me. After knowing everything, Lin Ling laughed. When it came to the star-plucking ancient nation's forging method, no one was more familiar with it than him. Little friend, you're very confident. However, every blacksmith who came to my house said the same thing, but in the end, they all returned in failure. The elder did not believe Lin Ling's words. Right now, he was just trying everything he could. After a while, the two of them stopped by a lake in the splendid mountain river. There were beautiful mountains and clear waters, like a paradise on earth. An ancient villa was built beside the lake. "We're here," the elders said faintly, and led Lin Ling into the villa. Along the way, Lin Ling saw that the villa was heavily guarded and the cultivators there were powerful. Seven-stage transcendents were everywhere, and there were even many Saint Realm powerhouses. This place was not simple. Yu Mun Yun and Yu Mun Yun immediately became a little restrained, causing the elder to laugh. He was used to the reactions of Yu Mun Yun and the others, but when he looked at Lin Ling, he found that this handsome young man looked calm, neither arrogant nor humble. "This little guy is quite calm," the elder muttered. Then, the few of them continued forward. After a while, they arrived at a vast hall where a large number of people were gathered. They were all famous blacksmiths in the splendid mountain river, and there were also many big shots with unfathomable strength. Lin Ling glanced around and immediately found an acquaintance. It was Lu Susu. This woman was a profiteer. Since she could appear here, it meant that the owner of the villa had a big background. Moreover, Lin Ling did not want to get too close to Lu Susu, because he had a feeling that Lu Susu seemed to be very interested in him. "Little friend, do you want to go and take a look?" the elder asked, and Lin Ling's gaze fell on the center of the hall. There was a huge gray stone there, and a mysterious aura was spreading out. On top of the huge stone, a young man was floating. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed. It was likely that he was the young master whose soul was sealed by the heavenly weapon. Little friend, Chapter 1296. The heavenly soldier devours its master, Tanbashi. Even if a person is on his last breath, with the protection of this stone, the deceased can stay in the human world for 3 years. Therefore, it is also known as the treasure that snatches people from the king of hell. At this time, Lin Ling indifferently said, "You know about Tanbashi?" The old man's heart trembled. This treasure was left behind from ancient times. Many blacksmiths present did not know about it, but Lin Ling knew about it. "Unfortunately, your young master's soul was locked by the heavenly soldier. He is missing one of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, so he is not considered dead. Tanbashi will not be of much help." Lin Ling opened his mouth again. The extinguished hope in the old man's heart was once again ignited. This young man was not old, but he knew a lot of things. Lin Ling took out a pen and paper from his green ring, wrote a large amount of words, and handed it to the old man. "Because of a certain reason, I will not go. I have a piece of paper here that records how to save your young master. Take it to those blacksmiths, and they will know what to do." "You're not going?" The old man was puzzled. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly in his heart. Lu Susu was there. If he went, Lu Susu would definitely suspect him. If he did not handle it well, Lu Susu might find out that the mysterious person from last time was him, Lin Ling. At that time, there would be endless trouble. "I came here for that saber. So, as long as I can save the young master, everything else is none of my business," Lin Ling said with a smile. The old man hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the front of the main hall. At this moment, there was a thin old man standing there. He was leaning on a walking stick. His hair and beard were white, and his eyebrows were filled with worry. He was the master of the villa. "Master, I met a blacksmith before. He said that he has a way to help the young master. You only need to do as he says." The old man respectfully said to the old man, "What is it?" The old man's eyes were filled with hope, and the eyes of the blacksmith's present flickered. They knew very well that the young master's soul was locked by the celestial weapon, the flying immortal wave fan, and the celestial weapon came from the ancient star-plucking nation. It was precisely because of this that they had no other choice. If they forcefully destroyed the flying immortal wave fan, it might cause the young master's soul to shatter. This was why they were in such a dilemma. But now, someone had a solution. "Take it and show it to great sage Heaven Stroker," the old man said. In the crowd, a tall man stood there quietly. He was about 30 years old and wore a golden cloak. His eyes were slightly closed, and his hands, which were larger than a normal person's, were clenched and unclenched. It was clear that he was thinking of a way to help the young master. This person was none other than great sage Heaven Touch. The most terrifying thing was that he was one of the 10 hall masters of Xianxia, and he was the most popular blacksmith in the Silken landscape. Someone said that he would surely become one of the 10 great blacksmiths in the future. Great sage Heaven Touch, someone said that you can help the young master escape by following the records on this paper. So the master asked me to show you. The old man respectfully handed the paper to great sage Heaven Touch. At this moment, great sage Heaven Touch's eyes were still closed, and he was silent. However, the people around him did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they looked at him with respect. Mid-level celestial weapon, the flying immortal wave fan. It comes from the star-plucking nation, but why would it lock the young master's soul? However, I can guess the reason. At the same time, great sage Heaven Touch opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. Powerful celestial weapons have a process of recognizing their masters. The young master's soul has been locked, so there must be a change in the process. The formation pattern for the master recognition comes from the formation pattern of the koan. Heaven and earth are incompatible, and yin and yang are not in harmony. Naturally, the master recognition failed. In addition, the celestial weapon, the flying immortal wave fan, is a water-type celestial weapon. There must be something wrong with the water immortal wave fan. He seemed to know everything, and the other blacksmiths nodded. They vaguely understood something. As for Lin Ling, who was in the distance, his pupils constricted. There was only one voice in his heart. Nonsense. Lin Ling was more familiar with the celestial weapon, the flying immortal wave fan, than anyone else. There was even a course in the mid-level celestial weapon that he had forged. Things were not like that at all. Great sage, you are indeed the most popular blacksmith today. However, someone said that they found a way. Great sage, why don't you take a look? Perhaps it will broaden your thoughts. The old man still handed Lin Ling's paper to great sage Heaven Touch. Someone found a way? Great sage Heaven Touch's face was full of curiosity. After receiving the paper, he did not even look at it. He spat on it, rolled it into a ball, threw it on the ground, and even stepped on it a few times. In front of me, who can come up with a solution? I am about to become one of the top 10 blacksmiths. The others are mediocre. The old man was slightly embarrassed and felt extremely embarrassed. Great sage Heaven Touch was too proud, and his actions from before had humiliated him. However, at this moment, the owner of the manor said indifferently, "Come back and ask great sage Heaven Touch to come." There's an ancient saying that there are experts in every field. We cultivators aren't familiar with the Tao of forging, so we naturally ask someone who is familiar with it to come. The old man walked back helplessly when he heard this. On the other hand, great sage Heaven Touch walked towards the young master while his eyes were filled with pride. Now, I'm going to inscribe new formation markings on the immortal wave fan to cause a change in the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth so that the fan will completely recognize me as its master. In this way, the young master's soul will return, and he'll even be able to completely obtain the immortal wave fan. Great sage, please make a move. The owner of the manor was filled with even more anticipation. Nonsense. However, right at this moment, a cold shout resounded, and it caused the hall to fall silent. Lin Ling walked over with a gloomy expression from afar. He had no choice but to come over, because Great Sage Heaven Touch's actions had caused the young master's death, and if the young master died, then he would definitely be unable to obtain the death-seeking blade. Moreover, Lin Ling was speechless because Great Sage Heaven Touch hadn't even glanced at the paper he'd written. Moreover, Great Sage Heaven Touch had even spat on it, rolled it into a ball, and stepped on it. If Great Sage Heaven Touch had glanced at it, then perhaps he wouldn't have chosen to inscribe formation markings. Who are you? The crowd gazed at Lin Ling and were extremely curious. Is this young man saying that Great Sage Heaven Touch is causing trouble? On the other hand, Lu Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed because Lin Ling had actually come as well. She instantly revealed a meaningful gaze because she'd always been very curious about the mysterious person behind Lin Ling. You're saying that I'm causing trouble? Do you know who I am? Great Sage Heaven Touch glanced indifferently at Lin Ling with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. I don't know who you are, and I'm not interested in knowing. I only know that you're a piece of trash who pretends to know when you don't know, and you almost caused the young master's death. Of course, in this world, people can die at any time, and I'm not interested in you causing the death of others. However, you made the thing I want to go down the drain. Moreover, I was kind enough to write down a method for you, and as long as you're not blind, you should know how to solve it. In the end, you trampled on my paper. How can there be such a fool in this world? Lin Ling's voice was incessant, carrying the depression and anger in his heart. Originally, it was a very small matter. Great Sage Heaven Touch would definitely know how to deal with it after seeing his method. After the young master's soul returned, Lin Ling could also silently obtain the treasure and conveniently leave. Who would have thought that Great Sage Heaven Touch would force him out, causing Lu Susu to look at him as if he was her prey. Chapter 1297. Heaven reaching Great Sage, however, compared to Lin Ling's anger, the others were stunned. Who gave him the guts to rebuke the heaven-touching Great Sage as soon as he came out? Moreover, he even belittled the heaven-touching Great Sage in front of the most famous blacksmith. Who gave him the courage to do that? As for the old man who brought Lin Ling back, he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had given him a good impression, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong when he was angry. Heaven-touching Great Sage was stunned for a moment before he laughed arrogantly. It seems like you don't know who I am. In front of me, other than the 10 great blacksmiths, no one can speak. The young man in front of him was only at the 4th layer of the transcendent realm, and he could kill him with one hand. In terms of blacksmithing Tao, he was much better than the young man. This young man, reprimanding him, was like plucking the hair from a tiger's mouth. Which cat or dog are you? I'm not interested at all. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Moreover, he saw the weapon hanging on the young man's waist. It was a folding staff with a mysterious aura, so it must be a high-grade weapon. However, I don't have time to chat with you. Go to sleep. Right now, I have to finish my business and leave. Lin Ling said again while looking at the Manor Master. Heaven-touching Great Sage was stunned. He had said so much, but the young man was still arrogant. From the beginning to the end, the young man had no interest in him, and even called him a cat or dog. Good. Manor Master, let him come. Heaven-touching Great Sage shouted, causing the Manor Master to be silent. However, he soon heard a voice in his ear. Let him try. The voice came from Lu Susu, causing the Manor Master to smile and nod. Lin Ling walked toward the young master, floating in the air. At the same time, Heaven-touching Great Sage's voice sounded. Brat, this is a mid-level heavenly soldier from the star-plucking ancient country. You have never touched a treasure in your life. Be careful not to fail to help others and get yourself killed. Where did this dog come from? Woof woof. Lin Ling didn't even look at Heaven-touching Great Sage and turned a blind eye. Good. I'll let you be arrogant. When you fail, I'll see how you're going to deal with it. I wonder how you're going to help the young master. Heaven-touched Sage started laughing from extreme anger. He was a dignified hall master of one of the 10 palaces in Xianxia, yet he'd lost all face today. However, he He wasn't in a hurry to make a move because he wanted to see how this junior, who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, would deal with this. Destroy the immortal wave fan, Lin Ling said without turning his head. What? Everyone was astonished. Heaven Touch Great Sage's method was to set up even more formations to make the celestial soldier recognize him as its master. Can you afford to pay for destroying this treasure? Heaven Touch Great Sage sneered. If young master dies, can you afford to pay for it? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Heaven Touching Great Sage's face froze, and he was speechless. The problem with the immortal wave flying fan isn't the formation patterns. In fact, its formation patterns are perfect, reaching 500,000 formation patterns. However, there are too many formation patterns causing chaos. In the end, the ceiling formation and the 5 elements formation combined to form new formation patterns, which caused the young master's soul to be sealed. Ignoring Heaven Touching Great Sage, Lin Ling stared at the mysterious fan beside the young master and slowly analyzed. What are you talking about? Do you think that the formation patterns are children? Do you think that the formation patterns are children? They can be born. Ha ha ha. Heaven Touching Great Sage couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Ling's words. He had never heard of what Lin Ling said. It was nonsense. The other blacksmiths were the same. They covered their mouths and laughed. They had never heard of such a thing either. Lin Ling sighed softly when he heard the laughter. Brother, there are many things that you don't know. If you don't believe me, do you know what porcelain is? What's porcelain? Heaven Touching Great Sage frowned. He had never heard of such a forging formation pattern. Read it in reverse, and you'll know what it is. That represents you. Lin Ling said indifferently. Porcelain white. Read it in reverse. White porcelain, idiot. The crowd muttered to themselves. Then they realized that Lin Ling was calling Heaven Touching Great Sage an idiot. Idiot, idiot. Heaven Touching Great Sage's eyes narrowed, and his tall body trembled with anger. This junior dared to tease him. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, so please shut up. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say more. At this moment, he looked at the fan again. After thousands of years, the formation patterns are also living creatures. Unfortunately, if you didn't have the intention to harm others, you can continue. However, your master wants to fight side by side with you, but you want to devour his soul and occupy your master's body. This kind of betrayal violates the principle of the weapon's existence. He muttered to himself, causing the crowd to be even more shocked. Lin Ling was talking to a celestial soldier. Although it wasn't rare for weapons to have spirits, it didn't mean that they had intelligence. At most, they had spirituality. Then, they saw Lin Ling's hands forming complex formation patterns. His left and right hands joined together smoothly like moving clouds and flowing water. A large number of formation patterns appeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant, forming a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. So powerful, the blacksmiths gasped. They had never seen such an experienced formation pattern method. He's just putting on an act. Heaven Touching Great Sage was extremely unhappy. This young man was also a blacksmith, and his level was not weak. Come out. At the same time, Lin Ling fiercely clapped his hands. Countless formation patterns landed on the fan, causing it to sway. Then, a terrifying face appeared. It was extremely ferocious. How do you know the formation patterns of the star-plucking ancient kingdom? The face spoke, causing many people to be in disbelief. There was indeed a devil hidden in the celestial soldier. Could it be that everything was as Lin Ling said? That the devil wasn't an external object, but was born from the formation patterns? This was the first time they had encountered something like this in their lives. You don't need to know this. You still have a chance to live. Let go of the young master's soul and obediently accept my 5 elements sealing formation pattern. Lin Ling said indifferently. Dream on. I was born with great difficulty. How can I be sealed by you? Let me tell you, no one in this world can suppress me. In time, I'll become a divine soldier. The face shouted angrily and disappeared into the fan. If you dare to act recklessly, I'll kill the young master's soul. Sigh, I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. Don't blame me. Lin Ling sighed softly. There were even more formation patterns between his hands. Each of his 10 fingers was laying out a different formation pattern. His smooth movements were pleasing to the eye. Born from the 5 elements formation pattern, it's endless. Then, I'll break your 5 element formation pattern. Among hundreds of thousands of formation patterns, you're hiding in the ceiling formation pattern. Do you think I don't know? Moreover, it doesn't matter which formation pattern you hide in. It's useless because I'm going to release this celestial soldier. Lin Ling's expression was focused as he muttered to himself. Ripples bloomed from his slender fingers and blasted towards the fan, causing it to shake violently. In the end, it let out a ferocious roar. No, I'm willing to be released. Chapter 1298. Emperor rank Heavenly Soldier Lin Ling didn't pay it any attention. Under his formation patterns, the fan shone resplendently. It was actually broken down, turning into the most primitive material, disintegrating heavenly soldiers. The other blacksmiths gasped. As far as they knew, only the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianxia province had such strength. Finally, a certain moment, the human face appeared again. Just as it was about to make a sound, Lin Ling's 100,000 formation rune suppressed it and killed the formation rune demon. The human face was also a formation rune, but it was a formation rune derived from itself. At the same time, the light of a firefly flew out and landed on the young master's body, causing him to slowly open his eyes. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. The entire hall was dead silent. In front of everyone's eyes, the young man performed the most dazzling dance for them. He single-handedly saved the young master from hell. Okay. The Manor Lord couldn't help but laugh loudly. His body flickered, and he appeared next to the young master. He hugged the young master and cried tears of joy. Hee, it's good to have a perverted master. Lu Susu stared at Lin Ling, and her beautiful eyes became more and more curious. Sure enough, everything was as she had guessed. Lin Ling had succeeded. It seemed that Lin Ling needed to be further investigated. All right, I've saved her. Goodbye. Lin Ling didn't want to stay any longer. He said to the old man who had come first. The old man laughed loudly and handed the saber to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction and strode away. He had already noticed that Lu Susu was looking at him with ill intentions. It disintegrated, and then the young master was saved. How come it's completely different from what I imagined? Furthermore, if I had laid down the formation runes according to my method, it would have been the same as helping the devil. Wait, how do you know all this? Heaven Stroker stood on the spot in a daze, and he no longer had the arrogant look from before. Moreover, he was the most popular young blacksmith in Xianxia province. But at this moment, he had no choice but to admire Lin Ling's stunning performance. Why should I tell you? Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he continued forward. Brat, I'm one of the 10 palace masters of Xianxia. If you tell me, you'll get a lot of benefits. Heaven-touching sage gritted his teeth and endured Lin Ling's disdainful words. Get lost, Lin Ling replied with a single word. He didn't stop walking, causing Heaven-touch sage to be stunned. In the past, when he said his name, others would have already treated him with respect and worship. However, this young man had actually told him to scram. This caused him to be somewhat unable to react. I'll give you a chance to speak. If you don't, you'll regret it. Heaven Touch Great Sage's voice grew deeper and deeper. Although that young man had some ability, he was too arrogant. If he didn't show him some power, he probably wouldn't know what the Xianxia 10 palaces were. Your weapon is very powerful, but the formation patterns are weakening with each passing day. I'm afraid it won't be long before you can no longer use your weapon. However, Lin Ling didn't answer the question, causing Heaven Stroker Sage to be stunned on the spot. He subconsciously touched the rod at his waist. This rod had helped him a lot in becoming one of the 10 halls of Xianxia. It was even to the extent that the rod had become his companion in his heart. But now, Lin Ling said that his companion couldn't fight. Moreover, as time passes, it will slowly disappear. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lin Ling said again, as if he was announcing a death sentence. This caused heaven-touching Sage to tremble. This was the scene he didn't want to see the most. He roared, "You lied to me. Who do you think you are? Do you think I have the time to lie to you? However, you should know that it's very difficult to unseal this emperor rank heavenly soldier. It's starting to be downgraded to a king rank heavenly soldier." Lin Ling said with a smile, as if it had nothing to do with him. Plop! Heaven-touching Sage's burly body fell to the ground, and his body trembled even more violently. How could this be? The crowd looked at the scene in disbelief. Lin Ling's words had caused the existence of the 10 palaces of Xianxia to tremble. One had to know that other than his identity as a blacksmith, heaven-touching Sage's identity as the Xianxia 10 Palace Master was also extremely terrifying. In Xianpeng Province, only the 4 pillars and 8 pillars could make him afraid. But now, heaven-touching Sage was afraid of an unknown young man. This was too unreal. At this moment, only heaven-touching Sage knew the meaning of Lin Ling's words. Yes, the world's weapons were also divided into spiritual weapons, combat weapons, sacred weapons, heavenly weapons, and divine weapons. However, combat weapons were only divided into 3 levels: intermediate, low, and high. Sacred weapons were 1 level higher, which was the king rank. As for heavenly weapons, they were even more powerful. They had 2 levels higher, which are the heaven rank and the emperor rank. Heavenly weapons that reached the emperor rank had the ability to unseal and increase their power again. His heaven-reaching staff was at the emperor rank. Unsealing it could greatly increase his strength, but now it was getting harder and harder to unseal it. He had thought that it was because of other reasons, but now Lin Ling told him that it was because the formation patterns in the heavenly weapons were constantly being lost. Heavenly weapons were like humans. They had age restrictions and were constantly suppressing their potential. If they did not strengthen the formation patterns, they would eventually die of old age and turn into ashes. You have to help me. Heaven-touching Sage looked at Lin Ling in fear. He did not know why, but he felt that this mysterious young man could help him. You are very lucky. The heaven-reaching staff came from the star-picking ancient kingdom, so I happen to be familiar with it. However, you're also very unlucky. Lin Ling walked further and further away. Wait, I will worship you as my master. You must save my partner. Heaven-touching Sage stood up and shouted crazily. The flames in his heart burned fiercely. Lin Ling actually knew about the heaven-reaching staff. This was great. For many warriors, the weapon in their hand was their partner. Therefore, how could heaven-touching Sage let his partner who had fought side by side disappear? Take the paper I threw away and copy it 100,000 times. If I am in a good mood, I might help your heaven-reaching staff. Lin Ling's last words made heaven-touching Sage stand there in a daze. Then, he turned around and ran like a madman, looking for the ball of paper in the hall. His miserable appearance made everyone feel that it was even more unreal. Heaven-touching Sage found the ball of paper with great difficulty. When he opened it, he immediately felt disgusted. There was saliva on it. He immediately became depressed. He had shot himself in the foot. Kid, if I copy it 100,000 times and you don't help the heaven-reaching staff, you will definitely die. Heaven-touching Sage frowned and looked at the people around him who were talking animatedly. Then, he bid farewell to the manor master and strode away. However, when he left, he remembered that he did not know the kid's name. At this moment, Lin Ling and Yu Munyan left. Then, they paid vitality stones at the foot of a towering mountain peak in the splendid landscape and entered the mountain peak. This place was called the Blessed Enclave. It was the place with the densest spirit chi in the splendid landscape. It was occupied by one of the 7 kings and built a cultivation cave. Anyone who wanted to enter only needed to pay vitality stones. If one cultivated here, they could absorb the sun and moon every day, and their heart would be as calm as water. Naturally, it was the favorite place of all warriors. Chapter 1299. Stagnant waterwood cultivation. It's so expensive. 1,000 primordial stones a day. How expensive! Yumanyin said with some heartache as she stared at the misty mountain peak. Expensive has its benefits. At least it saves time. Mingyun, Yanggan, you're about to break through. Come out after you break through. Only when we're strong enough can we find Yu, Heavenly Concubine, and the others. Lin Ling said with a smile. He had a feeling that Yu and the others were not in Xianping province. Perhaps they were in Xianyuan and Xianwang Dayu. There was also his big brother, Sakura, who had gone out to train. He must have gone to those places. What Lin Ling could do now was to keep getting stronger. The three of them walked up the stairs, and each of them found a cave residence. Then they began to cultivate. Lin Ling also entered one of the caves. In the cave residence, spiritual energy floated, forming ribbons that wandered around. Lin Ling nodded. It was a good place to cultivate. The reason why he chose this place was that Li Lingxian told him that it was the safest place to cultivate. No one would disturb him. Then Lin Ling entered the Purple Mansion. Boundless mountains and rivers came into view. Lin Ling looked at the mountains and rivers with a smile. He had stepped into the core of Xianpeng province. Here, he had seen more experts of the three mysterious realms of the human realm. Many of them had moved him. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Elder Z, what level does the body of the divine demon overlord belong to in terms of talent? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and looked at the old man beside him. Elder Z smiled. It's hard to evaluate, but in terms of talent, it can only be said to be a cultivation method of the human sovereign realm. Lin Ling nodded excitedly. Although his divine body was earth grade, with the body of the divine demon overlord, he was not weaker than any other expert. In addition, his divine body was not impossible to improve. It was just that he lacked opportunities at the moment. Let's begin. Lin Ling took a deep breath and said calmly. He was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. Above qi was his cultivation level. Now that he had the void spirit lock, his cultivation level must have increased. As for spirit, it was his soul power. He had always been strong. Only his essence hadn't increased. This time, he was cultivating to increase his essence, which was the strength of his body. Dismantled Death Waiting Blade. Lin Ling shouted again, and a large number of heavenly tomes descended from the sky. All of them were formation runes. Lin Ling activated his Eye of Time and scanned them. Instantly, he became even more familiar with the formation runes. To the second level of the Violet Palace realm, Lin Ling added. He was already familiar with the first level of the heavenly tomes. Only the second level was left. The second level was not a world of mountains and rivers, but a world of oceans. There were many islands there, and it was extremely mysterious. At the same time, a large number of heavenly books descended from the sky. Lin Ling was learning the way of array patterns, and after a full year, Lin Ling was finally familiar with the high-level heavenly soldier. Of course, he was only familiar with it and could not forge it, but it was enough to dismantle the death-waiting blade. Shot formation runes, rest formation runes, wound formation runes. Dismantling the heavenly soldier, all the formation runes were used for attack. If they were carved on the weapon, it would form a huge attack power. Cha-cha! The death-waiting blade gradually dispersed, and all kinds of materials appeared. Some were already damaged, while others could still be used. Finally, a piece of black wood as thick as an arm appeared. It was the Deathwater wood. This was neither gold nor iron, but it was extremely hard. Then, Purple Elder instructed Lin Ling to plant this wood on an island. When the wood landed on the ground, it instantly grew up like a huge stone tablet. What a mysterious heavenly treasure. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Your Majesty, go. Swallow the spiritual qi of the Deathwater wood, and your physical body will definitely be able to break through. After all, this treasure is extremely rare. Of course, when your Majesty is swallowing it, you can also use the black and white Dao fruit to cultivate. Purple Elder looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. He took a step forward and appeared on the island. At the same time, endless black qi surged and enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shocked. This death water would seem to have a spirit and wanted to swallow him. Your Majesty, the death water would swallows all the water in the world, so it is called water. But because it swallows, it represents death. Your Majesty, what you need to do is swallow it. When Lin Ling wanted to resist, Purple Elder's voice sounded. Lin Ling nodded and allowed the black qi to envelop him. In the end, he was swallowed by the huge ancient tree. Looking from the sky, Lin Ling's figure was no longer on the island. There was only a huge ancient tree. Your Majesty, do your best. The road to becoming an emperor has never been smooth. Only after dying, once will you know the value of martial arts. Purple Elder said worriedly. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling felt that his body was being swallowed by the ancient tree. It made him feel like he was isolated from the world. Gradually, a sense of loneliness spread in his heart. This feeling was terrifying. No, I have to rush out of here. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The loneliness infected him, making him feel like he was dying. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. The small world in his body erupted wildly and then withered. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It fought against the ancient tree. The ancient tree wanted to swallow him, but Lin Ling also wanted to swallow it. Let's see who is fiercer. Time passed quietly. The feeling of loneliness grew stronger. It was as if he was trapped in the ancient tree. Lin Ling was completely dead. Once he died, everything turned to ashes. Yu, heavenly concubine, and Yuer, Yumun Yin, grandfather, mother, grandfather, too many. Familiar faces gradually faded away. I won't die. However, the disappearing faces did not make Lin Ling fall asleep. Instead, it made his fighting spirit even stronger. He could not die. Once he died, these people would leave him. Rumble. The withering small world erupted again. It started from 2 million and gradually reached 2,500,000. Lin Ling also absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the ancient tree. At this moment, Purple Elder was still guarding outside loyally. Finally, he noticed that the ancient tree's stone tablet gradually changed. It turned into a stone tablet in the shape of a human. That person was sitting cross-legged. His Majesty seems to have won the battle with Death Waterwood. This means that he has defeated death. Elder Z couldn't help but laugh. Then, a cracking sound could be heard as cracks appeared on the stone statue. Then, it exploded and a half-naked handsome young man slowly walked out. At this moment, his eyes were deep and filled with indescribable vicissitudes of life. It was as if he had died once. Your Majesty, how is it? Purple Elder said worriedly. He knew that those who had undergone the Deadwaterwood cultivation had indeed died once. And in ancient times, although many princes had succeeded in their cultivation, their inner demons had always existed. They were unable to walk out of the entanglement of death and were afraid of death. The feeling of dying once is great. However, Lin Ling smiled with a hint of calmness. Only those who had died once could understand that feeling. After dying once, Lin Ling cherished everything he had now even more. Chapter 1300. Removed from the position of Palace Lord, the winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the pugilistic world, time rushes by. Hegemony is nothing more than a drunken life. Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment, his state of mind had been sublimated, returning to its origin. He was even more carefree, magnanimous, and heroic. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for reaching the 3rd level of the body of the God Fiend, Overlord. Moreover, Your Majesty has consumed another black and white Dao fruit. I'm afraid that your realm has also greatly increased. Purple Elder was gratified. After dying once, the benefits were naturally great. My soul power has reached level 45. At the same time, Lin Ling smiled faintly. The sublimation of his state of mind had also sublimated his soul. 3rd level of the body of the God Fiend, Overlord, devour the mountains and rivers. Then, Lin Ling roared to the sky, causing the sea water to soar into the sky. At the same time, countless amounts of sea water surged towards Lin Ling, fusing into Lin Ling's arms. making Lin Ling's arms look like the arms of a giant. Whoosh! In midair, Lin Ling charged towards the ground and punched out, smashing down like a meteor. Boom! The seawater formed a huge explosion, and a 10,000-mile-wide whirlpool also appeared. It was extremely terrifying. Devour the mountains and rivers, instantly swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a powerful attack with the power of 6 universes. Purple Elder watched this scene with gratification and nodded in satisfaction. The third level of the body of the God Fiend Overlord had awakened 3 million small worlds in Lin Ling's body, giving him the power of 3 universes. In addition to the devour the mountains and rivers, Lin Ling's strength had more than doubled. Moreover, Lin Ling still had the Void Spirit Lock. If he unlocked it, who knew how strong he would be? If he used the Ancient Flame Devil, who knew how strong he would be? Lin Ling's cultivation, this time, was like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. While Lin Ling was cultivating below the mountain peak of the Blessed Enclave, a woman was anxiously pacing in circles. She was Xianxia. Lin Ling is cultivating. I shouldn't disturb him, but Lord Watermist is about to be impeached. How can Lin Ling not come out? Only Lin Ling can persuade Lord Watermist. Xianxia said anxiously. She held the mother and child sound transmission bug and kept notifying Lin Ling. However, the Blessed Enclave was a place for cultivation. Unless the owner agreed, no one else could enter at will. Thus, she could only use the mother and child sound transmission bug to inform Lin Ling. Lin Ling, calm Lin Ling. This is bad. Lord Watermist is about to be impeached from his position as Palace Master. But Lord Watermist has always supported you. If he doesn't give up, he won't be able to keep his position as Palace Master. So, I hope that Lin Ling can persuade Lord Watermist to stop supporting you. Xianxia's voice echoed out from the sound transmission bug. At this time, Lin Ling had already appeared in his cave. As he continued to listen to Xianxia's voice, he roughly understood what was going on. Currently, the Black-White Dao Palace had 2 spots to recommend the human sovereign. Lin Ling had obtained one of them. In addition, Lord Watermist had given Lin Ling 3 Black-White Dao fruits, wholeheartedly supporting Lin Ling. This caused the Black-White Dao Palace to be dissatisfied. The elders and disciples all believed that Lord Watermist should either give up on Lin Ling or give up his position as Palace Master. This was why Xianxia was so anxious. She knew that once Lord Watermist decided on something, it would be difficult to change his mind. So, only if Lin Ling gave up on his spot would Lord Watermist give up. Like this, he could keep his position as Palace Master. I understand. I will return to the Black-White Dao Palace with you. Lin Ling appeared in the heavenly paradise and looked at Xianxia. Only if you give up on your spot will Lord Watermist give up. Lin Ling, I'll leave it to you. Xianxia bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Everything depended on Lin Ling. Give up. Lin Ling revealed a meaningful smile and said lightly, "Let's go. I will end it. Let's go." Giving up was the act of coward. How could Lin Ling give up? If he did, he would be letting down Lord Watermist's trust in him. At this moment, in the Black-White Dao Palace's conference hall, a large number of people had gathered here. Upon closer inspection, many of them were extremely powerful, having reached the rare saint realm. The 18th Elder sat there with his eyes closed, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become extremely oppressive. Everyone knew what was about to happen. Lord Watermist had stubbornly supported Lin Ling, who was not part of the Black-White Dao Palace, wasting a precious recommendation. This was why everyone had decided to remove Lord Watermist from the position of Palace Master. Moreover, as far as they knew, Lord Watermist had privately given 3 Black-White Dao fruits to Lin Ling. This caused even more people in the Black-White Dao Palace to feel unreconciled. The Black-White Dao fruit was something that not even the true geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace were qualified to use. Lin Ling was just an outsider. What qualifications did he have to obtain 3? At this moment, 2 tall figures were sitting at the head of the table. They were like divine emperors looking at the people around them. They were the two palace masters, Shui Wu and Shan Wu. Shui Wu's face was cold. He naturally knew the purpose of this meeting. He didn't expect that after he was injured, these people would become restless. They had completely forgotten that for the Black-White Dao Palace to become one of the 4 pillars of Xianpeng Province, Lord Watermist had paid a great price. Is no one speaking? Since that's the case, everyone can disperse. In the silence, Lord Watermist indifferently said. Everyone in the hall narrowed their eyes. They had come to impeach Lord Watermist, but they hadn't even said their purpose. Was this meeting going to end? Lord, I think that you have grown old. At this moment, a voice finally rang out. Qi Xing, this meeting is the most important meeting of the Black-White Dao Palace. You are just a disciple. What qualifications do you have to speak? Someone angrily shouted. It was clearly Lord Watermist's disciple. Shut up, Yongbin. You've already been defeated, so you have even less qualifications to speak. However, the youth who had spoken coldly shouted, causing Lord Watermist's disciple to frown. He felt extremely humiliated. The youth who had spoken was called Qi Xing. He was at the 7th stage of the Transcendent Realm and was the 2nd strongest disciple of Lord Shan Wu. In the Black-White Dao Palace, he was extremely famous. He had once fought with Lord Watermist's most prized disciple, Li Ling Xian, and returned with a draw. But it was said that Qi Xing's strength had increased greatly, and his comprehension of a transcendent martial art had reached the Transcendent Realm. Thus, he had proudly stood out to prove himself. In the ceremonial hall, anyone can speak. How can we be so tyrannical just because we are palace masters? Lord Watermist, don't you think so? At this moment, Lord Shan Wu, who had been silent all this time, indifferently said. This caused Lord Watermist to frown, but he still nodded and said, Indeed. He was furious. This Qi Xing was Lord Shan Wu's disciple. Clearly, he had only dared to be so arrogant because of Lord Shan Wu's orders. Lord, I think that you have grown old. You should give up the position of palace master. With Lord Shan Wu's support, Qi Xing's lips curled into a proud smile as he spoke again. The current him didn't fear Lord Watermist at all. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Chapter 1301. Who dared to remove him? Haha, this is something that everyone knows, so it's fine if I say it. I just want to tell everyone that the Black-White Dao Palace's current glory is all because of everyone here, not because of you, Lord Watermist. If you want to deceive everyone and act so tyrannically, then as a disciple of the Black-White Dao Palace, I will not allow that. Qi Xing's voice was like thunder, as if everything he had done was for the sake of the Black-White Dao Palace. He coldly shouted, Lord Watermist, let me ask you, did you give 3 Black-White Dao fruits to Lin Ling? His voice was interrogative, as if he were not a disciple, but the palace master of the Black-White Dao Palace. The anger in Lord Watermist's heart grew even stronger. But he suppressed it and lightly said, Yes, but these Black-White Dao fruits are mine. If I give them to Lin Ling, do I need your permission? Haha, what a good yours. But the Black-White Dao fruits belong to the Black-White Dao Palace, not you. Qi Xing laughed. That was one reason. Secondly, you actually recommended a precious spot to Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling is your illegitimate son? Or did you owe Lin Ling a favor, so you used a precious spot to repay it? Bastard, the spots are between me and Lord Mountainmist. If I give a spot to Lin Ling, do you have the right to interfere? Or do you want that spot? Lord Watermist angrily stood up, unable to bear it any longer. I still say the same thing. The spots belong to the Black-White Dao Palace, not you. You cannot hide the truth from the masses. Qi Xing remained unafraid. If the spots were given to powerful geniuses, I wouldn't object. But to give them to Lin Ling? According to what I know, Lin Ling swallowed 3 Black-White Dao fruits, but his cultivation boundary hasn't changed. Does such trash have the qualifications to obtain a spot? Rather than that, you might as well give the spot to me. As he spoke to hear, the hall was thrown into an uproar. Qi Xing actually wanted a spot. No wonder he had stood up today. My words before may have been a bit rude, but I was only speaking the truth. From these 2 matters, it seems that Lord Watermist is no longer suitable to be the palace master. Finally, Qi Xing stepped forwards, publicly forcing Lord Watamist to abdicate. How dare you? The disciples behind Lady Shui Wu all roared furiously. This Qi Xing was simply lawless. Qi Xing, after saying so much, you finally revealed your true intentions. You want to obtain the slot, and you want me to give up my position. Qi Xing, who told you to do this? Lord Shui Wu sneered and released a powerful aura. In fact, he knew that the one who wanted to impeach him was Lord Shanwu. Qi Xing was just a pawn, but a pawn was a pawn. How could he offend the palace lord? Lady Shui Wu, I was merely speaking my mind. Why do you have to bully the weak? This is not good for you. Why don't you let the elders decide everything? Said Mr. Shan Wu indifferently. Mr. Shui Wu frowned. As expected, it was Mr. Shan Wu. That's right. This is a critical moment for the Black-White Dao Palace. Only a wise leader can make the correct decision. Thus, I approve of removing Lady Watamist from her position as Palace Master. Although Qi Xing isn't the strongest genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he is at least stronger than Lady Watamist's Li Lingxian. Since he obtained a spot, he has the qualifications. Lady Shui Wu, you should give up your position. From the moment you supported Lin Ling, you no longer have the qualifications to be Palace Master. At this moment, the elders all spoke out, causing Lady Shui Wu's pupils to narrow. She hadn't expected that the elders would target her. It seems that everyone has the same opinion, Lord Shan Wu said with a sinister smile. It was obvious that he had made some connections with these elders beforehand. Give up your position. At the same time, countless people in the hall began to shout. The atmosphere was explosive, as if someone had ignited a bomb. Everyone wanted Lady Shui Wu to give up her position. Their voices were like the waves of the sea. As they entered Lady Shui Wu's ears, her face turned pale. Over the years, she had poured her heart and soul into the Black-White Dao Palace, making it one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. But who would have thought that after she was injured, her prestige would plummet? Everyone wanted to use the matter of the Black-White Dao fruit to remove her from her position. These people were so ugly. Lady Watamist powerlessly sat back down, her heart ashen. This world was just so heartless. You could only continue to grow stronger, but once you became weak, others would eye you like a tiger, eyeing its prey. All of your merits and relationships were in fact nothing more than fleeting clouds. Haha, all of you want to give up my position as Palace Master. Lady Shui Wu absent-mindedly laughed. At this moment, she seemed to feel a little tired. Forget it, forget it. Since all of you want this position so badly, I'll let you have it. Before she finished speaking, Lord Shanwu's eyes shone brightly. Qi Xing also smiled excitedly. If Lady Shui Wu gave up her position, then he would also be able to obtain a spot. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang and the door was smashed open. Dust and wood splinters flew everywhere. Then a figure slowly walked in. It was Lin Ling. Behind him was Li Lingxian. At this moment, her eyes were filled with shock. She had never imagined that Lin Ling would break down the door and barge in. At this moment, the entire hall was silent. Countless gazes stared at Lin Ling. No one had imagined that the person who had come was Lin Ling. Moreover, he had broken down the door and barged in. Lord Shanwu and Qi Xing, in particular, had ugly expressions. They had almost succeeded, but at the critical moment, someone had come to cause trouble. Who dares to remove Lady Shui Wu from her position as Palace Master? As soon as he stepped into the hall, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth. Everyone's eyes widened. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would dare to speak in such a manner. Even Lady Shui Wu was stunned. Everyone in the Black-White Dao Palace wanted to remove her from her position as Palace Master. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of powerful enemies and had publicly come to support her. You are not from the Black-White Dao Palace. Get lost. Qi Xing looked at Lin Ling with disdain, frowning. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear him. He shouted again. Who dares to remove Lady Shui Wu from her position as Palace Master? To him, with Lady Shui Wu supporting him so much, how could he not do anything? You, Qi Xing's face turned ugly. He was the #2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace and was even stronger than Li Lingxian. Yet, Lin Ling dared to ignore him. Just as he was about to speak, Lord Shanwu's voice rang out. That's right. Everyone agrees that Lady Shui Wu is no longer suitable to be palace master. Lord Shanwu narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Ling. He could kill such a junior with a single slap, but right now, the Black-White Dao Palace was discussing important matters. Thus, he had to convince the masses and give Lin Ling the chance to speak. Why? Lin Ling didn't even look at Lord Shanwu. Instead, he calmly asked, Chapter 1302, Transcendent 6th Stage. That's right, it's because of you. You're not from the Black-White Dao Palace, yet you still have the nerve to appear here. Earth-grade trash. You want to get a recommendation like that? Lord Watermist's vision is getting worse and worse. Scram. Scram. 3 Black-White Dao fruits can't help you break through. If you're not trash, then what are you? A large number of disdainful and angry voices rang out from the hall. Lord Mountain Mist and Qi Xing sneered. This Lin Ling wanted to help Lord Watermist, but the more he tried, the worse he got. Lin Ling, go back. This isn't something you can decide. Lord Watermist sighed, but just as he spoke, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. Is it because I used 3 Black-White Dao fruits and obtained a recommendation that everyone wants to remove Lord Watermist from his position as Palace Master? Nonsense. As soon as Lin Ling's voice rang out, the entire hall filled with disdain. Lin Ling, you still have the nerve to mention it? 3 Black-White Dao fruits were enough to greatly increase one's strength, but Lin Ling hadn't made any progress at all. An Earth-grade saint body was indeed trash. Trash is trash. You want to stand up and speak? Shame on you. Qi Xing sneered, extremely confident. If you gave me 3 Black-White Dao fruits, I would definitely be a step closer to the saint realm. Giving them to others would also greatly increase their strength. Giving them to you is a waste of heaven's treasures. Is Lord Watermist's decision not wrong? Does he still have the qualifications to be Palace Master? So, if my Black-White Dao fruits were not wasted, then Lord Watermist's decision was not wrong. He can still be Palace Master? Facing Qi Xing's sneer, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out once more, causing everyone's cheers to instantly stop. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. What was Lin Ling planning? His skin was so thick that he still hadn't given up? Of course. Before Qi Xing could speak, Lord Mountain Mist nodded. Then I would like to ask my lord, what realm would a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator reach after consuming the Black and White Dao fruit? Lin Ling looked straight at Lord Mountain Mist as he asked. Those with ordinary talent can reach Transcendent Stage 5. Those with exceptional talent can reach Transcendent Stage 6 at the very least. As for you, you're just an Earth-grade talent. It's already impressive for you to reach Transcendent Stage 5. Lord Shanwu snorted coldly and said with disdain, All right, I still have a Black and White Dao fruit here. This means that I've consumed 2. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a Black and White Dao fruit appeared. Many people revealed looks of greed, but even more were unwilling. This piece of trash had used 2 Black and White Dao fruits. Since his strength hadn't increased at all, it was truly a waste. Qi Xing's face was also filled with unwillingness. If it were me, I would definitely be able to break through to the next level after consuming 2 Black and White Dao fruits. As for you, I don't even want to say anything more. You should just get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling said indifferently, Is that so? At the same time, Lin Ling's hands touched each other's wrists, and a mysterious force bloomed. Under countless gazes, the crowd saw a chain on Lin Ling's wrist being unlocked. In the next instant, an enormous aura erupted, intimidating the entire hall and causing it to shake. The Void Spirit Lock had been unlocked. Wong, a streak of spiritual origin shockingly appeared. Then 2, 3, 4. Gradually, a total of 7 spiritual sources appeared. One of them was clearly different. It was a heterogeneous spiritual source, but the other 6 were dazzling, making the young man in the hall look like an emperor descending. Transcendent Stage 6. At the same time, all sound disappeared. Everyone stopped breathing and their hearts exploded. Transcendent Stage 6. Lord Watamist's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to rise so quickly. It had to be known that he had only given Lin Ling the black and white Dao fruits for a dozen days. Even a heaven-grade saint body cultivator couldn't break through 2 levels in such a short time. But Lin Ling, who was only an earth-grade talent, had done it. How could he know that Lin Ling had cultivated in the Purple Palace realm for more than a dozen years, not just a dozen days? As for Lord Watamist and Qi Xing, their eyes narrowed. 2 black and white Dao fruits had allowed Lin Ling to break through 2 levels. They had said that 3 black and white Dao fruits would only allow a genius to break through 2 levels. Now, their words were like slaps to their own faces, bringing with it a burning pain. Now, tell me, is Lord Watamist's decision wrong? While everyone was silent, Lin Ling's cold voice was like a bomb, causing everyone's ears to ring. But no one could say anything. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's talent was very poor, but at least he hadn't wasted the black and white Dao fruits. Impossible. At this time, an angry roar sounded out. It was Qi Xing's voice. You are only an earth-grade talent. It is impossible for you to rely on 2 black and white Dao fruits to break through 2 levels. You must have used some method to squeeze out your potential and increase your cultivation. But even if you reach the Transcendent 6th stage, it's useless. You still don't have the qualifications to obtain a recommendation. This also proves that Lord Watamist's decision was wrong. Qi Xing angrily shouted. If he wanted to impeach Lord Watamist, he needed an excuse to convince the masses. And of Lord Watamist's 2 major mistakes, Lin Ling had proved that the black and white Dao fruits hadn't been wasted. So, he could only use the second mistake to accuse Lord Watamist. This was their only remaining hope. Do you think you alone have the qualifications to obtain a recommendation? Lin Ling indifferently spat out. At least I have the qualifications. Lin Ling, you squeezed out your potential and increased your cultivation, but that doesn't mean Lord Watamist's decision was correct. Qi Xing took a step forward, his aura domineering. Many people awoke from their shock. Yes, Lin Ling was only an earth-step talent. How could he have broken through with just 2 black and white Dao fruits? He must have squeezed out all his potential and forcefully raised his cultivation. And in the Great Black Pung territory, this sort of thing wasn't rare at all. Still trash. Many people shook their heads in disdain. This made Qi Xing smile. The situation was under his control again. He played with his nails and said, Of course, if you want to prove that Lord Watamist's judgment was correct, then you can also defeat me. This way, it will prove that we were wrong, and Lord Watamist was right. As soon as he finished speaking, his powerful aura burst out. 7 spiritual sources were as majestic as pillars. The heaven-grade saint body formed a large area of red lightning, shocking the audience hall. Lightning, his saint body, was actually of the lightning element. Lightning was already domineering, and after reaching the heaven grade, it was already at the heaven grade. Do you dare not? Qi Xing's hair fluttered, and his voice was like thunder. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was only an earth-grade talent, and his cultivation was 1 level lower than Qi Xing's. If he dared to accept the challenge, he would definitely die. Moreover, Qi Xing was the 2nd greatest genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Even Li Lingxian wasn't his match. Lin Ling, you can't. Chapter 1303. Swallowing mountains and rivers. Lin Ling, they came prepared. There's no point in giving up the position of Palace Lord. Lady Shui Wu said. Lin Ling dared to accept the challenge because he had fallen into the enemy's trap. However, what they didn't know was that although it had only been a few days since the end of the Yellow List winning streak, to Lin Ling, that was equivalent to a few years. Therefore, why wouldn't he dare? You think you're qualified to compete with me for the recommendation spot? You don't even know how to write the word death. Lin Ling said calmly, without fear. As soon as his words fell, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling actually dared to accept the challenge? You're courting death. Lady Shan Wu and the other elders had mocking expressions on their faces. Lin Ling was courting death. He didn't know how powerful Qi Xing was. It seems like you've chosen the path of death. Fine. Only by killing you will the black-white Dao Palace become a pure land. Qi Xing smiled indifferently. He spread his hands, and red lightning erupted like a storm. Destructive and crazy, the hall was instantly annihilated. Everyone felt as if they had stepped into the laws of lightning. My innate talent is the heaven-grade crimson cloud heavenly heart lightning. Originally, my innate talent was earth-grade, but I accidentally came across a set of records from the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom. It recorded how to absorb heavenly lightning, and in the end I succeeded, allowing my innate talent to reach the heaven grade. Furthermore, I comprehended the world of red lightning, reaching the transcendent level of a supreme pattern martial art. Pop, pop, pop. Along with Qi Xing's voice, a pool of red lightning appeared, roaring ferociously. Lightning snakes swam about, turning the place into a forbidden land of death. Amazing. Apart from a number one person of the black-white Dao Palace, who else can be his match? Yeah, Qi Xing got the other spot. He deserves it. Lin Ling is trash. He has no hope of winning. The disciples of the black-white Dao Palace were overjoyed. If Lin Ling were to encounter the second strongest genius of the black-white Dao Palace, Qi Xing, he would probably be torn apart in a single move. Lady Water Mist had a serious expression as she watched the two of them. As long as Lin Ling was in mortal danger, she would definitely step in. Even if she didn't want the position of Palace Lord, she would protect Lin Ling. After all, she was the one who had dragged Lin Ling into this vortex today. Use your demon god. I want to electrocute your demon god. Qi Xing shouted proudly. His voice actually moved along with the thunder and lightning, causing pain in the eardrums of the crowd. Against you, I don't even need to use the demon god. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm, as if he had no idea how terrifying Qi Xing's lightning power was. As his voice fell, the people of the black-white Dao Palace all roared in anger. Lin Ling was far too arrogant. He thought he was still facing the experts of Xianxia province. He didn't know what it meant to be a genius of the black-white Dao Palace. It's been a long time since someone said that to me. Very well, then I won't leave your corpse intact. Qi Xing shook his head and laughed, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. His body blossomed with a red light, and he instantly disappeared. His speed was extremely terrifying, even faster than lightning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Ling. His hands were open, and a terrifying lightning power was released, forming a large area of red lightning. This lightning roared crazily, killing everything in its path. He's dead for sure. Lin Ling didn't even have time to react. Once he enters the lightning law, his corpse won't even be left behind. Seeing this scene, many people began to sneer. However, Lin Ling's eyes remained calm, but there was a trace of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. Qi Xing was indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, he had met Lin Ling. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was slightly weaker, but Lin Ling had the body of a fiend god overlord. In terms of Lin Ling's extreme pattern martial arts, Lin Ling could only be stronger, not weaker. After all, Lin Ling had comprehended extreme pattern martial arts earlier than Qi Xing. Qi. Allowing the lightning to wreak havoc on his body, Lin Ling's body surged with blue flames. Numerous flame birds flew out from his body, forming a large area of fire law. Gorgeous. The blue flame birds were extremely gorgeous, colorful, and densely packed. A world of fire appeared. The sneers on the crowd's faces instantly froze. Lin Ling had also comprehended extreme pattern martial arts. This time, the lightning law collided with the fire law. Rumble. One side was tyrannical and surging. The other was boundless and majestic. In that instant, the faces of the black-white Dao Palace disciples turned ugly. If Lin Ling was trash, then what were they? They were probably worse than trash. At the very least, many of them hadn't comprehended extreme pattern martial arts. You have some ability, but unfortunately, your talent is weaker than mine. You will still die. Let's see how long your fire can resist. Qi Xing's eyes were filled with shock, but he still sneered. His hands were like lightning demons, and the red lightning crazily erupted. You will die within an incense stick's worth of time. Qi. Everyone heard this sentence. This also meant that Qi Xing wanted to prove himself. He was determined to get the recommendation spot. At this moment, Lin Ling allowed the flames to fly out of his body. He raised his eyes and looked at Qi Xing indifferently. You will die within one move. Qi. Bang. His voice was resolute and decisive, causing the hearts of the elders to violently jump. Qi Xing was crazy enough, but who knew that Lin Ling was even crazier? He didn't finish him within an incense stick's worth of time, but in one move. Dream on. Qi. Qi Xing's face instantly turned ugly, and even more terrifying lightning erupted, swallowing mountains and rivers. Qi. However, at this moment, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His arms instantly expanded, as if he was blowing air. He was like a god of war descending. Look, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qi. Many people were shocked. They could see with their naked eyes that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was continuously being absorbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to be swallowing mountains and rivers. What kind of ability was this? Uproar heaven. Boom! At this moment, a cold shout rang out, and the huge sword ruthlessly slashed out. This sword was sharp and domineering, arrogant and crazy, as if it was going to swallow mountains and rivers. Rumble. It was as if the sword was going to swallow mountains and rivers. The lightning was ruthlessly slashed apart, and the red pool of lightning was also broken apart. Qi Xing's pupils contracted. That sword seemed ordinary, but who knew that it was so terrifying, as if it could slash through anything? Power, it's power. Boom! At this moment, Qi Xing suddenly understood. He suddenly realized that Lin Ling's talent was weaker than his, but Lin Ling's talent was stronger than his, and that talent was the strength of his physical body. Wait! Retreat! Qi Xing angrily shouted. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The sword slashed out, and the lightning and man both exploded. Exploding was not severing, nor was it killing. Instead, it turned Qi Xing into ashes. This also showed how terrifying the power of the 6 universes was, and how domineering that sword was. All the elders and disciples were silent at this moment. Qi Xing was the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Everyone felt that he had the qualifications to obtain a recommendation, as long as he defeated Lin Ling. Everyone also thought that Lin Ling would not be able to block Qi Xing, but who would have thought that Qi Xing would be killed in a single sword strike without any hesitation? Moreover, many people did not understand how Lin Ling had won. After all, Qi Xing was a transcendent stage 7 genius with a heaven-grade saint body. Lord Shanwu, is this the trash you want to recommend to the human emperor? Yes. Chapter 1304. Shocked everyone trash. Trash. Everyone's heart trembled. Before, they had called Lin Ling trash, but now, Qi Xing couldn't even block a single sword strike. Who was the trash? Lord Shanwu's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Lin Ling to win, but he was worthy of being called a Saint Realm Supermaster. He could see the reason for Lin Ling's strength. A bit powerful. Your talent is average, but your physical body has reached at least 5 universes. Trash. Huh. Everyone was shocked again. 5 universes. 1 universe represented 1 billion. And 5 universes? It was hard to imagine. Lin Ling was simply a human-shaped monster king. However, physical strength is very difficult to cultivate, and you won't be able to go far in the future. 5 universes is your limit. Lord Shan Wu's thin face twitched as he spoke again. His heart was boiling with anger, and he didn't want Lin Ling to be too sharp, so he suppressed him with words. Your eyes are rotten. Mine is 6 universes. Trash. However, just as he spoke, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing Lord Shan Wu's eyes to narrow and his face to turn ferocious. Previously, he had wanted to remain calm and not lose face for Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would make him lose face again. What I want to say now is whether Lord Shui Wu is qualified to be the palace master. Trash. Lin Ling spat out another sentence, sweeping his disdainful gaze across everyone. At this moment, everyone was silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling had wasted the black and white Dao fruit, but who knew that Lin Ling would break through 2 stages in a row. As for the recommendation spot, everyone thought that Lin Ling wasn't qualified, but Lin Ling had killed the black and white Dao Palace's number 2 genius with a single sword strike. Now, who dare to say that Lord Shui Wu's eyes were bad? Even Lord Shui Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Ling to turn the tide and suppress everyone present today. Then, borrowing the momentum of Lin Ling's strength, he said indifferently, "If no one says anything, then I'll sit down again." Trash. Lord Shui Wu's eyes are still unique. I approve of him continuing. That's right. I never thought that the Lin Ling that Lady Watermist found would be so strong. If we recommend him to the human sovereign, he might bring glory to our black-white Dao Palace. I support Mistress Watermist. The elders looked at each other and shouted. Their changing faces made everyone feel disgusted. In this world, strength was revered. If Lin Ling was too weak, then they would naturally kick him while he was down. But now, the strength that Lin Ling had displayed was the second strongest amongst all the geniuses of the black-white Dao Palace. If there was a chance to recommend him to the human sovereign in the future, he would definitely be above them. Thus, they immediately turned their backs on him. These bastards! Lord Shan Wu roared in his heart. The trap he had set up had been messed up by Lin Ling alone. Well, let's end the meeting. Lord Watermist was a bit disheartened. Everyone's changing expressions made him feel disgusted. Then he strode away. A bunch of self-righteous fence-sitters. They've lived for so many years, but they've lived like dogs. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he followed Lord Watermist. He also knew that Lord Watermist was feeling helpless in his heart. He had worked hard for the black-white Dao Palace for so many years, but after being injured, he had been abandoned. If such a thing had happened to Lin Ling, he would have long since abandoned his position as palace master. Anyone who wanted to take the position could do so. Everyone in the hall was speechless for a long time. There was no lack of powerful Saint Realm cultivators among them, but even they were ashamed by Lin Ling's words. Only Lord Shan Wu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling had ruined his good fortune. Outside, Lord Watermist looked at the clear blue sky and let out a light breath, as if he wanted to sweep away all his previous depression. He then smiled and said, "Lin Ling, thank you. Sir trusts me so much. How could I let Sir down?" Lin Ling smiled. Since someone had given him a drop of water, if he had the chance, Lin Ling would definitely give back an ocean. Haha, even now, I have to admire Venerable C. Comic's vision. When he found you in the past, I'm afraid he never imagined you would reach such heights today. Lord Watermist sighed. The current Lin Ling could defeat transcendent 7th-stage geniuses without using his demon god. And with his demon god, he would be even stronger. I really don't know how you cultivate. In such a short time, you broke through 2 realms. Moreover, you didn't fall behind in your physical body cultivation. It feels like you've been cultivating for dozens of years. Lord Watermist sighed helplessly. As one of the top masters of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, he had seen countless rising stars over the years, but someone as mysterious as Lin Ling was simply rare. Lin Ling must have secrets he didn't know. However, everyone had their own secrets, so if Lin Ling didn't say anything, Lord Watermist wouldn't ask. Today, you've established your prestige in front of the Black and White Dao Palace elders. I'm afraid they won't have much to say about your quota, but be careful of Lord Watermist's eldest disciple, Zhang. He's young, but has already reached the Saint Realm and is one of the Black and White Dao Palace's other quotas. When the 4 quotas are gathered, he'll definitely make things difficult for you. Moreover, the other 3 quotas are all Saint Realm masters. It's only a matter of time before they reach the Langia 10 temples. Lin Ling frowned. Saint Realm? Lady Shui Wu said again, causing Lin Ling to frown. This meant that the 4 quotas were all top Saint Realm geniuses, and he had the lowest cultivation. No wonder no one was optimistic about him from the beginning. However, there's still some time before the gathering. I hope you can improve your strength again. Lord Watermist smiled. She had confidence in Lin Ling nodded heavily. The arrow was already knocked on the bow, so he had no choice but to keep getting stronger. Lin Ling, I underestimated you before. I hope you don't take it to heart. Li Lingxian looked at Lin Ling and said. She was now completely convinced by Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Qi Xing, and Qi Xing's strength was above hers. She felt that it was a little unreal. After all, Lin Ling had only been in the Black and White Dao Palace for a short period of time, but he was already the second most talented disciple. Even in the splendid mountain and river and the 3 profound realms of the mortal world, his strength could be ranked at the top. Did senior sister say anything? I don't remember. Lin Ling smiled, causing Li Lingxian to be stunned for a moment. She felt extremely grateful in her heart. In the second layer of the Purple Palace realm, above the vast ocean, Lin Ling floated there, his clear eyes staring ahead. After unlocking the Void Spirit Lock and breaking through 2 stages, Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Now that he was at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm, the Void Spirit Lock wouldn't have much of an effect. However, although Lin Ling's cultivation was fast, the other 3 geniuses had higher cultivations. They had all reached the Saint Realm, which made Lin Ling speechless. He was very curious about how they cultivated. After that, Lin Ling asked Old Z and learned that he might have an ancient immortal physique. An immortal physique was a talent above a saint physique. These powerful cultivators cultivated Spirit Yuan the moment they were born. Spirit Yuan, Chapter 1305. Resonance of the Gods. Legend has it that those with immortal physiques have the bloodline of immortals. In the past, the Spirit Creek Celestial Kingdom and the Hong Dynasty had many powerful cultivators with immortal physiques, and even some with divine physiques. Aside from the advantages they bring, they can also comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth faster than ordinary people. Elder Violet said solemnly. Above a saint physique was an immortal physique, and above, that was a divine physique. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He only had a saint physique and couldn't compare at all. Your Majesty, there is no need to belittle yourself. As the saying goes, man conquers the heavens. Hodian geniuses may be able to surpass innate geniuses. For example, Your Majesty's God Devil Overlord body. The previous emperor said that this body's martial arts can be cultivated to the level of a divine physique. Of course, whether or not that is true, this humble servant is not sure. But one thing is certain, it is not weaker than an immortal physique. Elder Violet said. So this is the cultivation of Hotian. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. Your Majesty's fire martial Tao is slow, but you can make up for it through other means, such as weapons. Your Majesty's tyrannical song sword's grade is too low, but you can make it a high-grade heavenly weapon, or even a king or emperor-grade weapon. You can add fire runes to the sword. Elder Violet suggested. Moreover, Your Majesty's God Devil Overlord body has reached the 3rd layer, but you have yet to comprehend the divine charm of swallowing mountains and rivers. Divine charm of swallowing mountains and rivers. That's right. When the previous emperor reached this realm at the age of 30, he devoured the world's spiritual energy and formed a powerful physical body. At that time, he had reached the resonance of the gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. If the 3rd layer of the God Devil Overlord body could reach the resonance of the gods, then he would have to work harder. Moreover, he was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. His physical body's talent was very strong, and his soul force was strong to begin with. His only shortcoming was his spiritual energy, but that could be made up for with weapons. It seems like I will have to reforge the tyrannical song sword. Lin Ling's heart was as clear as a mirror. The reason he was invincible among the geniuses in the same generation was because of his triple cultivation. Cultivation, of course, he wouldn't blindly reach the 7th layer for speed. Your Majesty, after transcendence, is the 9th step of the Saint Realm. Reaching the Saint Realm means that Your Majesty is only 2 steps away from the peak of the world. Old Z said respectfully. Lin Ling looked at the sea in the distance. Unknowingly, he had already reached such a height. Back when he was in Guyin's sect, he had thought about reaching the heavens and earth, but he didn't expect that it would take him less time than he expected. I will definitely step into the Saint Realm, but for now, the most important thing is to improve my foundation. Lin Ling smiled as he continued forward with Violet Elder, fighting against the ancient shattered souls on the islands. These shattered souls were all generals of the star-seizing country in the past. Their cultivation bases were all at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. Others always felt that it was unbelievable that Lin Ling could jump realms to battle. But how could they know just how many battles Lin Ling had fought? Your Majesty, I admit defeat. His Majesty's comprehension of martial arts is very powerful. The extreme martial art, Sea of Flames world, is already at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. He is just 1 step away from entering the world of heavenly martial arts. I give up. Your Majesty's eyes seem to be able to see through everything about me. On the islands, the shattered souls said helplessly. These shattered souls were more perfect than the shattered souls in the 1st layer. They had their own consciousness, which was why Lin Ling didn't kill them after defeating them. Your Majesty, this one will fight with you later. The 10 great generals appeared. Their tall and sturdy bodies were like war gods standing above the world. Good, Lin Ling shouted as the small world in his body erupted. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 fought fiercely. The water in the sea was constantly evaporating. After reaching the 3rd layer of the fiend god tyrant body, Lin Ling's physical strength was even stronger than the ancient flame devil and Wuxia king. This was the power of the ancient emperor cultivation technique. Resonance of gods. Finally, after 3 years of bitter cultivation, Lin Ling comprehended the divine fall of swallowing mountains and rivers. To put it bluntly, swallowing mountains and rivers was devouring the world's spiritual qi, and when the devouring reached a certain level, it would form the resonance of gods. Rumble. Above the vast sea, the 9-colored divine light shrouded Lin Ling. Under the divine light, the vague body of an ancient god appeared. It was tall and mighty, as if it was the ruler of the world. Its fists were especially dazzling with golden light, like a huge meteor. Along with Lin Ling's fierce punch, it raised tens of thousands of miles high waves. I admit defeat. Facing the resonance of gods, General Chi anxiously shouted and knelt down in midair. At the same time, the terrifying fist stopped, but General Chi was still looking at the vague body of the ancient god, his heart trembling. The 3rd layer of the fiend god tyrant body, swallowing mountains and rivers, could make the fists of the ancient god clear, which meant that he had the strength of the ancient god's arms. If he reached the 4th layer, other vague parts would become clear, and Lin Ling's strength would increase again. When he reached the peak, the whole body of the ancient god would become clear, and at that time, it would no longer be a resonance, but a true descent. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for successfully comprehending it. Your Majesty is indeed talented. At the same time, Purple Elder also appeared, and Lin Ling smiled modestly. It's not that I'm talented, but that I've been cultivating for a full 3 years. That's right, for a full 3 years. Lin Ling had been cultivating here. Fortunately, the time here was in a world of its own, so even though 3 years had passed, Lin Ling had only been here for 3 days. Your Majesty, you can go buy the materials to forge a high-level heavenly soldier. Yes, in the previous yellow board martial competition, I used all my money to buy materials and forged many low-level heavenly soldieress. Now I can sell them and then buy rare materials to forge my tyrant song sword. The higher the level of the heavenly soldier, the more precious the materials needed. Sometimes, a single material was equivalent to tens of thousands of low-level heavenly soldieress. Of course, With such a precious material, the benefits were naturally not small. With a powerful heavenly soldier in hand, Lin Ling's fire martial Dao could greatly improve. After coming out of the Violet Palace, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Lin Ling first looked for Yuman Yun and the others, and immediately discovered that they were still in closed-door cultivation. Lin Ling did not think of interrupting them, because warriors would go into closed-door cultivation for as short as a month, and as long as a year. Is Old Man Dong Fu in the beautiful mountain and rivers? If he wanted to sell a low-level heavenly soldier, the best person was naturally Old Man Dong Fu. I just returned from the 4-star sacred domain. Lin Ling, if you are in the beautiful mountain and rivers, then I will go find you. Old Man Dong Fu's voice came from the sound transmission bug, and Lin Ling also revealed his purpose. After waiting for half a day, Old Man Dong Fu's figure appeared in an ancient transmission array in the beautiful mountain and rivers, causing Lin Ling, who had been waiting for a long time, to finally smile. TSK, crazy. A total of 100 low-level Heavenly Soldier S and 10 middle-level Heavenly Soldier S. Lin Ling, this is not a small business. However, I can find someone who can swallow these treasures. Follow me. Old Man Dong Fu was surprised at first, but then he realized that the heavenly soldier in Lin Ling's hands should have been forged by the mysterious master. Old Man Dong Fu brought Lin Ling through the boundless green mountains. Not long later, the two of them landed in one of the directions of the beautiful mountain and rivers. This place was extremely lively, but it was also extremely orderly. People wearing white robes walked in the mountains, and between the mountains, there were many luxurious buildings. Chapter 1306. Pill Forging Guild. Old Man Dong Fu laughed, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. Pill Forging Guild? Xianpeng Province's strongest alchemist, the gathering place of blacksmiths? Haha, Old Man Dong Fu, every time I see you there's good news, but today you have brought me such a big deal. At this moment, a delicate laughter sounded from the luxurious building in front of them. Then, a charming woman walked over with light steps. Lin Ling's pupils constricted when he heard the voice. It was her. The person who came was Lu Susu. Lin Ling was depressed. He should have thought of it earlier. To be able to swallow so many of his treasures, other than the great hall of heaven and earth, who else could it be? Lu Susu also saw Lin Ling. Her watery eyes revealed a look of curiosity, and the doubts in her heart were easily solved. 100 low-level Heavenly Soldier S, 10 middle-level Heavenly Soldier S, who would be able to take out such a thing, but Lin Ling could, because his master was a mysterious ancient martial artist. Little guy, you are really rich. Arriving in front of the two, Lu Susu suddenly laughed. At the same time, a faint orchid fragrance floated into Lin Ling's nose. Lin Ling's gaze swept over and saw the magnificent Twin Peaks. Lin Ling didn't dare to look anymore. Are you afraid of seeing me? Lu Susu saw Lin Ling's fearful gaze. She took a step forward. She liked Lin Ling's look of not daring to look even though his heart was moved. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. She was a girl, but she was not afraid. How could he be afraid? He looked at Lu Susu from head to toe, looking at her curvaceous body. Lu Susu was bullying Lin Ling at first, but who knew that this brat would be so shameless? She suddenly became thick-skinned and scolded. Rogue, aren't you dressed so flirtatiously for others to see? Lin Ling said with a faint smile. However, he had to admit that Lu Susu was indeed very beautiful. Her skin was also very white. She was tall where she should be and thin where she should be. No wonder she was called a beauty on par with the ninth heaven fairy. Of course, in Lin Ling's heart, Yu and the others were not bad either. It was just that they were younger than Lu Susu, so they lacked the charm accumulated over time. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Lu Susu twisted her mouth. Old Man Dong Fu, do you have those treasures on you? I'll go with you to take a look. If they're real, the price is negotiable. After saying that, she looked at Lin Ling and explained, because the treasure will appear in the auction in the Heavenly Hall, it needs to be appraised. It's not that I don't trust you. I understand. It's not the first time you've said that. Lin Ling imitated Lu Susu and curled his lips. Lu Susu was stunned for a moment. This was not the first time he said this. She remembered that last time when a mysterious person had come to sell the treasure, she had also explained it this way. And this was the first time Lin Ling had made a deal with her, but he said it wasn't the first time. Could it be? A terrifying thought rose in Lu Susu's heart. She continuously shook her head. Impossible. Lin Ling was just over 20 years old. How could he forge a weapon that even old man Dong Fu worshipped? She thought so inside, but Lu Susu didn't say more. She led old man Dong Fu forward. Lin Ling, wait here for a moment. It'll be done soon. Yes. All right. Yes. Lin Ling nodded in response. His gaze swept across the buildings at the bottom of the ancient mountain. With curiosity, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. The Pill Forging Union was an extremely sacred place. Every Pill Forging Master certificate was tested here, and with a certificate, the pills that were refined or sold would have a high reputation. If you want to become a Pill Forging Master, the first requirement is the Soul Force test. Reaching the 10th level of Soul Force is considered a 1-star Pill Forging Master. Reaching the 15th level is a 2-star Pill Forging Master. And with a certificate, you can go anywhere in Xianxia province. You can even go anywhere in the 3 mysterious realms of the human realm. Even at the moment of life and death, if you announce your certificate, the enemy may let you go. In a plaza, a large number of youths were gathered. An old man's voice was loud and clear. These youths all wore white robes with a star embroidered on their chests. They were the Pill Forging Union's Pill Forging Masters. Those with the star were 1-star Pill Forging Masters. Their status was higher than normal people. Their soul force was at least at the 10th level. Whether it was an alchemist or a Pill Forging Master, what determined their talent was their soul force. As for their skills, it was their acquired talent. This was because the soul force was the most difficult to cultivate. Xianxia province didn't have many things. There were many geniuses, strange flames, mysterious forging methods, and so on. But everything was based on soul force. Look, that's one of the top 10 Pill Forging Masters, Senior He Tian and Senior Yu Fu. At this time, the crowd called out respectfully. Today's 3-star Pill Forging Master examination was the same as usual. The top 10 Pill Forging Masters had all appeared, and at this time, Lin Ling was strolling through the crowd. He was slightly curious, so he walked into the plaza. He wanted to see what was different about the Pill Forging Union's way of forging. Get out of the way. What's there to be curious about? That martial stage will never belong to you, nor will it belong to you. At this time, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. A slender and handsome young man said to Lin Ling indifferently. Then, he walked past Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. However, he didn't care about the other party's rudeness. The young man was extremely proud. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and there was a golden star embroidered on his chest. He was obviously a 1-star Pill Forging Master. His soul force was at least at the 10th level. Of course, the crowd's expectations for him were even higher. That young man was called Zhuo Mo Yun, and he came from the touching Heaven Palace Hall of the 10 Langya Palace Halls. He had the guidance of a famous master, and his forging skills were extremely terrifying. Today's examination was most likely to be a 2-star Pill Forging Master. It seems that the most dazzling person in today's examination is Zhuo Mo Yun. Many young men said in admiration. There were also some young girls who looked at the white-robed young man with eyes full of longing. Not necessarily. Today's Pill Forging genius isn't just Zhuo Mo Yun. Someone suddenly laughed. The crowd was in an uproar. A slender silhouette walked over from afar. She had long silvery hair and was extremely beautiful. On her white dress, there was a star embroidered on her ample bosom. He Xianxia, the granddaughter of one of the 10 great blacksmiths, He Tian. She was also an outstanding Pill Forging genius. So beautiful. The hearts of many young men surged. Lin Ling looked over. That girl was indeed beautiful, but in terms of appearance, compared to Luo Xuan Lu Susu, Yu Yu, and other beauties, she was still a little lacking. But because she was a noble pill forging master, she had a unique temperament. Seeing how much attention they are receiving, their forging skills must be very amazing. Lin Ling thought. Pill forging masters usually cultivated both the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of forging at the same time. They mainly focused on the Tao of forging because it was more difficult and more complicated. But the prerequisite to becoming a pill forging master was soul force. Lin Ling was very familiar with this point. Currently, he could inscribe intermediate runes, but he relied more on his soul force and his eyes. Haha, Xianxia also came. Then, you'll also come. At this time, Zuimo Yun was like an emperor with his hands behind his back. Chapter 1307. The existence of the focal point. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, another woman arrived. She had a sweet appearance and seemed a little lively and mischievous. When she appeared, the cheers from all around the square were like the sound of a devil. Yu Yu, the disciple of one of the 10 great blacksmiths, Senior Moonax. She was also one of the genius pill blacksmiths. 2 great beauties have arrived. The crowd became even more excited. They wished they could walk together with the beauties. Yu Yu, Xianxia, I'm looking forward to competing with you. Zuimo Yun immediately smiled when Yu Yu arrived. He seemed very elegant. The 2 women also knew Zuimo Yun's strength and returned his greeting. However, they still looked at each other with fighting spirit in their eyes. The 2 of them seemed to have been competing with each other for many years. Old Yu, I wonder if your disciple or my granddaughter will succeed this time. Tianyu, that little girl's soul force is very strong. I know you used a special method to increase her soul force, but my Yu Yu isn't weak either. What will surprise you is yet to come. The 2 great blacksmiths, Tian and Moonax, laughed. They seemed to be competing with each other. This was the pill refining union. Here, they didn't care about martial arts, but about pill refining. Although it wasn't as cruel as the outside world of martial arts, the competition was still fierce. Don't forget that there's still a little fellow, Zuimo Yun. His master is Xianpeng Province's newest pill blacksmith, heaven-touching great sage. Tian suddenly said. He also had great praise for heaven-touching great sage. Although he wasn't at their level due to his young age, he would definitely become one of the 10 great blacksmiths of Xianpeng Province in the future. That fellow really can't be underestimated. All right, let's begin. Senior Moonax waved his hand, causing the square to quiet down. Today's preliminary pill refinement examination had begun. A total of 100 people had come to take the test, and all of them were 1-star alchemy blacksmiths. However, some of them would become 2-star alchemy blacksmiths. It had to be known that although there was only a single word difference between 1-star and 2-star, the soul force requirement was 5 levels higher. One had to know that soul force was the hardest to improve. Reaching 5 levels was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This examination is the preliminary examination. Only when your soul force passes will you be able to proceed to the pill refining examination. But if your soul force doesn't pass, then your pill refining skills will be limited. Of course, the pill refining union also has its own rules. Even if you don't know any pill refining skills, as long as your soul force passes the mark, you can still obtain a pill refining master's certificate. But once you obtain the certificate, you must immediately become a disciple of a master and learn the path of pill refining. An old man shouted. Many people nodded. This was very normal. If one didn't know how to refine pills, but if one's soul power was strong enough, they could learn how to refine pills. Therefore, soul power was the most important requirement. Everyone, enter the examination hall. Someone began to push the youths from the square into the arena. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing in the middle of the square. He didn't know that this was a test, and had only walked into the square out of curiosity. At this moment, he was submerged in the crowd as he walked towards the examination venue. Wait, I am. Lin Ling anxiously shouted. Shut up. Since you dare to come, then you have to accept the humiliation. Many youths who were about to take the examination coldly shouted. They had also seen that Lin Ling wasn't wearing the robes of the pill refining union. This meant that Lin Ling wasn't a one-star pill refining master. He must have come to try his luck. But since Lin Ling had already come to take the examination, how could they give up halfway? Outside the square, many people also saw this scene and began to laugh loudly. How pitiful, encountering 3 great geniuses in the first examination. That guy doesn't even have a one-star robe. Shouldn't he be taking the one-star examination first? Whatever. There are always people who make a fool of themselves in every examination, and today is no exception. Cheers! Even the 2 seniors, He Tian, saw this and helplessly shook their heads. But they didn't pay attention to it. You're so stupid. One-star examination can be taken alone. There's no need to come to the stage of geniuses. Now you regret it. Yes, the examination was extremely crowded. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had approached the young girl called Yu. Yu stared at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. Since he couldn't withdraw, he might as well take the examination and see what the pill refining union's examination was like. Thank you. It really is my first time here, Lin Ling replied with a smile. Don't worry about it. When the 3 of us start competing, no one will pay attention to you. You should quietly withdraw. That way, there will be less ridicule. Yu revealed her dimples, looking extremely adorable. Not far away, the silver-haired girl seemed to have never been on good terms with Yu. She also said, for the individual examination, you must be fully prepared. Cultivate a bit more the day before and let your soul force reach the peak. As long as you can barely reach the 9th rank, you should be able to become a one-star pill refining master. Yes, she was also reminding Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. 9th rank soul force, one-star pill refining master? That's too simple. Yes, Yu and He Tianyu were both stunned. Simple? It had to be known that the soul force of an ordinary person was at the 1st rank. Powerful geniuses were at the 5th to 6th rank. Older martial artists were at the 7th to 8th rank. Only pill refining masters had a higher soul force, nearing the 9th rank. However, Lin Ling said it was simple. I have nothing to say to you. Sigh. He Tianyu helplessly shook his head. Now I know that it really is your first time here. You really are a novice. Yu also shook her head. 2 genius girls. Why speak so much with a trash? Let's prepare for our soul force competition. At this time, Zuo Yun disdainfully laughed. He didn't even look at Lin Ling, as if Lin Ling was trash, a person from a different world. He Tianyu also ignored Lin Ling and entered the examination hall. Lin Ling lightly shook his head. His soul force was at the 45th rank. This was what Elder Z had said. Could it be that the pill refining union's soul force evaluation was different? Right now, he could only go to the examination to find out. At this moment, the square was filled with stone chairs. The armrests of the chairs were inlaid with mysterious white stones. The people in the examination hall entered one after another. Each person held a bamboo tablet in their hand, corresponding to the stone chair. Lin Ling looked at the bamboo tablet in his hand and sat down on one of the chairs. He curiously touched the stone armrest. So the soul force examination was like this. At the same time, the chairs to his left and right also had people sitting down. Lin Ling turned his head to look. His eyes flashed. On the left was Yu, on the right was He Tianyu, and in the front row was Zuo Yin. He seemed to be surrounded by 3 geniuses. Look, that guy is so lucky. On his left and right are beauties. Angry, Zuo Yin was furious. The seat he dreamed of was actually obtained by that brat. Ha, ha ha. Surrounded by 3 geniuses, he's interesting. Ha ha. The crowd was stunned for a moment. Then laughter shook the sky. Even He Tian and Yu Fu helplessly shook their heads. The most talented pill refining masters were sitting together with a newcomer. Compared to the geniuses, that guy would lose even more face. Chapter 1308. Test, what a disgrace. You're just a piece of trash with no self-awareness, but your luck is so good. At this time, an unwilling voice came from the front. It was Zuo Yin. Obviously, He should have been sitting in the same row as Xianxia and the rest. This also represented their circle of geniuses, but Lin Ling luckily got that seat. Yeah, my luck is pretty good. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. The other party kept calling him a piece of trash, arrogant and conceited. Lin Ling didn't need to give him any face. You got guts. Zhua Mo Yun's face instantly turned ashen. Lin Ling still dared to talk back. Zhua Mo Yun, don't be distracted. You'll lose to us later. At this time, Xianxia indifferently said. Zhua Mo Yun finally stopped talking. Indeed, he shouldn't be distracted by a newcomer. That newcomer dared to sit in the genius's seat. His soul force probably hadn't even reached the 8th level. He would definitely lose face later. Xianxia and Yu glanced at Lin Ling and didn't say anything. Obviously, they had the pride of geniuses and disdain to say anything. When Lin Ling failed, they would leave. Everyone is ready. Let's start the first test, 1-star alchemist test. At the same time, an ancient voice came out. Everyone's hands touched the round stone on the armrest. In the next moment, many people frowned. They had entered some kind of illusion, and many people's faces showed signs of struggle. Some people seemed to have returned to their childhood. Some people entered a world of slaughter. Some people met with the temptation of lust. Those who didn't have a strong soul force would easily sink into it. If you don't wake up within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, your soul force will at most be at the 9th level. An old man indifferently said. Although everyone present was a 1-star alchemist, there were still many people who had to be eliminated. After all, soul force was also divided into different states. If one had a 9th level soul force and wasn't in a good state, they would naturally be eliminated. At the same time, Lin Ling also entered the illusion. He appeared at the Fire Ancient clan. However, he instantly woke up because this illusion was too fake and couldn't affect his soul at all. But he looked around curiously. Clearly, he felt that the mysterious ball was quite magical. Your Majesty, this is a rare dreamstone. It has the power of the soul. It was very difficult to find one in ancient times. I didn't think that there would be so many dreamstones today. Zilao's voice rang out. He knew that Lin Ling had already woken up. Instead, he was filled with curiosity, as if he was playing around. Interesting, Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment, if anyone knew that Lin Ling was speaking, they would definitely be shocked to the core. In the face of the terrifying illusion, Lin Ling was like a bystander. He was actually commenting. Moreover, Lin Ling woke up too quickly. He woke up almost instantly after entering the illusion. At the same time, people started to wake up in the plaza. The first was Zhua Mo Yun, then Xianxia Yu. Amazing. I'm afraid his soul power is close to the 20th level. A few seniors secretly said. Waking up quickly meant that one's soul power was strong. As for the 2 seniors Xianxia, they faintly smiled. This trial was not difficult for their juniors. But for the others, it was very difficult. The incense sticks time gradually approached, but many people were still sleeping. When the time was up, many balls finally lit up. Those people were all eliminated. Afterwards, they left their chairs one by one, their faces full of disappointment. Of the 120 examinees, only 60 remained. Although everyone was a 1-star pill refiner, they clearly only had the soul power of the 9th level. Last time, they had barely passed, and this time they dared to come again. Naturally, they were beaten back to their original state. Wait, my lord, why hasn't this newcomer trash been eliminated? At this time, Zhou Mo Yun turned his head and looked at Lin Ling behind him. He was extremely dissatisfied when he saw Lin Ling sitting between 2 great beauties. He wanted nothing more than to immediately eliminate him. But the ball on Lin Ling's armrest did not light up. Moreover, Lin Ling did not wake up. This was too strange. The crowd was also astonished. There was such a thing? Sire, you're speaking disdainfully behind other people's backs. My lord. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and said indifferently. Zhou Mo Yun was stunned for a moment. His face was extremely fierce. Lin Ling actually woke up. How could this be? Everyone in the square was shocked. Lin Ling woke up after the time was up, But why didn't the ball light up before? Was there a mistake? Unfortunately, the test was based on the dream stone. No matter if there was a mistake or not, Lin Ling had passed. Well, lucky guy. Those who were eliminated were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. How strange. He woke up after an incense stick's time, but the dream stone did not light up. He Tian and the other two pill refiners looked at Lin Ling in shock. There is only one possibility. Perhaps he just happened to wake up when the time was up, but he did not open his eyes. Senior Yu Fu analyzed. Yes, of course, there's another possibility. That is, he was not affected by the illusion at all. Instead, he watched the illusion like a bystander, so the dream stone did not light up. But in reality, he passed. Of course, it is impossible for him to do this. Even my granddaughter can't do this. He Tian also said. They did not know that Lin Ling was really watching the illusion out of curiosity. You luckily passed, but that was because the dream stone was wrong. Next, you will definitely not pass the second test. Zhua Mo Yun coldly snorted. This was the only explanation in his heart. Lin Ling had passed the one-star pill refiner's test. Lin Ling smiled, disdaining to say more. He then took out a wine pot and drank as he pleased, causing Zhua Mo Yun to grind his teeth. This trash was so arrogant. Those who pass can become one-star pill refiners. Next is the two-star pill refiner's test. Yes. At the same time, the elder's voice rang out once more. Many people unwillingly stared at Lin Ling. It was normal for others to pass, but that fellow who didn't even have a union's robes had also passed. This made people jealous. However, the two-star pill refiner's test would definitely eliminate that fellow. Everyone's hands once again placed on the ball. At the same time, invisible ripples bloomed in front of everyone. This was the Dreamstone's fluctuation. It could not be seen with the naked eye, and could only be seen with soul force. This test tested the range of soul force, as well as the control of details. The second test was to count the number of rings of the ripples. If the error was within 10 rings, then it would be considered a failure. The remaining 60 people's faces were grave. They released their soul force, enveloping the ripples. Each of them carefully breathed, afraid that they would miss something. The only exception was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was enveloped by the ripples. The ripples were like a stone thrown into water. At first, they were clear, but the further they spread, the more blurry they became. And Lin Ling had to count how many ripples there were. Interesting, Lin Ling said with a smile. A terrifying soul force enveloped the area. 372 rings, 73 rings, 74 rings. Chapter 1309. A wild guess, 1222. After a moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't think it was difficult. Based on his own guess, the error range was no more than 3 ripples. This meant that there were at most 3 ripples that he had missed. After finishing, Lin Ling picked up the wine and drank again. At this moment, everyone's gaze locked onto Lin Ling. When they saw him, they were all astonished. The test had just begun, but Lin Ling had already started drinking. Too arrogant. However, he must have failed. He felt that he couldn't count, so he gave up. It had to be known that using soul force to count ripples was a test of one's mental state, and it was easy to cause irritation and restlessness. So those who knew their limits would give up early. At this moment, He Tianyu and you were also counting, but they had both failed the first time. This made them a bit irritated. It was too hard to count. Then they looked at Lin Ling out of the corner of their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was actually drinking? Even Zhua Mo Yun had failed once. However, he was still confident that since he had failed, the other 2 geniuses, He Tianyu and Yu, must have also failed once. So when he looked back, the first thing he saw was Lin Ling drinking. That carefree appearance almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling also saw him turn his head. He immediately shook the wine pot. Good wine. Trash, do you want a mouthful? Sigh. You. Sigh. Zhua Mo Yun was furious. This Lin Ling was mocking him. He roared, Elder, he's interfering with me. Sigh. The test depends on oneself. If you can be affected by external things, then then how can you talk about the pill refinement Dao? Lin Ling said indifferently. So Mo Yun, time is about to end. You should hurry up and count. As for his interference, first, you turned your head to look at him. Second, he's right. Although he also felt that Lin Ling was arrogant, drinking before time was up, but Lin Ling's words did make sense. Bastard. Sigh. Mo Yun roared and hurriedly counted again. An incense stick's worth of time quietly passed. Many people felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Their soul power had been greatly exhausted. I counted 891. You have 902 lines. The error range exceeds 10 lines. You are eliminated. Numerous voices rang out at the same time. After that, the majority of them were eliminated. The 2-star Alchemy Refinement Master Examination was indeed very difficult. Unknowingly, there were only 10 people left. I counted 1,110. Mine is 1,109. At the same time, He Tianyu and the other 2 girls also spoke. He Tianyu, you missed 7 ripples, but it's still within 10 ripples. You missed 8 ripples, but it's also within 10 ripples. Both of you can become a 2-star pill refiner. The elder was surprised for a moment before announcing the result. The crowd was in an uproar. They were worthy of being called geniuses with powerful soul force. Even with such a complex fluctuation, they hadn't made more than 10 mistakes. As for the remaining people, most of them were in between the 9 Daos and barely made it through. Mine is 1,115. At this moment, Mo Yun's proud voice drifted out. The elder's expression changed. He sucked in a breath of cold air. You have 1,118 ripples, so you made 3 mistakes. You almost got full marks. Amazing. The entire square was in an uproar. Even He Tianyu and you were shocked, their faces filled with unwillingness. As expected of great sage Heaven Touching's disciple, He Tian and Yu Fu also nodded in praise. It's your turn. Are you going to forfeit, or do you want to announce your result? At the same time, the elder looked at Lin Ling. The crowd roared with laughter. Lin Ling had been drinking since the beginning. What kind of result could he have? You think you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me? Scram. Mo Yun smiled faintly. In the previous examination, he had seized the most dazzling light, so now he had the qualifications to tell Lin Ling to scram. Lin Ling ignored Mo Yun and said indifferently, let's announce the result. My ripples are 1,222. Haha, this fellow is making wild guesses. He'll definitely be eliminated. Many alchemy blacksmiths laughed out loud, and the elder laughed as well. He looked at the main dream stone in his hand, which recorded the ripples of every dream stone. But in the next moment, his eyes narrowed, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. You have 1,222 ripples, so your mistakes are 0. Full marks. The entire square was silent. Full marks. How many years had it been? This meant that all of Lin Ling's ripples had been counted. Swish. He Tian and Yu Fu stood up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They also knew how difficult it was to count the ripples. Without a rank 25 spiritual force, it was impossible to succeed. And a rank 25 spiritual force was a rank 4 alchemist. Impossible. He doesn't even have a 1-star alchemy robe. How can his result be better than mine? Tell me, how did you count it? After a moment of silence, Mo Yun roared. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was actually second. Wild guesses. But Lin Ling's voice made him even angrier. Wild guesses. Even wild guesses were correct. How many people would die from anger? But even if it wasn't wild guesses, they also couldn't believe that Lin Ling's spiritual force had reached rank 25. That was already a Grandmaster Alchemist, an existence on the same level as heaven-touching great sage. Next is the 3-star examination. Do you still want to continue? The elder took a deep breath. He also felt that Lin Ling was wild guessing. He could only say that Lin Ling's luck was too good. But the result was the result, so he acknowledged Lin Ling's qualifications. Many people also reacted. Unknowingly, the 3-star examination was about to begin. The remaining 10 people were so strong, nearing the 3-star examination in one go. I give up. 2-star examination is my limit. 3-star examination, next year. The 10 people who had passed shook their heads. But they also felt that it was normal because the 3-star examination was indeed difficult. I want to continue. At this time, Mo Yun's voice sounded. Me too. He Qianyu and the other 2 also spoke. As expected of the 3 great geniuses. Today they will give us a great shock. Many young alchemists said in awe, but they also felt that it was normal. The 3 great geniuses were definitely different from ordinary people. So, they definitely wouldn't miss the 3-star examination. Good. Then you 3 rest for an incense stick's worth of time and prepare. The elder praised with a smile. Generally speaking, very few people would pass the 2-star examination before facing the 3-star examination. But today, he had encountered one. This could be considered a kind of blessing for him to witness the clash of the 3 great geniuses. Wait, elder, you seem to have forgotten about me. Chapter 1310. Soul Horse, are you sure? The elder was shocked. Since I'm here, I have to see what's so special about the Pill Forging Union. Lin Ling smiled. He also wanted to know the limits of his soul force. All right, but I hope you won't disturb the battle between the 3 geniuses. So, your seat will be changed. How about that? The elder said. Sure. Lin Ling didn't mind. You overestimate yourself. Many people said with disdain, but most of them were still looking at the 3 geniuses. Then, an incense stick of time passed, and the 3-star alchemist examination began. 3-star was a terrifying level. One had to know that the top 10 alchemists were only 6-star alchemists, and Heaven Touch Sage was only 4-star alchemists. To reach the 3-star level, one soul force had to be at least level 20, which was more than double the soul force of an ordinary alchemist. If one had such talent, even if they didn't know any forging skills, their future would be bright. After all, with a strong soul force, one could learn alchemy faster than ordinary people. So, Mo Yun and the other 2 were sitting in a row, forming the most dazzling circle of geniuses. In the corner, Lin Ling was ignored. Even if he was eliminated instantly, no one would care about him. After all, although Lin Ling passed the 1-star examination, everyone thought that Lin Ling's dream stone was faulty. As for the 2-star examination, Lin Ling guessed that it was just a random guess. 3-star examination. Control the soul horse with soul force. When the soul horse dies, the examination ends. The elder's voice sounded at the same time. This was more difficult than the 2-star examination. It tested the concentration, control, and overall situation of one's soul force. It was like one's soul force entering another person's body and controlling them. Only those with strong soul force could do this. Of course, the Ghost Dao was an exception. After all, those who cultivated the Ghost Dao had the ability to take over another person's body, but it wasn't purely soul force. Begin. Along with the voice, the 3 geniuses touched the Dream Stone. The Dream Stone emitted light, and everyone's soul force turned into a soul horse, appearing in the midst of the army. Charge! The 3 of them roared furiously. The soul horses began to gallop among the thousands of soldiers. This seemingly simple scene was actually extremely difficult to control. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. This test was a little difficult. Kill! The Dream Stone formed a large army of horses and charged towards the soul horse. At first, Lin Ling was not familiar with it. The soul horse was slashed a few times and was on the verge of death. But soon, Lin Ling began to gradually grasp the technique. The soul horse underwent a transformation and became more agile. Looking at Zhua Mo Yun's side, they were even worse off than Lin Ling. Their soul horse had been cut even more at the start and had almost failed. Tianyu, you must calm your heart and focus your mind. Believe that the world was created by you. This is the foundation of soul power. He Tian said solemnly as he stared at the illusion created by the Dream Stone. The Tao of the soul was like this. The wider one's heart was, the wider one's world would be. A powerful soul force would be able to get wind and rain whenever one wanted. This was a kind of dominating realm. You do your best. Senior Moon Axe also frowned, extremely nervous. Their soul force is really powerful. The crowd was also extremely nervous. In their eyes, on the boundless land, 3 horses were galloping. On the ground in front of them, the flames of war were boiling. Ancient generals and horses were chasing after them, blocking the path ahead. If they wanted to break out, they had to be fast and able to see the big picture. They had to know which path was the way out. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. The first test is over. Soon after, the crowd saw the 3 exhausted soul horses crazily charging out of the encirclement of the army. As expected of the 3 great geniuses, not only do they have to control the soul horses, they also have to split their soul force and see the big picture. Ordinary people can't do this. Many people were even more impressed. Not good. Yu has walked into a dead end. At this moment, Senior Moon Axe sighed. Yu's soul horse charged into the army. The path ahead was blocked, and the path behind was also blocked. In the end, the soul horse died. Yu has failed. She must reach the 3rd test. The elder's voice made Senior He Tian smile faintly. His granddaughter was still the strongest. But just as he finished speaking, He Tian Yu sensed Yu's failure and was distracted for a moment. In the end, he was cut 3 times by the enemy, and his soul horse collapsed. Haha, your granddaughter also failed the 2nd test. Senior Moon Axe also laughed, making He Tian's expression extremely ugly. Now, it was up to Zhuo Mo Yun. Did Zhuo Mo Yun pass the 2nd test? Many people became nervous. They saw that Zhuo Mo Yun's soul horse was extremely steady. After crossing mountains and rivers, it finally passed the end of the 2nd stage. Then the 3rd stage appeared. Those soul generals were not riding horses, but Qilins and other Shen beasts. Not good, Zhuo Mo Yun shouted angrily. The enemy's speed increased. In the end, he was swallowed by the army and failed again. But he reached the 3rd test. This meant that he passed the 3-star test and became a 3-star pill refiner. Although I failed, I'm still proud. Zhuo Mo Yun opened his eyes and said indifferently. His gaze swept over He Tian Yu and Yu, causing them to grit their teeth, extremely unwilling. As expected of great sage Heaven Touching's disciple. In today's test, he's the only one to become a 3-star pill refiner. This test is finally over. He Tian sighed. Just as he was about to wave his hand, someone exclaimed, "Over there! It's not over yet!" Wow! As soon as his voice fell, the entire square fell silent. Countless gazes looked over. In the corner, Lin Ling was still controlling his soul horse. He had passed the 5th test and killed 6 generals. In an instant, he had become the most dazzling existence in the Pill Refiner Union. What, he still hasn't lost? Wow! Zhuo Mo Yun found it hard to believe. He wasn't first. He Tian Yu and Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. This was the youth they had disdained, the youth they had proudly pointed at. Now, this youth's results had surpassed theirs. Amazing. Look, he's at the 3rd test. Wow. Everyone was nervous and excited. At this moment, they felt as if they were fighting alongside Lin Ling, anticipating that Lin Ling would break through the slaughter of 10,000 soldiers. What a terrifying little fellow. His soul force is definitely at the 20th rank. We all misjudged him. He Tian was also shocked. It had been a long time since he had seen a genius with such terrifying soul force. He's also at the 3rd test. At most, his result will be the same as mine. But in that test, the enemy was riding Qilins, Xianxia, and other divine beasts. Their speed is greatly increased, and there's no way to avoid them. Zhuo Mo Yun was extremely discontent and shouted coldly. He believed that Lin Ling was going to fail like him. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't hear what was going on outside. His soul force was condensing even more, and he could even sense that his soul force was slowly increasing. His eye of time quietly appeared, allowing him to clearly see the entire battlefield. Naturally, he also knew that the enemy's mounts were extremely fast. Chapter 13:11. Leaving others behind, he's been surrounded. Looks like he's going to fail. In front of everyone's eyes, a large number of divine beasts had surrounded Lin Ling. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling's soul horse underwent a metamorphosis, its speed surpassing the wind as it broke through the encirclement in a shocking manner. From a distance, it was a scene of leaving others behind. What? The soul horse transformed, its speed surpassing those divine beasts. He Tian and Senior Yufu both stood up, sucking in a cold breath. How powerful was this soul force? It surpassed the ruler of the soul world and increased his speed. How could he increase his speed? Zuo Mo Yun's face paled. He had failed before and hadn't thought of a way to break through. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's method would be so simple? The enemy was fast, but he was faster. Of course, this was easy to say, but difficult to do. It required a powerful soul force. Go! Go! At the same time, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Countless youths were cheering for Lin Ling. Even He Tian and the other two women were excited. Looking at Lin Ling, they realized that this youth was extremely attractive when he was focused. Lin Ling broke through the third trial. His soul force is at least rank 25. He Tian and Senior Yufu's breathing slowed. The fourth trial followed, and everyone saw that Lin Ling hadn't given up. He still chose to fight. Pa pa pa. In the fourth trial, the sky was filled with soldiers. No matter how fast one was, it was impossible to break through the encirclement. Seeing the illusion reflected by the Dreamstone, countless people forgot to breathe. As expected, it was difficult. It was impossible to pass. Xiao. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling's soul horse transformed once more. A white horse appeared, wings sprouted from its back. With a flap of its wings, it flew into the sky, passing over the army. Freak! He can actually fly. He can do whatever he wants in the Dreamstone's soul world. His soul force has probably reached rank 30. Otherwise, how could he have such creativity? Go! Countless people in the plaza trembled with excitement. Moreover, more and more people from the Pill-Forging Union gathered to watch this mysterious youth create a miracle. In one trial, he reached 4 stars. Go! Those young men and women were all cheering. It had been a long time since they had seen such an exciting test. The white horse soared above the army of thousands of men and horses, allowing the 5th trial to arrive. This was a test at the level of heaven-touching sage. In Xianpeng province, he would be considered a grandmaster. Does he still want to fight? There was only one voice in many people's minds. Boom! At the same time, an army of god beasts and devilish creatures appeared in all directions. Flying at top speed was useless at this point. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, "You're right, Xianxia. How else could Lin Ling charge? How else could Lin Ling create a miracle?" In that instant, the entire square was deathly silent. Some people thought that Lin Ling would fail, but the miracles that had occurred before made them feel that there was still hope. Perhaps they didn't wish for Lin Ling to perish in the 5th level. How old is he? At such a young age, his soul force has already reached the level of heaven-touching sage. Even if he fails, it will be a glorious defeat. The two seniors, He Tian and He Tian, looked deeply at the youth in the plaza. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul horse was facing the army of thousands of men and horses. Its pair of hooves stomped back and forth on the ground. The white wings on its back flapped slightly. Its eyes were just like Lin Ling's, filled with determination and tenacity. This soul force test seemed like a test, but in reality, it was Lin Ling surpassing his own limits. Every time he surpassed his limits, Lin Ling's soul force would increase. Moreover, his martial heart would become even more resolute. Is there no path to heaven and no door to hell? A voice rose in the white horse's heart. Boom! Boom! It was as if Lin Ling was the enemy of the entire world. Countless gods and devils coldly looked at Lin Ling, wanting him to die under heaven and earth. This feeling was very real. Even if I become the enemy of the entire world, I will walk this path with a smile. Lin Ling's resolute voice floated out from the Dreamstone. It was like thunder shaking the hearts of the people in the plaza. They saw that the white horse was facing the enemy of the entire world, but it still faced them with a smile, without any fear. Such a resolute will, such a tenacious soul force. Many people muttered to themselves, it's moving, it would rather die in battle than admit defeat. At this moment, the crowd saw the soul horse in the Dreamstone's illusion move. The white horse leaped into the air, not fearing death as it charged towards the gods and devils. In the air, the white horse transformed again, turning into an ancient, venerable emperor's warhorse. The most frightening thing was that the venerable emperor appeared on top of the ancient warhorse, holding a war blade in his hand, conquering the world. Metamorphosis, another metamorphosis. In the world of the soul, the wider one's heart was, the wider the world would be. When one's soul reached a terrifying level, one would be able to call for wind and rain. It was as if there were no clouds in this world, but if one wanted clouds, clouds would come. This was the characteristic of soul power. In fact, soul force was the soul. This was also a kind of belief. If I believe I will not lose, then I will not lose. Kill. A deep voice came out from the venerable emperor's mouth. The warhorse went berserk. Its eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. Wherever its eyes passed, thousands of gods and devils would turn into ashes. Moreover, the venerable emperor on the warhorse swung his warblade, sweeping the wind and clouds. It seemed like he wasn't a match for the tens of thousands of demon gods, but miracles happened again and again. Counterattack. It's actually a counterattack. Countless people stared at the scene as the blood in their hearts boiled. They thought that Lin Ling would use some other method to avoid the pursuit of the tens of thousands of demon gods. But who knew that Lin Ling was actually counterattacking? That's right. Why did he have to run? Since he was running, why didn't he counterattack? Of course, it wasn't that they didn't think of counterattacking, but their soul force let them know that the only way to face the tens of thousands of demon gods was to run. However, how could they compare to Lin Ling's soul force? The soul horse transformed into an emperor and counterattacked Meng Shi's soul attack. Its soul force must be at least level 35. In the silence, Senior He Tian's voice came out, shocking the crowd once again. Level 35 is the lowest. Perhaps it has already reached level 40. However, Senior Moon Axe's words made everyone even more incredulous. Level 40, that was too crazy. Kill. The army was in chaos. Gods and devils rampaged. Their eyes were fixed on the man and horse in front of them. In fact, they were more focused on the horse because they knew that the truly terrifying one was the soul horse. The venerable emperor was just one of the soul horse's methods. Especially the soul horse's eyes. They made the tens of thousands of gods and devils feel pressured. One man and one horse slaughtered their way into the army, causing the sky to darken. At this moment, a crisp sound came out. Everyone saw that the Meng Shi on Lin Ling's armrest had cracked. The Meng Shi had mysterious soul force and was most suitable for testing a warrior's soul force. But now it had cracked. Could it be that the young man's soul force was stronger than the Meng Shi? The Meng Shi cracked, and all the illusions disappeared. Lin Ling also retreated, frowning with dissatisfaction. Chapter 13:12. Precious materials. It ended just like that. I was so close to increasing my soul force again. Lin Ling muttered to himself, unwilling to accept this. This guy. Everyone's eyes trembled. Lin Ling had already rushed to the 5-star alchemist examination and caused his dreamstone to crack. But he was unwilling to accept this? How could the three geniuses, Mo Yun, He Tianyu, and Yu Yu endure this? Shaking his head, Lin Ling looked around and saw the commotion in the plaza. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. Before, he had been challenging his own limits, even allowing his soul force to break through to the 46th level. Now he had become the center of attention. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling quietly left. He didn't come to challenge the three geniuses, but to take the examination. Seeing Lin Ling leave, many people had their own guesses. That youth had the soul force of a 5-star alchemist, but he hadn't asked for a 5-star qualification certificate. Moreover, he hadn't been arrogant, but had instead left in a low-key manner. It seemed he had come to challenge them. Soul force, at least the 40th level. If he learns alchemy, his future will be bright. Such a terrifying talent can't be missed. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia also reacted. They looked at the plaza, but Lin Ling had already disappeared. "Find him! Hurry!" Senior Yu Fu anxiously shouted. Their expressions caused Xianxia and Yu Yu's eyes to narrow. Was that youth a newcomer? If he was a newcomer, then what were they? At this moment, Zhuo Mo Yun's expression was extremely gloomy. No one was looking at him, and no one was worshipping him. All his glory had been stolen by that youth. He was unwilling, but when he looked at the plaza again, Lin Ling had already disappeared. This made him even more furious. Did he think he could leave after humiliating the 10 halls of Xianxia? However, since Lin Ling wanted to avoid them, they couldn't find him. The Pill Refining Union was thousands of miles wide, like a celestial mountain. A moment later, Lin Ling returned to the waiting area. Old Man Dong Fu and Lu Susu had already been waiting there for a long time. "We've been waiting for you for so long, but you want to play. You've made us wait for so long." Lu Susu grumbled as she stared at the handsome young man walking towards her. Of course, she was just complaining. "Sorry, I was a little curious, so I walked around casually." Lin Ling smiled apologetically. In this matter, he was in the wrong. We didn't wait too long. "All right, how's the Pill Forging Union?" The old man of Dong Fu waved his hand, not caring about the Lin Ling that was waiting for him. "Very good. Everything is organized and logical. Learning the Tao of pill refinement here is indeed very good." Lin Ling nodded. The challenge of the Dreamstone had increased his soul power by 1 level. If the Dreamstone hadn't shattered, he would have continued to challenge it. "It looks like you've already seen a lot. But if you want to become an alchemist, the first thing you have to do is take a soul force test. Next time, I'll take you to experience it." The old man of Dong Fu smiled, making Lin Ling mutter in his heart. He had already seen it before, and now it seemed like the entire plaza was in an uproar. It made him feel a little embarrassed to take the test again, because when he first went to take the test, he didn't know that his soul power had surpassed the others by so much, so he didn't want to cause a big commotion. "All right, let's get back to business. The Heavenly Hall plans to buy your 100 low-level Heavenly Soldiers for 20,000 yuan stones each. As for the 10 middle-level Heavenly Soldiers, the Heavenly Hall plans to buy them for 100,000 yuan stones each. The total price is exactly 3 million yuan stones. How about it?" Lu Susu interrupted the conversation between the two and said with a smile. "Profiteer," Lin Ling muttered in his heart. It had to be known that during the last auction, the low-level Heavenly Soldiers had been sold for over 20,000 yuan stones. "Little brother, I also need to make a living." Lu Susu revealed a lovely and moving posture. Her body leaned forward, and her full breasts were about to burst out, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. In the end, he nodded. He also knew that if his Heavenly Soldiers went through the auction, the price would be even higher, but it would also take a longer time. Therefore, he didn't want to wait any longer. Moreover, the high price of the last auction was because Lin Ling, had raised the price. Lin Ling couldn't possibly liven up the atmosphere in every auction. A total of 3 million yuan. I wonder if the Heavenly Hall has the Snow Spirit Fire, the Life Scale, and the Vermilion Bird Feather? Lin Ling asked. Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The treasures that Lin Ling spoke of were extremely rare. "You don't have them?" The expressions of the two made Lin Ling frown. These were the materials to forge the tyrannical Song Sword, and those treasures were of the fire attribute. They could greatly increase the power of Lin Ling's fire martial way, and would definitely be of help to the improvement of his saint body in the future. Right now, the day of the gathering of the top 4 was imminent. Lin Ling didn't want to embarrass Lady Watermist, so he urgently needed to improve his strength. The Snow Spirit Fire, Legend has it that it is formed at the boundary between the human world and the void, but because of the power of the void, it became a snow fire. Such a treasure is rare. As for the life scale, it seems that only monster kings at the desolate beast level have it. That level of monster king is equivalent to the saint realm. The rarest thing is that not every monster king wants the life scale. The vermilion bird feather. You must be joking. Who has seen the vermilion bird before? The vermilion bird illusion in the martial way, the vermilion bird talent, is only a part of the legendary vermilion bird's power. It isn't the real vermilion bird, and its feather, where can you get it? Lu Susu was indeed a businesswoman. She knew a lot. Lin Ling sighed softly. He could buy the other treasures with money, but those 3 treasures were very difficult to find. However, they were indispensable to his martial way. However, the snow spirit fire, my Inyang main palace has it. I just don't know if that big shot will be willing to take it out. Lu Susu said again. Please, Temple Master Lu. No matter the price, I will buy it. Lin Ling said expectantly. His clear eyes were filled with desire. His current soul power was assisted by his eyes, so it wasn't difficult to improve it. His physical body had the celestial demon overlord body, but he lacked a strong foundation for his fire martial way. Forging the Tyrant Song sword was his only chance. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely need the help of the Tyrant Song sword to upgrade his saint body to immortal body. Since you've said so, what else can I do? At most, I'll use my ability to act coquettishly and pester that old man. Let me tell you first, that treasure is not cheap. It's at least 3 million primordial stones. Moreover, you owe me a favor. Lu Susu shrugged her shoulders and said, Okay. Lin Ling nodded helplessly. Don't look like you're at a disadvantage. You should know that the big shot is one of the 7 kings. She can kill a kid like you with one hand. It's your fortune to be able to give you a treasure. Lu Susu was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't be happy, so she said this. I know. Lin Ling nodded. One of the 7 kings, the existence of the great Emperor Xianxia, was naturally unattainable. Chapter 13:13. First on the yellow board, if you want a natal scale, I know a little about it. That year, the temple master of Langyutan Halls once asked me for guidance on forging and offered a natal scale as a reward. At that time, I felt that the kid was too arrogant, so I didn't take it. Maybe he has it, of course, I'm not too sure. The old man Dong Fu also said, Temple master of Touch Heaven Hall? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Not long ago in the assessment, he seemed to have met a disciple of Touch Heaven Hall. Could it be that he was the temple master of Touch Heaven Hall? This matter, there were some connections. Of course, the natal scale is extremely precious. If you want to get it, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of money. Old man Dong Fu exhorted while Lin Ling nodded his head. The money you just found has been used up. If you want to find more money, why don't you challenge the yellow board? If you get first place, you'll get 1,000,000 vitality stones as a reward. Little brother, you and I hit it off at first sight. Sister will definitely kindly remind you of a way to find more money. Lu Susu suddenly thought of something and immediately smiled charmingly. You want to bet and win money, right? Lin Ling saw through the other party scheme. Profiteers wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. It would be strange if she was kind. Ha! Lu Susu smiled enchantingly. The 2 lumps in front of her were jumping violently. Lin Ling curled his lips and secretly cursed her. The yellow board was the gathering place for the strongest transcendental 6-stage experts. Those who were able to enter the board could easily defeat the strongest transcendental 6-stage experts. After all, the board contained the strongest transcendental 6-stage experts in the mortal realm. At this moment, in the mountain range of the Martial Pavilion, a large number of people were staring at the board. On the yellow board, flames were rippling, and behind each flame was a name. Moreover, the flames would be extinguished at any time, and a new flame would be born. This meant that there were people who failed the challenge, and there were people who entered the yellow board. Of course, the flames in the top 50 did not last for a long time. If they wanted to leave, they would have to break through on their own. I'm so envious. Entering the board, the name of the mortal realms 3 Xian. Below the ancient stone tablet, a large number of people stared at it, full of reverence. There were also some who used this as motivation to become stronger. At this moment, on the modeled stairs, a couple of figures stepped on the stairs and slowly walked towards the Huang board. Among them, there was a young lady whose clothes were whiter than snow. Her white deerskin boots fluttered in the wind. As she walked, there was a clear sound of her footsteps. This caused many people below the Huang board to look over. So beautiful! Many young men nodded secretly. That young woman was like a fairy. Her skin was white as snow. Her features were alluring, and she was filled with the aura of an immortal. It's the second Nine Heavens Maiden of the Nine Heavens Maiden Palace. Some people recognized the young girl and couldn't help but ask. The Nine Heavens Maiden Palace was an extremely powerful super sect in Xianxia province. However, compared to the Splendid Land, the Nine Heavens Maiden Palace was somewhat ordinary. This was because the Splendid Land had more ancient sects, such as Xianxia and the Carefree 10 Halls, the Four Pillars, and the Eight Pillars. There were also sects like Xianyuan and Xianwangdayu. Therefore, the Nine Heavens Maiden Palace's radiance was not dazzling. However, it was undeniable that many people still had expectations for Luo Xiaomon. After all, she was very beautiful, and her talent was indeed not bad. She just lacked the accumulation of time. At this moment, Luo Xiaomon walked forward gracefully, ignoring the gazes around her. If it was a year ago, she would still be as arrogant as a white swan. However, after Lin Ling's appearance, she recognized herself and even felt a little inferior. However, this feeling of inferiority did not last long. Right now, she had once again regained her former pride. Perhaps she could not compare to Lin Ling for now, but her man could. To be her man, one had to be in existence in Xianxia or the Carefree 10 Halls. This was the minimum requirement. However, not long ago, a man beyond her imagination appeared. He came from the Four Pillars and Eight Pillars and personally pursued her. This man was very perfect. He was even more perfect than the geniuses of the Xianxia 10 Halls. Perhaps he was just like her master. Her master and the Golden Armor King of the Xianxia 10 Halls together had achieved great things. She and the people of the Hong residence together would also be the envy of others. Man, from now on, you are my fiancé. Behind Luo Xiaomon, a man in white followed with a smile. His steps were steady, clean, and refreshing. He looked at the people in front of him with a faint smile. It actually carried a kind of domineering light of freedom. Who is this person? He actually said that Luo Xiaomon is his fiancé. Moreover, Luo Xiaomon did not refuse. Many people secretly thought, a man who could catch Luo Xiaomon's eyes was probably not weak. All right, Hong Tianting. However, if you want to marry me, then you must defeat my inner demon. Luo Xiaomon halted her steps. Her beautiful eyes stared at the white-robed young man as she spoke, causing the crowd to be stunned. After which, their gazes shifted onto the yellow rankings and stared at the top of the yellow rankings. The top of the yellow rankings was at the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm and the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. The top of the Transcendent Realm was blazing with a resplendent flame. Behind the flame, an arrogant name appeared, Hong Tianting. And the most terrifying thing was that the flame was at the first place of the yellow board. This meant that this person was the strongest Transcendent 6th layer cultivator. No matter what kind of genius he was, it was extremely easy for him to defeat a Transcendent 7th layer cultivator unless he met a Transcendent 7th layer cultivator. And if Hong Tianting stepped into the Transcendent 7th layer, he would definitely be at the first place of the yellow board. So it's him, Hong Tianting, the younger brother of Emperor Hong Tianting. This person's strength seems to be at the Transcendent 7th layer, and he is also one of the 72 demon gods of the heavens. He has the 6th demon god. Someone said in awe. Hong Tianting's strength was already terrifying, and he also had an unrivaled Transcendent demon god. No wonder he was at the first place of the yellow board. All right, I wonder what your inner demon is. At this moment, Hong Tianting didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Perhaps he was already used to being the center of attention. Since he was young, he had always been at the first place of the Transcendent 1st layer. When he reached the 2nd layer, He was still at the first place of the transcendent realm. What was there to not get used to? If there was anyone who could move his heart, it would probably be Luo Xiaomon. Help me defeat a person. I want him to know that he is a toad forever, and I am a white swan above his head. Luo Xiaomon looked into the distance and said indifferently, "It's a piece of cake. I will help you solve it, or even kill him." Hong Tianning thought it was something big and immediately shook his head with a smile. "Do you want to know who he is?" Luo Xiaomon was looking forward to it. "No need." "Yes," Hong Tianting said softly. These two words carried a strong sense of arrogance and pride. Luo Xiaomon suddenly laughed. She liked men who could dominate everything. She took the initiative to hold Hong Tianting's hand and said, "This person pursued me in the past, but I rejected him. Later, he defeated me and humiliated me even more, making me change my mind. However, I, Luo Xiaomon, can be defeated, but I will never like someone I don't like. In my heart, he is a toad, and he will always be a toad. Such a shameless person has piqued my interest. What is his name?" Hong Tianning smiled faintly. That person was very shameless. If he failed in his pursuit, he would use force? "Lin Ling," Luo Xiaomon said word by word. Then, she looked forward to seeing Hong Tianting's serious gaze. After all, the current Lin Ling was extremely famous in Xianping province. I don't know a nameless junior. Chapter 13-14. 10 battles to the top at the height where Hong Tianting stood. He was facing Xianxia, the carefree 10 halls, the 4 pillars, the 8 pillars, and even the 7 sovereigns, the top prodigies of the 3 Xian of the human world. Lin Ling was only a little famous in the Xianpeng Great region. He was indeed incomparable to Hong Tianting. Luo Xiaomon was overjoyed. At this moment, everyone around the yellow board was shocked. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. Of course, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. He had won 10 battles in a row in the yellow board when he was only a Transcendent Realm 4th stage. Now, Lin Ling was going to meet Hong Tianting. This Lin Ling's light was going to be extinguished. Transcendent Realm 4th stage can't win against Hong Tianting. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling didn't offend Hong Tianting, but Luo Xiaomon. Luo Xiaomon wanted to make Lin Ling feel inferior, lose face, and call himself a toad. Not long after, the yellow board challenge started again. A large number of people gathered around the wide martial stage, and there were more people than usual. Everyone seemed to know that there would be an exciting challenge today, which led to the bets being even crazier. Lu Susu, Old Man Dong Fu, and the other experts had arrived early and heard the news. This Luo Xiaomon is really despicable. As far as I know, Lin Ling didn't like her. She lost to Lin Ling and thought too highly of herself. Now, she said that Lin Ling liked her and humiliated her after winning. Lu Susu immediately said with disdain, "Haha, girls love vanity. Of course, they won't talk about such shameful things. However, the 9 Heavens Dark Maiden Palace is in decline." Old Man Dong Fu said lightly. Around the martial stage, many people heard that and their eyes flickered. Could it be that Luo Xiaomon was lying? At this moment, Luo Xiaomon and Hong Tianting were sitting beside the martial stage. When the rumor spread, Luo Xiaomon's face turned cold. "Nonsense!" Hong Tianting shouted angrily and looked at the crowd with cold eyes. The crowd didn't dare to look at Luo Xiaomon anymore. They couldn't afford to offend Hong Tianting. Defeat. At the same time, on the martial arts platform, the martial artists who wanted to challenge the list were completely defeated. No one is challenging the powerhouses on the list anymore. Lin Ling actually didn't come? I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. Many people looked around, and someone said disdainfully, Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Realm 4th stage cultivator. It would be strange if he dared to come here. However, just as the crowd finished speaking, a young man in a blue and white robe appeared at the edge of the martial stage. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and he had an ancient sword behind him. Lin Ling is here. In that instant, the martial stage quieted down. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Ling actually dared to challenge again? The person who came was Lin Ling. He frowned. He He did not expect so many people to be waiting for him. However, he guessed that the yellow list challenge was always so lively. He was completely unaware that today's challenge was even more lively than usual. And that was because Hong Tianting had appeared. "Ha, you're finally here. Little guy, I'm looking forward to your change for me." Many ancient martial artists laughed. Because Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, the odds were high, and they had made a fortune by betting on Lin Ling. "Ha, you might not lose money today." However, some people knew that Lin Ling's opponent was not simple, so they were not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. Lin Ling didn't know about this at all. He smiled and walked towards the registration area. "Lin Ling, I bet 100,000 vitality stones on you. Don't lose." At this moment, Lu Susu's voice sounded. Lin Ling was startled and shook his head helplessly. This female profiteer was very supportive of him. As for the crowd around the martial stage, their hearts trembled. 100,000 vitality stones on Lin Ling's victory. Lu Susu was very generous. If he lost, she would be bankrupt. After all, not everyone could casually take out 100,000 vitality stones. "I bet 50,000 vitality stones on you. You will definitely lose." A sinister voice sounded out. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was the Three Lives Ghost King. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your golden skeleton." The grudge between him and the Ghost King was difficult to resolve. Either you die or I die, so Lin Ling was not polite. As soon as the golden skeleton was mentioned, the Three Lives Ghost King's face turned ugly. He ordered that if any yellow list expert met Lin Ling, they must kill him. Although Lin Ling had chased him down and forced him to flee, the Three Lives Ghost King knew that Lin Ling was only strong as a demon god. Although he was strong, he had not reached a terrifying level. Therefore, the Three Lives Ghost King guessed that a peak transcendent 6th-stage expert would be able to kill Lin Ling. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had defeated even a number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he would not have dared to bet on this bet. Unfortunately, only the people of the Black-White Dao Palace knew about this. No one else knew. "I want to fight 10 rounds and reach the top. Is that possible?" Ignoring the Three Lives Ghost King, Lin Ling looked at an old man of the martial pavilion. The old man's pupils constricted, and he said with uncertainty, "Of course, you can fight like this, but you can only fight against opponents who are stronger. For example, if you reach the 98th rank, you can't challenge anyone in the 99th rank. Otherwise, you will lose. Moreover, you have to pay 100,000 vitality stones for this challenge. If you lose, you won't have to pay back. Do you still want to fight?" This kind of challenge was very unconventional and arrogant. It should be known that other people challenged the rankings one by one and spent half a year. Lin Ling wanted to reach the top in one day. This was the first time someone had done it. How could he know that Lin Ling could not wait for half a year? "Okay." Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. He came for the top of the yellow list. If he could reach the top of the yellow list, he would get 1,000,000 vitality stones. Boom! At this moment, the entire martial stage was filled with endless roars. Lin Ling actually challenged the yellow list in such an unconventional way. As a result, the odds changed again because Lin Ling's challenge was even more difficult. It could be said that it was impossible. Moreover, Hong Tianting was waiting for him to reach the top. It should be known that Lin Ling at his peak was not Hong Tianting's opponent, not to mention that he had to fight 9 rounds in a row before challenging Hong Tianting. The odds increased crazily, and the roars became even crazier. Lin Ling frowned. He did not understand why these people were so crazy. How could he know that Hong Tianting was already waiting for him? Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. "Madman, definitely. I've changed my mind. I'll bet on Lin Ling to lose." Yeah, he's only a transcendent 4th-stage cultivator. How can he reach the top? That's just a fool's dream. Nonsense. Even many ancient martial artists changed their minds and no longer bet on Lin Ling. Of course, there were still some who stood their ground. Hee, this guy is really challenging our trust in him. Old man Dong Fu smiled bitterly. At this moment, he did not know if he believed that Lin Ling could win. "Place your bets." That guy doesn't look like an arrogant person who doesn't know his limits. Lu Susu crossed her legs and said. Her slender jade legs emitted an alluring light. She still believed in Lin Ling. Chapter 13:15. Don't provoke me. Please go up. Go. Lin Ling's gaze shifted to one of the seats. Over there were old and young, male and female. These were the 100 transcendents of the Yellow Board. Since these people were able to enter the Yellow Board and receive the attention of the public, their strength was definitely not weak. Although Lin Ling had defeated the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he knew that there were countless capable people in Xianxia province. If he could do it, others could do it too. Not to mention, the Black-White Dao Palace was on par with the Sword Pavilion, Hong Residence, and Xiantian Dynasty. The experts of the Yellow Board all had cold expressions. That young man was too arrogant. It was his first time challenging the Yellow Board, and he wanted to reach the top in 10 battles. It was said that he was only at the Transcendence 4th stage. Ignorant. Everyone here is stronger than you. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Trash. You can't even win against one of us. The experts all shouted coldly. They felt that Lin Ling was humiliating them. It was no wonder that they were furious. They were able to enter the rankings because they relied on years of challenges. Their strength was absolutely strong. If a newcomer wanted to sweep them away in a single day, then the fame they had earned with their strength was too worthless. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't expect these people to have such a big reaction. To put it bluntly, it was because Lin Ling was young and his fame had just risen. If Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all, would they still dare to say anything? You guys obtained your current status because you challenged other experts. Why didn't you all say that you were ignorant, arrogant, and trash then? Lin Ling faintly spoke, his words causing the expressions of those experts to stiffen, unable to reply. Indeed, they were like Lin Ling in the past, challenging experts to enter the Yellow Board. Why didn't they call themselves that when they challenged others? When Lin Ling challenged them, they were angry and disdainful. Impudent. You only know how to talk big. Let me. Finally, the first expert appeared. He was ranked 95th on the Yellow Board. His name was Purple Dragon Red Fawn. He was 56 years old. Although he didn't have a strong advantage, his age was an advantage. A 56-year-old Transcendent 6th-stage cultivator, in terms of martial arts experience, was definitely stronger than the younger generation. Who are your parents? Didn't they teach you to respect your elders? Your parents don't seem to be good people, and you're already so arrogant at such a young age. Your future accomplishments will be limited. Purple Dragon, Crimson Fong, landed on the stage with his hands behind his back as he spoke indifferently. Purple Elder, teach him a lesson. The people around the martial arts platform were also shouting madly. Originally, many people had placed their bets on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wanted to accomplish the impossible, so they did not dare to follow him. So now, they were all unhappy. Lin Ling frowned once again. He had come for the 1 million primary stones, but who would have thought that it would cause so much anger? Furthermore, this old man actually mentioned his mother and father? You shouldn't implicate my family. Elder, seeing that you're old, I won't fuss about what you said before. Let's begin, Lin Ling said indifferently. Haha, then why are you so arrogant? Have you never thought of getting your family into trouble? It seems that your family members aren't good people, or else you wouldn't be so unappreciative. Purple Dragon sneered. Don't provoke me. Lin Ling's voice became deeper. I'm qualified to be your great-grandfather, and you're telling me not to provoke you? The old man laughed even louder. Ha! Lin Ling took a step forward, and dense spiritual energy burst out. 7 streams of spiritual energy shone brightly. Then, a giant spiritual energy palm slammed towards the old man, as majestic as a tribulation cloud, causing the stage to tremble. What? 7 streams of spiritual energy. One of them is a heterogeneous spiritual energy. He's reached Transcendence 6th stage. The angry crowd's expression instantly froze. Lin Ling had broken through 2 stages in such a short time. They thought that Lin Ling would use his physical strength, but this time, he used spiritual energy in the first battle. As for Purple Dragon, his face was filled with disdain, but he also froze on the spot. There was only one voice in his mind. Transcendent 6th stage, 7 streams of spiritual energy, comparable to a transcendent 7th stage. Boom! The giant spiritual energy palm slammed towards Purple Dragon at the same time. It was as majestic as a mountain, and Purple Dragon didn't even have time to counterattack. He was hit hard and spat out blood, falling to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Lin Ling took a step forward and came before Purple Dragon Scarlet Fanged. He stepped on Purple Dragon Scarlet Fang's chest and said, "I told you not to anger me." He came here to look for money, and he didn't want to provoke anyone. However, if Purple Dragon was too arrogant, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. "How dare you step on me?" Purple Dragon's old face was filled with anger. He was on the Huang board, and his name was well known in Xianxia province. Therefore, he was respected in the sanctuary. Who would have thought that he would be defeated in one move and be stepped on by someone else? Take back what you said. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Since Purple Dragon dared to reprimand his parents, he wouldn't show mercy. "Dream on," Purple Dragon roared. "You're so rude. I'm afraid your parents will be dead because of you." "Ha! With so many people watching, how could he?" Purple Dragon Scarlet Fang take back his words? Bang! Lin Ling stomped down, and Purple Dragon Red Fang's arm was torn off. The smile on Purple Dragon Red Fang's face froze. He did not expect Lin Ling to attack. "My father is indeed dead, but my mother is still alive. She won't die because she wasn't implicated by me. Instead, she is protected by me. You could die now." Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. He gave Purple Dragon a chance, but Purple Dragon still dared to be so arrogant. His mother was one of his reverse scales. Who dared to insult her? "Wait, I take back what I said before. I saw that you were young, so I didn't think you were strong enough. Plus, I thought it was impossible for you to reach the top in 10 battles. That's why I said those words." Purple Dragon's eyes narrowed as he shouted anxiously. At this moment, the young man in front of him changed from a gentle and low-key person to an unsheathed sword. The sword was full of killing intent. "It's too late." Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. His right leg was like the leg of a demon king, stomping down heavily. Boom! Purple Dragon's body exploded. At the same time, his martial platform cracked and spread. A famous expert of the yellow board fell in one move. The crowd quietened down. That was too fast. As for some older martial artists, they revealed gloating smiles. They shouldn't implicate their families. That Purple Dragon's mouth was too smelly. If they had encountered them, they would have killed them all the same. The second one, if you are not ranked above 90, don't come up and embarrass yourself. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at the experts with cold eyes. At this moment, many of the experts on the yellow board were frowning. Lin Ling had actually broken through to the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. However, they were still laughing coldly. Lin Ling's current cultivation base was barely enough to enter the yellow board. There was nothing to be shocked about. "Who's up? Let me do it." 10 Transcendent Stage, 6 experts among the 80 looked at each other and said indifferently. They were competing to go up. Chapter 13:16. Fatal blow, stop fighting. I'll take care of him. Finally, a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old shouted coldly. He looked at the few people who wanted to go on stage and said, "You guys go. Although you can win, you can't win beautifully. My divine body is heaven grade. I can finish him in an instant." "All right, Matai, you go." Everyone nodded. They had rich battle experience and could defeat Lin Ling, but it would take some time. Matai didn't need to. As expected of the yellow board's experts, Lin Ling has shown his trump card, but they're not afraid at all. Instead, they're arguing about who should take care of him. Everyone around the stage started discussing. At the same time, on the stage, Ma Tai's burly body appeared like a door god. After he appeared, an indescribable aura of destruction spread out. "Kid, every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. I don't have much enmity with you, but if you want to reach the top, you'll have to face us. So don't blame me. When you go to hell, don't blame me. You're so confident that you can win." Looking at him, Lin Ling could feel Ma Tai's destructive aura. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too weak. If Ma Tai was a seventh realm transcendent, Lin Ling would be a little bit more cautious. You've been fighting in the yellow board for 5 years, so you're confident too. That's one thing. Secondly, you were only a fourth realm transcendent the last time. Breaking through 2 realms in a short period of time, your cultivation has improved, but your realm is still unstable. Ma Tai sneered. An ancient door appeared behind him. It was a yellow door that seemed to lead to the divine world. Destructive aura spread out from the door, and soon, the entire stage was filled with the ancient divine gate. Desolate ancient gate of solitude. The moment it opens, even an early saint realm expert like you will have to die. A cold voice came out from Ma Tai's mouth. It's the solitary gate. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This solitary gate was a supersect of the ancient star-picking nation. What they cultivated was precisely the opening of the divine gate. After the divine gate was opened, it would communicate with the powerful force of the divine realm. In the end, it would suck the opponent into the divine gate. It was said that those who had such a bloodline talent could easily fight someone 2 realms higher than them. Lin Ling is dead for sure. The crowd could already see Lin Ling's defeat, because once the divine gate opened, even a saint realm master would die. I've said it before. If I go on stage, I'll definitely win beautifully. There won't be any death match. A mysterious pattern appeared on Ma Tai's face as he laughed insolently. Are you regretting that you reached the first place in 10 rounds? I've said it before. You're underestimating us, famous experts. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned and Violet Elder's voice appeared in his mind. I didn't expect it to be someone from the solitary gate. Lin Ling, the desolate ancient solitary gate, is indeed terrifying. Once the godly gate is opened, everything will be destroyed. However, the people from the super sect were not very powerful in the ancient times because they had a flaw, and that was that they took too long to open the gate. Therefore, no matter how powerful they were, it would be useless if they couldn't open the gate. Lin Ling nodded and understood. He looked at Ma Tai and said, "What you should regret is that you went on stage." Ma Tai stretched out his left hand, and a raging blue flame bloomed. The sea heart flame appeared. An Earth-grade saint physique is no match for Ma Tai's heaven-grade saint physique. Lin Ling, you're overestimating yourself. Many people sneered. They could see the difference in talent at a glance. Ma Tai's face was full of disdain. He smiled faintly and said, "You have 5 breaths of time. You'd better admit defeat or you'll die." More and more divine gates appeared in the surroundings. They were densely packed, forming a scene of an ancient miracle. Anyone who was here would tremble in fear, afraid that the gate would open. Lin Ling sneered. "Are you trying to scare me? It's useless. The more you scare me, the more curious I am." See heart flame. Ma Tai's pupils constricted. He thought that Lin Ling would be frightened by him, but who knew that Lin Ling would still choose to fight. As a result, Ma Tai panicked. He knew that the flaw of his saint physique was the short process of opening the gate. Otherwise, with his heaven-defying talent, he would have already become the top of the yellow board. Crazy. Lin Ling is attacking. Everyone gasped. They didn't understand why Lin Ling didn't give up. Boom! Blue flames burst out wherever the huge fist passed. Those divine gates were broken one by one. The crowd heard Lin Ling's words. The solitary gate is indeed powerful, but it takes time to open the gate. If you can't open the gate, then what is there to be afraid of? That's the biggest weakness of the solitary gate. You! Ma Tai roared. Lin Ling knew his weakness. How was that possible? It was Lin Ling's first time to fight in the yellow board. How could he have so much combat experience? He knew his weakness. Although there were people in the yellow board who knew his weakness, they were all experts who had fought with him before. The crowd's eyes flickered. They had heard about the mysteriousness of the solitary gate, but they didn't expect that to be its weakness. It meant that although the solitary gate was powerful, it wasn't worth worrying about. You'd better take care of yourself. Lin Ling's voice was accompanied by an invincible flaming fist. Looking from afar, there was a flaming fist as big as a small mountain on the martial stage, sweeping across the ground. Wherever it passed, all the divine gates were destroyed. Matai exclaimed. He was completely terrified. He wanted to escape, but he was killed by the flaming fist. Next up, we need 70 experts to come out. In the sea of fire, an ethereal voice came out. It was extremely unreal. Linling won 2 consecutive victories. Let me do it. Matai's strengths and weaknesses are obvious. Those who know the secret, Matai isn't strong. But those who don't know the secret, Matai can kill a Saint Realm expert. So, your previous victories don't mean anything. An expert ranked 72nd on the yellow board landed on the stage. You don't mean anything. Linling replied indifferently. You will know. Both of them instantly released a huge aura. That expert was an assassin who walked the Tao of killing. He had killed hundreds of millions of people, and each of them died without knowing why. Void Killing Arrow. At the beginning, that expert used his strongest trump card. He was at the peak of the extreme martial art, half a step into the transcendent realm, only to see him disappear from the battle platform. The battle platform became chaotic and chaotic. Explosions unceasingly occurred in the void. The fluctuations were like ripples, making it impossible for people to see anything clearly. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. If you die, the people behind you will die too. Don't ask me how I did it, because I'm an expert in this kind of powerful Tao of killing. The ethereal voice came out from the chaotic void. It was extremely mysterious. This expert has already mastered the Great Void Law. Once he attacked, he formed a void space. Coupled with the void killing arrow, it's impossible to guard against. Many people said nervously. Even though they knew that the expert was on the stage, they couldn't see his figure. Moreover, they didn't know his name. They only knew that he was called Wu Ming. Perhaps assassins like to hide themselves, so they were called Wu Ming. Absolute killing. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations appeared. A black arrow shot over ferociously, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 13:17. Ferocious dragon crossing the River Pa. However, under the gaze of countless people, Linling took a step forward and easily dodged the arrow. This caused many people to think that Linling dodged the arrow carelessly. How is this possible? That assassin sucked in a breath of cold air. How did Linling do this? How would he know that although his arrow was fast, Linling's soul force was extremely powerful? It had already enveloped the entire stage, allowing him to detect even the slightest movement. Linling would be able to sense it. Absolute kill. Another arrow shot out from the void, and Linling dodged it once again. What a cunning junior. However, you won't be able to win just by dodging. Don't think that you can dodge my arrows forever. An enraged voice rang out from the void. Firstly, don't think that you're invincible just because you can control the void. In reality, you're still on the stage. Secondly, there's no need to dodge your arrows sometimes. Linling calmly replied, causing many people to shake their heads. They thought that Linling was just trying to show off because even a transcendent 7th layer expert couldn't detect his presence. What a joke. Absolute kill. The void exploded, and countless arrows appeared in an instant. Shooting toward Linling, Linling had nowhere to run. Then I'll let you see if it's a joke or not. However, Linling's expression was as calm as ever. He stretched out his hands and raised them up high. Blue flames erupted as countless resplendent blue lotuses floated out. After reaching the transcendent 6th layer, the number of lotuses was even more than the number of arrows. A resplendent scene appeared on the stage. 10,000 arrows against 10,000 lotuses. No matter how you try to hide yourself, as long as you're on the stage, my 10,000 lotuses will bloom. You won't be able to hide. Fire of 10,000 homes. Indifferently speaking, Linling raised his hands and countless lotuses floated out, forming a huge explosion of lotuses. Madness. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Linling's blazing lotus flower had also reached the pinnacle of extreme martial arts. Moreover, from a certain point of view, it was even stronger than an arrow because the power of an arrow lay in the arrowhead. However, from the point of view of a head-on collision, it couldn't be compared to the blazing lotus flower. After all, archers were hiding in the dark. Rumble. The martial platform exploded, scorching, tyrannical, incomparably dazzling. Then a body was blasted out, his face pale. However, before he could even say anything, an endless stream of lotuses floated over, continuously bombarding him. Rumble. That person was blasted to death. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. As long as the person was still on the martial stage, no matter where they hid, it would be useless. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't even need to look for the other person's figure. Because of the large-scale explosion, no matter how deep the person dived, they would still be blasted out. One move, another move, Lin Ling won again. Lin Ling challenged the famous experts of the yellow board. Although he was a newborn calf, he was still like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Madness. Last time, Lin Ling displayed the strength of his body. Now that his physical strength can't match the experts of the yellow board, he finally displayed the martial Tao of fire. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Next, the warrior of the 60th round. However, this time, I will choose my opponent. Come out, people from the Thousand Generations Ghost Sect. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. If the other experts of the yellow board wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. However, even if the people of the Thousand Generations Ghost Sect didn't kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. May kill him. From afar, the Three Generations Ghost King shouted angrily. Only the person called May could stop Lin Ling's footsteps. A man wearing a white cloak like a ghost slowly walked onto the martial stage. Amazing. You're only an Earth-grade Saint physique, but you're able to display the martial Tao of fire to such an extent. Your comprehension in this aspect is extremely strong. However, you should admit defeat. Don't you feel tired? Until now, how many rounds have you fought? Don't you want to relax your mind and live a normal life? You are too stubborn. Because of your determination, you are tired. Buddha says, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. That person continuously spoke as soon as he stepped onto the martial stage. His voice was ethereal, causing a strange thing to happen. The entire martial stage shone with golden light. At this moment, the martial artist who practiced the martial Tao of Ghost became holy, as if he was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. At the same time, a large number of illusions appeared. It was actually the life of many people. Birth, old age, sickness, death, blooming, and withering. It was the comprehension of those people after they returned to hell. At the same time, at the edge of the martial stage, many people were in a daze. It was as if their life struggle was ultimately a pipe dream, and death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Since everyone was the same after death, why fight? They might as well let go of everything and let the heavens and earth arrange it. The Ghost Buddha, the disciple of the Thousand Generations Ghost Sect's 4th generation Ghost King. This person should be from the Heavenly Dragon Temple in the past. Therefore, his domain is extremely powerful in affecting others' fighting spirit. The eyes of some powerful martial artists flickered, and a majestic spiritual energy halo appeared on the surface of their bodies. Only then did they stop the invasion of the voice. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the Ghost Buddha's voice. Lin Ling is hesitating. Subsequently, many people looked at Lin Ling and frowned. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was like a bamboo shoot after a spring rain. His rise was extremely fast, and his cultivation realm and extreme martial arts were extremely sharp. However, his strength increased too quickly, and his martial heart wasn't firm enough. This had become his weakness. Give up. Everything is an illusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formless sound wave still enveloped Lin Ling. It was sacred and mighty, and it was impossible for people to guard against it. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. At first, he was indeed in a daze, but in an instant he regained his senses. The anger in his heart quietly erupted. Under the influence of the Ghost Buddha's voice, he had the thought of committing suicide. Moreover, the Ghost Buddha had actually asked him to kill his family. This was a kind of release for his family. This was an extremely evil ghost Tao. Killing his family was the reason for Lin Ling's anger. If he was really affected and killed his family, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. How dare you affect me? The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched, and his cold voice drifted out. The ghost Buddha made people want to kill him. I'm not affecting you. I just want to give you some pointers. The ghost Buddha was shocked, but he still said indifferently, I used to be like you, but after seeing through everything, I finally realized that everything is just dust. Since it's dust, then you could die. Lin Ling took a step forward. At this moment, his affected martial heart became even more determined. He wasn't tired. He still wanted to soar through the heavens and earth. How could he be afraid of challenge and give up? Lin Ling's step caused the ghost Buddha's expression to change drastically. He seemed to have seen Lin Ling's vigorous fighting spirit and will. He muttered, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. Lin Ling, you're too stubborn. You still want to affect me? I'll let you be dust. I'll let you be an illusion. I'll let you bewitch me. Boom! Lin Ling's expression became even colder. With a thought, surging flames erupted. Layers of blue flames were like the sea, intimidating everyone. The blue flame god had descended at this moment. Turn back is sure. Boom! Seeing this scene, the ghost Buddha's heart trembled violently. Ironically, he was actually afraid. Even the voice that was trying to bewitch Lin Ling became nervous. I told you to turn back. Turn back. Lin Ling shouted again. Divine beasts like the flame bird, vermilion bird, phoenix, Baifeng, and others flew out crazily from his body. Then, they hovered above Lin Ling's head. At this moment, it was as if he dominated the entire battlefield. At the same time, the great law of fire appeared. Chapter 13:18. 9 consecutive victories. He wasn't bewitched. Instead, he seems to be enraged. His battle intent is crazy. Heavens, heavens, transcendent extreme, martial art. How did he cultivate it? Heavens! Everyone stood up at the side of the stage. Their eyes were wide open. Lin Ling's extreme martial art had reached transcendent extreme martial art. One must know that transcendent extreme martial art was something that only a few transcendent 7th-stage experts could master. Heavens! Ghost Buddha's face turned pale at this moment. Give up, why struggle? Everything you've done is just an illusion. You won't be able to escape death. Heavens! Lin Ling stepped forward with a large number of flame birds behind him. The blue flames that gushed out of his body made him look like he was looking down on the world. His voice was thick with sarcasm. Before this, the ghost Buddha had wanted to bewitch Lin Ling and make him give up. But now, Lin Ling had used his tyrannical strength to force the ghost Buddha to give up. I can't win against you. Ghost Buddha's eyes flickered. His heart was actually shaken. In the distance, Third Era Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. He could see that Ghost Buddha had also failed. One must know that Ghost Buddha's innate saint body was extremely mysterious. It specialized in attacking a martial artist's martial heart. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's soul force and martial heart were beyond his peers? He was even stronger than these 100-year-old monsters. And now, Ghost Buddha was bewitched by Lin Ling. This situation was like a slap to Third Era Ghost King's face. Most importantly, Ghost Buddha was 4th Era Ghost King's subordinate. It was said that 4th Era Ghost King spent a lot of resources to nurture him. Now that he was implicated to death, 4th Era Ghost King would definitely not let him off. Moreover, 1000 Era Ghost Sect had also lost an expert. At this moment, Ghost Buddha gradually calmed down. He was worthy of being called an expert in this field. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Ling, you want to bewitch me? Dream on. You can't win against me. This battle is not over. He felt incomparable shame. His strongest move was actually used by Lin Ling to attack him. How could he let go of his face? Bewitch you? You think too highly of yourself. I can't win. Take a look now. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, and the flames on his body surged even more fiercely. He roared, World of Fire. An even more dazzling scene than the blooming of millions of lotuses appeared. The entire martial stage was filled with flame birds and god beasts. The great rules of the sea of fire completely erupted, burning, destroying everything. In the eyes of everyone, they could only see a massive sea of blue flames erupting. The ghost Buddha's pupils constricted as he saw the sea of fire surging towards him from all directions. He felt as if he was being surrounded by an army. He panicked and was terrified. He unleashed all of his means and summoned the hell ghost soldiers. However, in the face of the fire sea world that had a preliminary understanding of the laws of fire, any ghost soldier would be incinerated to death. If the two of them were generals on the battlefield, then at this moment, Lin Ling was leading a magnificent army into the imperial city. No, with a furious roar, the ghost Buddha was burned into a puff of green smoke. Any Tao of bewitchment, any ghost Tao martial arts, when faced with the surging and majestic flames, was simply a joke. With one move, another expert was defeated. It was too crazy. Next, those who were ranked within the top 50, come on. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from the dazzling sea of blue flames. This time, the experts of the yellow board were all pale. They were scared and could not understand how Lin Ling could be so powerful at such a young age. Among them, there were many century-old monsters, the three mysterious of the mortal world, the carefree martial artist, and the 10 temples of heaven and earth. Many of them were even from the heaven-grade holy lands. However, none of them dared to say a word. As for the people around the martial stage who did not bet on Lin Ling, their hearts were shaken at this moment, and they even regretted it. No one knew that Lin Ling would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Trash, come on up. Lin Ling retracted all of the flames and shouted again. Trash. The experts of the yellow board were embarrassed. Lin Ling dared to call them trash? You go on up. The battle is inevitable. You should do it. However, the experts of the yellow board said to each other. The atmosphere was completely different from before. This time, they were urging each other to go on the stage. It was extremely ironic. This guy's martial Tao of fire has reached perfection. However, the continuous battle has consumed most of his spiritual qi. Without spiritual qi, he will never be able to reach the top of the list with his physical body. At this moment, an old man said faintly. Many people's eyes flickered. This statement was correct. Suddenly, the experts of the yellow board were eager to make a move. Lin Ling could never reach the top of the list. Otherwise, they would be ashamed of themselves. I'll do it. Sea of Flames. Lin Ling acted as if he did not know what everyone was thinking. He dared to go on the stage and defeated his opponent in one move. This guy is so arrogant. The experts of the yellow board were embarrassed, but more of them were sneering. Lin Ling was too arrogant, and he was fooled. Then it's my turn. Sea of Flames. The person who came was defeated again. He was burned to death because he admitted defeat too late. However, at this moment, no one paid any attention to him. Instead, the corners of many people's mouths curled up, and their sneers deepened. They also saw Lin Ling's weakness, which was that his spiritual source was constantly being depleted. Lin Ling was so stupid that he didn't know how to conserve his spiritual source. That fire sea world was indeed terrifying, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual source. Gradually, Lin Lingzhou won in a row, and his spiritual source dimmed. Terrifying. A flame that can shake the world. He fought 9 people in a row, and none of them could resist his flame. Although they knew that Lin Ling was fooled, it was undeniable that they were shocked by Lin Ling's flame. Last time, Lin Ling won 10 consecutive battles with a cultivation of Transcendent Realm Level 4, which shocked the yellow board. Today, Lin Ling won again. Such an accomplishment could be said to be one of a kind in Xianpeng region. However, Lin Ling's arrogance had to stop in the 10th battle. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling would win. 1. Lin Ling had consumed too much spiritual qi. 2. Lin Ling was facing Hong Tianying from the Hong residence. After 9 consecutive victories, you can rest for an incense sticks time. At this moment, the Martial Pavilion Elder could not bear to watch any longer. He knew that everyone thought that Lin Ling was a monkey and wanted to use Lin Ling to wear him down. Since when was there such a rule? No. Since it's a winning streak, then it must be a winning streak. Just as the Martial Pavilion elder finished speaking, a wave of objections came from all around. The Three Lives Ghost King was the leader, and upon closer inspection, there were many people from the Void Star Divine Palace and the Jili tribe. Obviously, they wanted to hit Lin Ling when he was down and make him die in the 10th battle. The Martial Pavilion elder frowned and remained silent. After all, he could not bear to see Lin Ling being killed, so he helped Lin Ling. However, he had also violated the rules. Most importantly, everyone was against it. These guys, Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu's faces turned ugly. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to win the next battle. Lin Ling, do you still remember me? Just at this moment, a voice that sounded like the sound of nature rang out, and it caused the arena to suddenly fall silent. Countless gazes looked towards the person who spoke. A woman who was as graceful as a fairy sat there. Her clothes were purer than snow, and her eyes were filled with an otherworldly arrogance. She was Luo Xiumon. Chapter 1319. Do I need you to let me win? Last time, you defeated me and proved that you're a true genius, and I'm a toad. Now, do you still dare to say such words? Staring at Lin Ling, Luo Xiumon's delicate face was filled with excitement. In the past, she lost to Lin Ling and witnessed Lin Ling's brilliant step by step, which made her feel inferior. And now, she finally had the chance to defeat Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know that Lin Ling, is a toad. What do you want to say? Lin Ling said calmly. I want to say that today I want you to lose. And after you lose, I want you to kneel and lick my feet. Luo Xiumon stood up. At this moment, she no longer looked like an elegant fairy, but more like an empress. Today, she wanted Lin Ling to repay the humiliation in the past by double. Wow, so ruthless. Interesting, a man licking a woman's feet. This scene can't be missed. I'm looking forward to it. The entire stage was silent for a moment. Then voices of Schadenfreude rang out. Luo Xiumon was indeed domineering. She could defeat Lin Ling, but she didn't let Lin Ling die. Instead, she wanted him to kneel and lick her feet. This was more satisfying than killing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, but he was still calm, like an ancient well. You're so sure that you can win. Of course, this is my husband, an opponent that you can never defeat. Luo Xiumon smiled proudly. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming. She pointed to Hong Tianting beside her and said, at this moment, she was proud and filled with endless glory because that man was her husband. Hong Tianting. Everyone here was a regular visitor to the Martial Pavilion, so they naturally knew of this terrifying young man. This person came from the Hong residence, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. His elder brother, Hong Tiandi, was one of the 4 candidates recommended to the human emperor. As for Hong Tiantian, even though he was only at the Transcendent 6th stage, he was considered to be invincible in the Transcendent realm. If he were to step into the Transcendent 7th stage, then the number 1 position on the yellow board would definitely belong to him. Moreover, not only was this person invincible in the Transcendent realm, he had even managed to kill a Saint Realm Master. This record was extremely dazzling. One had to know that a Saint Realm Master's spiritual chi would condense into a Saint Si, and their Dantian would form an extremely powerful Saint Si. So for a Transcendent Realm Cultivator to be able to defeat a Saint Realm Master was an extremely rare occurrence. Alright, if you lose, then you'll die. Lin Ling's face was still calm as he said indifferently. Last time, when he defeated Luo Xiumon, he didn't do anything. However, the other party didn't know how to be grateful. This time, she actually sent someone to kill him. This kind of woman was very disgusting. Shut up. As soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, a man in white robes next to Luo Xiumon stood up and said indifferently, I have no interest in who you are or what your name is, but sure is my wife. No one can blaspheme her. This man was Hong Tianting. Hong Tianting, so handsome. Around the martial stage, many women were moved. For his lover, Hong Tianting didn't fear the world. If only Hong Tianting liked them. Luo Xiumon smiled happily. Her man was strong, proud, and most importantly, loved her. This gave her a strong sense of accomplishment. Poor man. Lin Ling shook his head and stared at the proud man in white robes, disdainfully saying, "Liking someone is not wrong, but unfortunately, your love is so great that you've even lost your own heart. Such a person, how can he talk about the martial Tao? Shameless man, you're not qualified to talk about me. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Shuer. You must kneel before her." Hong Tian Ting said indifferently. His body was flat on the martial stage, and he actually floated down just like that. That kind of flying ability shocked everyone present. It must be known that if an ordinary person flew in the air, they would have some kind of movement. However, Hong Tian Ting did not do so. It was as if he was an immortal and directly floated down. Lin Ling shook his head again. He could do that as well, but he would never use such a mysterious movement technique just to please the crowd. He couldn't help but look down on Hong Tianting again. This person's background and talent were not bad, but it was a pity that he was blinded by beauty. Restore your spiritual yuan. I won't take advantage of you. After landing on the martial stage, Hong Tianting said without even looking at Lin Ling. With his status, he didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name. No matter how dazzling Lin Ling was before, he was nothing but trash to Hong Tianting. Hong Tianting's overall strength was comparable to an early Saint Realm master. Good courage. Many people shouted in admiration. Lin Ling, you're lucky. Hong Tianting is magnanimous. What's the use? Even if Lin Ling has restored his spiritual yuan, how can he be Hong Tianting's opponent? Many people shouted, admiring Hong Tianting's magnanimity and mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Even Luo Xiaomon smiled faintly at this moment. Even if her man won, he had to win beautifully. Even if he had to fight domineeringly. Her man didn't even care about Lin Ling's name. This was Hong Tianting. The voice was like a wave, falling into Lin Ling's ears, making him smile. He stretched out his left hand, and a majestic flame gushed out, burning behind him. This action stunned the clamoring crowd. What was Lin Ling doing? That's his Fire Sea world. Someone saw the terrifying flame released by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't use the Fire Sea world to attack Hong Tianting. Instead, he used it to burn the martial stage. This made the crowd even more confused about what Lin Ling was doing. Do I need you to let me go? Lin Ling smiled faintly with disdain. Boom! The crowd's heart exploded. They finally understood Lin Ling's intention. Hong Tianting gave Lin Ling time to recover his spiritual yuan, but Lin Ling didn't need it. He even released all the spiritual yuan that he had recovered. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he didn't need the sympathy of others. This guy, Lu Su, Old Man Dong Fu, and the others all sucked in cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so confident and so proud. Lin Ling looked at Luo Xiaomon with a smile on his face. His smile was frivolous, domineering, and arrogant. It was as if no matter what Luo Xiaomon did, she was just a toad in his heart. Luo Xiaomon also noticed that smile. Her beautiful face became extremely ugly. Lin Ling's action was equivalent to giving her a hard slap. You, for that backbone, you're simply sending yourself to your death. Hong Tianting looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling's actions. Lin Ling didn't want his sympathy? Say that after you win. Lin Ling withdrew his left hand and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. His spiritual yuan was almost exhausted. You'll know. Hong Tianting shook his head. This was the first time he saw such an unappreciative guy. Giving up his spiritual yuan. Did he want to admit defeat? Then let's begin. Lin Ling indeed acted as if he didn't know how powerful Hong Tianting was. With his sword by his side and his robe fluttering, his indifferent voice drifted out with the wind. Hong Tianting nodded. He knew that only by using force could he let the insignificant ant in front of him know how lowly he was. He said indifferently, I came to the Four Pillars Hong residence. My brother is one of the 4 people who recommended the human emperor. In the future, he will become an existence in Xianxia and the 10 halls of heaven and earth. I have the bloodline of the Flood King of the ancient country, which is a true immortal body. Therefore, I won't say whether I'll let you have a chance, because I already let you have a chance before. You overestimated yourself and didn't know your limits. Therefore, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Chapter 13:20. The existence of the immortal physique. The existence of the immortal physique was indeed worthy of Hong Tianting. Not to mention 3 moves, even Lin Ling might not be able to block one. The strength of the immortal physique was innate. Others painstakingly cultivated spiritual energy, but the immortal physique naturally condensed spiritual energy. Moreover, the immortal physique's comprehension of the martial Tao was also extraordinary. In other words, Lin Ling had even less of a chance to win. Lin Ling had a saint physique, and it was only at the earth grade. Hong Shui Eagle King. Hong Tian Ting shouted in a low voice. An ancient white eagle king appeared behind him. Its pair of eagle eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. The moment the eagle appeared, countless people felt a sense of worship. That was the pressure of an immortal body. Pooh! The white eagle king swept its wings, forming a large area of wind law, causing cracks to appear on the martial stage's protective light curtain. Transcendent grade martial art. The top experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Hong Tianting's talent was too good. The existence of the immortal physique and the transcendent grade martial art. Then, who in the transcendent realm could be his opponent? At this moment, the bets began to change. Everyone was betting that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block 3 moves, and the odds were 1 to 100. Some even bet that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block 1 move, and the odds were even higher, 1 to 1,000. The entire martial stage seemed to have gone crazy, and a large number of voices were cursing, all of them wanting Lin Ling to lose quickly. How is it? What do you think now? Hong Tian Ting didn't care about the voices around him. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling, as if the ancient Hong King had descended. I only know that you talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Ling replied indifferently. At the beginning, when Hong Tian Ting's terrifying pressure attacked him, he did feel a sense of pressure, but soon, that feeling disappeared. He knew that it was the resistance of the Fiend God Overlord Physique, and the end point of the Fiend God Overlord Physique was the existence of the Divine Physique. So naturally, it was immune to the Immortal Physique. Talk a lot of nonsense. Hong Tianting was stunned for a moment. Veins popped out on his forehead. He hated this ant more and more. After all, he had displayed such a terrifying innate immortal physique, but the other party was still fearless. He did not like such a person. When he was angry, he didn't notice that when his immortal physique descended, the others were trembling with fear. However, Lin Ling was standing opposite him, but he wasn't affected at all. This showed that there was a problem. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his immortal physique. Unfortunately, he only knew that Lin Ling was an Earth-grade saint physique, so he didn't take it to heart. The words of the Hong dynasty. Countless eagle kings appeared on the martial platform. Among them, a blurry figure appeared. It seemed to be the Flood King from ancient times. At this moment, he was leading the eagles to attack Lin Ling. Crack! It was so fast that it surpassed the speed of wind and thunder. The eagle's claws tore through the void and grabbed at Lin Ling. This was the transcendent realm of extreme pattern martial arts, the great law of Snow Eagle. Lin Ling was doomed. Many people couldn't see through the speed. They could only say that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block a single move. Lin Ling stared ahead. He noticed that the great law had appeared. The void was filled with eagle claws. He simply closed his eyes and observed everything with his soul force. However, the great law was more terrifying than the general momentum. Lin Ling had to face it carefully. Crack! An extremely fast claw appeared from the void at this moment. It felt as if it had been there for a long time. It swept at Lin Ling fiercely. Looking at the momentum, even a Saint Realm Master wouldn't be able to block it easily. Lin Ling didn't dodge. Instead, he counterattacked. The Tyrant Song's sword stabbed out at an extraordinary speed. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. At the moment of collision, the void exploded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his sword to block Hong Tianting's claw. Both of them retreated a step. How can this be? Many people gasped. Lin Ling actually blocked the first move. Lin Ling not only noticed the trajectory of the eagle claw, but he also seemed to have the strength to block it. That's right, it was the strength of his physical body. During the last yellow board challenge, Lin Ling also displayed the strength of his physical body. This time, everyone thought that Lin Ling's physical strength couldn't be used. Who knew that Lin Ling blocked the first move with his physical strength? At this moment, Hong Tianting appeared on the other side. On the palm of his right hand, there was a sword mark that looked like a white dot. It was the sword that had blocked his words of the Hong dynasty. It had to be said that Lin Ling was very experienced in battle. If that sword had been struck a little later or a little earlier, the result would have been completely different. Moreover, if the angle of the sword had been a little higher or a little lower, he would have been able to kill Lin Ling with his claws. However, Lin Ling happened to stab his palm, causing the attack to end. As for Lin Ling, his right hand was trembling slightly. The previous collision was extremely terrifying. If he didn't have the strength of 3 universes, he wouldn't have been able to block that claw. Physical strength? That's very rare, but that's all you have. Hong Tianting sneered. The figure of Hong King behind him became clearer, as if he was looking at the mountains and rivers. On Hong King's shoulder, the Hong King snow eagle became more condensed and let out a shocking cry. Its eyes were even colder and more domineering, chilling people's hearts. Year of the Hong dynasty. Roar. Hong Tianting's body turned into an afterimage, causing the entire space to be filled with the flying shadows of the Hong King snow eagle. Not only was his speed faster, but there were also more of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a rabbit being watched by the Eagle King, about to be killed at any time. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. Hong Tianting had an immortal body, and his casual attack was a great law. He was indeed very powerful. With a light step, he dodged the attacks of a large number of Hong King snow eagles. Those snow eagle kings were densely packed, layer upon layer. After Lin Ling took the first step, he took another step. It was as if he was moving with the wind, extremely graceful. So powerful, he actually saw through the great law. Many people's eyes narrowed. They couldn't understand how Lin Ling broke the great law. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling's eyes were still closed. This was simply crazy. They didn't know that Lin Ling's soul, force, and physical combat experience were extremely powerful. It seemed like he couldn't dodge, but he dodged time and time again. Other than running, what else can you do? Hong Dynasty's Eagle King. Hong Tianting was enraged after his repeated attacks were fruitless. He leaped up and opened his arms. All the Snow Eagle Kings gathered together and turned into a Snow Eagle King that was as big as the martial stage. A pair of claws swept down and turned the martial stage into dust. Now that the martial stage was under Hong Tianting's control, Lin Ling had nowhere to hide. It's about to end. Lin Ling died under the second move. Seeing the terrifying claws sweeping over, many people seemed to see the ancient Hong King appear, controlling the Snow Eagle King to kill Lin Ling. And Lin Ling definitely couldn't block it. Lin Ling, yes. Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with worry. Seeing the majestic power sweeping down from the sky, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, his lips quickly revealed a cold smile. Hong Tianting's immortal body was indeed very powerful, controlling everything. However, Lin Ling discovered that his God Devil Overlord body was even more powerful. He was becoming more and more unafraid of immortal bodies. Chapter 13:21. 2 Emperors' Heavenly Sword. Lin Ling did not choose to dodge anymore. He gripped his sword with both hands. In that instant, the second stage of the body of the celestial demon Overlord also appeared. It was unstoppable. It merged with the earth, uprooting heavens to form the most domineering sword. The giant claw continued to sweep downwards, but soon after, it collided with the terrifying heavenly sword. A tyrannical shock wave immediately erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. That sword was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. At the same time, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Hong Tianting's figure appeared in the sky with a ferocious expression. His right hand was hanging by his waist, and there was actually blood dripping down. "You hurt me." Hong Tianting's voice was filled with anger and was extremely low. "Second move, you still have one more chance." On the ground, Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently and said coldly, "He's injured? How is that possible?" Staring at the scene, many people's hearts trembled fiercely. Hong Tianting was invincible in the transcendent realm, but facing Lin Ling, a transcendent six-stage cultivator, he was actually injured. Lin Ling's sword was too frightening. No wonder Lin Ling didn't use his physical strength at the beginning. It turns out that his physical strength is currently stronger than his fire martial Dao, so it became his trump card. An ancient cultivator said in shock. Today's battle was completely different from the previous one. Last time, Lin Ling hid his fire martial Dao and relied on his physical strength to defeat all the strong masters. This time, Lin Ling began to use his fire martial Dao, making everyone think that Lin Ling's physical strength was useless. Who knew that Lin Ling's physical strength had become stronger, so it became his trump card. So impressive. Many people secretly admired. To be able to injure Hong Tianting, Lin Ling was extremely powerful. As for Luo Xiuman, her face turned ugly. How could this be? Shouldn't her man win beautifully? Why was he injured first? Moreover, this was the result of Lin Ling's 9 consecutive battles. What if Lin Ling was at his peak? "You must die." Above the sky, Hong Tianting said word by word. This was the first time in his life that he had such a strong killing intent. "Didn't you defeat me in 3 moves?" Lin Ling also said lightly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Hong Tianting in the sky, showing off its sharpness. 3 moves? Hong Tianting laughed, his smile filled with contempt and disdain. "I underestimated you before, yet you're so confident. I am invincible in the transcendent realm and have defeated countless opponents. Even Saint Realm early-stage cultivators are powerless against me. Before, I only used the power of my extreme martial skill, but now I'll show you the power of my immortal body." A violent power bloomed from Hong Tianting's body. The 5 elements reversed, and yin and yang descended. The 2 extreme powers of holiness and slaughter seemed to fuse together. Gradually, the illusory figure behind Hong Tianting became clearer. It was Hong Wang, Hong King, the #1 emperor of the Hong dynasty in the ancient times. Hong Tianting possessed his bloodline, which stimulated the greatest potential of his immortal body. The power of the immortal body. All cultivators below the immortal body must bow down and worship it. Many people trembled in their hearts. It was too terrifying. Hong Tianting actually allowed the ancient Hong King to descend. Who else could it be but him? With the descent of the immortal body, unless one's cultivation realm was much higher than Hong Tianting's, they would lose their will to fight and be intimidated by the ancient emperor. Moreover, with the appearance of the immortal body, Hong Tianting's strength had undoubtedly increased by more than 10%. Lin Ling was also very powerful. He fought 9 battles in a row and was not at a disadvantage against Hong Tianting. If he had not met Hong Tianting, his pride would have continued. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was going to fall in the end. What a pity. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he did not know how powerful the immortal body was. He said calmly, "It's the 3rd move. You have been attacking before, now it's my turn." My turn? Around the martial stage, everyone's hearts were pounding. Facing the Hong King's immortal body, Lin Ling actually said it was his turn to attack. Even Hong Tianting's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was not afraid of him. Then, everyone saw the ground tremble. The young man standing on the ground seemed to be suppressing an extremely terrifying power. A sword buzzed incessantly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into Lin Ling's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It formed a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. He is absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without restraint. Everyone was completely shocked. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card? What kind of trump card was this? At this moment, an overbearing aura gushed out crazily. The entire martial pavilion seemed to be shaking. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Ling seem to have grown taller. No, it was not Lin Ling who had grown taller, but behind him, there, a tall emperor figure slowly appeared. It was like an emperor, like an ancient god. The aura that looked down on the world also erupted. Emperor. It was another emperor. Hong Tianting's immortal physique erupted, and Hong Wang appeared. However, Lin Ling also used some unknown technique, and also erupted with the appearance of a venerable sovereign. The most terrifying thing was that the venerable sovereign also made people prostrate themselves in worship. Could it be that Lin Ling also had an immortal physique? How could they know that Hong Tianting's bloodline had stimulated the Hong King's power? Lin Ling was not weaker than Hong Tianting. Instead, he was stronger because Lin Ling did not have a bloodline. Instead, he directly cultivated the cultivation technique of the great Emperor Xianxia. The great Emperor Xianxia and the Hong King were ancient emperors of the same era. Pa. The two emperors appeared in a condescending manner. Around the emperors, the void continued to explode, crack, and fuse. The two emperors seemed to be extremely powerful. So who would win this battle? The world is vast and boundless. In the past, there were the four great ancient empires, the seven emperors, the four pillars, the 8 pillars, Xianxia, and the unfettered 10 temples. You're just a little transcendent, yet you dare boast about being invincible. How ignorant! Moreover, a cultivator's life is filled with pride and arrogance, yet you've been bewitched by beauty. How pathetic! After the third layer of the celestial demon overlord body appeared, Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and looked at the sky like an emperor. Your immortal body is inherited from your bloodline. Moreover, you're not a direct descendant of the Hong King, so you're only a collateral descendant. That is why you're so arrogant. My emperor body was cultivated step by step. Now, I will show you how useless you are. His cold shout was like a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was so shocking that everyone's eardrums hurt. Then they saw Lin Ling stomp on the ground. The ground cracked, and the ancient emperor flew up into the sky. The sword was dazzling, as if it was suppressing the power of mountains and rivers. Then it slashed at Hong Tianting, as if it was going to cut the world apart. At this moment, Hong Tianting's pupils constricted. Lin Ling also had a venerable sovereign. What terrified him the most was that he had a feeling of worship towards that venerable sovereign. How could this be? One had to know that he had an immortal body. Now, seeing the majestic sword slashing at him, Hong Tianting's eyes were in a daze. His heart was shaken. Was he really not invincible in the transcendent realm? He remembered Lin Ling's words. This world was vast, and there were many people stronger than him. It was just that those people were more low-key. Thinking of this, his momentum became weaker and weaker. Looking at Lin Ling, his momentum was rising steadily, as if he was going to cut the world with his sword. Not only that sword was sharp, but it also had a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was no longer cutting everything, but destroying everything. Chapter 1322. Kill anyone who dares to invade. Surrender. The entire martial stage was silent. When the powerful Hong Tianting faced Lin Ling, he said that he would defeat Lin Ling in 3 moves. However, he did not gain any advantage in the first 2 moves. After the third move, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. However, in that instant, Hong Tianting directly admitted defeat. This made his previous arrogance extremely ironic. This made the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Hong mansion extremely embarrassed. Surrender? Lin Ling sneered. His sword had already been drawn. How could he stop just because his opponent admitted defeat? Save me, Martial Pavilion Elder. Hong Tianting was in a sorry state. He anxiously shouted at the elder outside the martial stage. Compared to his previous arrogance, it was a 180-degree change. Lin Ling, stop. The rules are as such. I'm sorry. The martial pavilion elder shook his head helplessly. He also felt that Hong Tianting was too arrogant. He didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name when he fought with him. He even allowed Lin Ling to recover his spiritual energy. Now, Lin Ling defeated him without using his spiritual energy. This was simply asking for humiliation. However, the rules of the martial pavilion were as such. As long as one admitted defeat, they couldn't die. Therefore, the elder had to intervene in the end. Hong Long Long. Tens of thousands of spiritual qi turned into a vortex, and a giant palm appeared. It grabbed the Dizun's sword in midair. However, the sword's sharpness cut through everything, and the giant palm was also cut in half. The sound of explosions continued, and the martial pavilion elder's expression changed. He had no choice but to release a new burst of energy to barely block the sword. I'm afraid that not many saints of the first layer can block this sword. The martial pavilion elder's heart trembled. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. A transcendent sixth-layer cultivator could shake a saint. What if he reached the seventh layer? It was unimaginable. Of course, he was shocked in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. As for Hong Tianting, he had already escaped from the martial stage. But he was in an even more sorry state. Around a martial arts platform, everyone's jaws dropped. In the battle between Hong Tianting and Lin Ling had won. He had won 10 consecutive battles and reached the top of the list. He had completely created the first-place record in the martial pavilion. They couldn't help but look at Hong Tianting, who was panting heavily. His face was pale, which made them feel even more ironic. With such strength, Hong Tianting dared to let Lin Ling recover his spiritual source. Fortunately, Lin Ling hadn't recovered, or he would have lost even more face. Then everyone felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. They didn't think highly of Lin Ling before, so they all lost money. However, despite losing money this time, they did not dare to show any anger because Lin Ling's previous performance was too dazzling. So what if he fought 10 battles in a row? So what if he ran out of spiritual source? So what if Hong Tianting came out to fight? Lin Ling was invincible. This battle had already proved that Lin Ling was a great hero, and he was a top expert among the great heroes. This little guy hid his strength well. He actually won. Old man Dong Fu said with a smile. He had been extremely nervous before. Brat, I was worried for nothing. No, he must compensate me. Lu Susu also smiled, but she was still curious. After all, Hong Tianting had a divine physique from the Hong dynasty, an ancient country. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of his divine physique. Could it be that Lin Ling's talent surpassed Hong Tianting's? However, it couldn't be seen on the surface at all. She could only see that he had an earth-gray divine physique. She could only say that Lin Ling was hiding a secret that even she didn't know. That Dizun looked familiar, but it was too blurry. Only the area between his arms was clear, so I couldn't see it clearly. Lu Susu said in a low voice. Luo Xiuman, what else are you proud of? At this moment, on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling looked at Luo Xiuman indifferently. Luo Xiuman's beautiful eyes narrowed, as if she still couldn't believe that Hong Tianting had lost. Then, she kept shaking her head. It was impossible. Lin Ling was only from the insignificant 8-star holy region, but Hong Tianting was from the Hong residence. How could Lin Ling defeat him? However, although she shook her head, she already knew that her pride and her man had lost, and he had admitted defeat in a humiliating manner. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. She had been so proud before, wanted to see Lin Ling kneel. However, in the end, she had lost again. This time, she was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead, she was like a shrew. I said that if you lose, you can die. Lin Ling said again. The crowd also looked at Luo Xiuman with a cold smile. It was a fair bet, and one had to accept defeat. Moreover, Lin Ling had won as the weaker party, so Luo Xiuman had nothing to say. I am the second leader of the Nine Heavens Maiden Palace. Luo Xiuman's heart trembled as she gritted her teeth. So what? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Luo Xiaomon wanted to kill him. So how could he show mercy? Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them back. It was that simple. Lin Ling, spare my life. Seeing Lin Ling's murderous gaze, Luo Xiaomon's body trembled. She quickly ran out and knelt at the side of the martial arts platform. Then, she kept kneeling in front of Lin Ling, begging for mercy. She knew that Lin Ling wouldn't give face to the Nine Heavens Maiden Palace, nor would he treat her as the Nine Heavens Maiden. Spare my life. Luo Xiaomon had already knelt in front of Lin Ling and licked his feet. Just as she said, Lin Ling had lost, so Lin Ling wanted to lick her feet. Now that she didn't want to die, she hoped that licking his feet would make Lin Ling let her go. Disgusting, is this still the Nine Heavens Maiden? Around the martial arts platform, there was an uproar. The young people were all angry. Luo Xiaomon was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead, she was extremely ugly. She actually licked Lin Ling's feet. She was a spineless toad. Lin Ling looked at Luo Xiaomon condescendingly. His first impression of Luo Xiaomon was the second dream. However, the second dream was much better than Luo Xiaomon because the second dream wasn't as ugly as Luo Xiaomon. Moreover, the second dream was often helpless and even saved him at critical moments. Luo Xiaomon provoked him for her reputation. The second dream wouldn't do such a boring thing. Do you know what are the two things you did wrong in your life? Lin Ling said indifferently as he lowered his head and looked at Luo Xiaomon. Luo Xiaomon raised her head. Her eyes were filled with respect and fear. What are they? First, you thought too highly of yourself. I never liked you, but you kept telling others that I liked you. Second, you shouldn't have provoked me again. As the last sentence fell, Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with murderous intent. Around his right leg, a small world exploded. It was as if he had kicked out fiercely like an emperor. Boom! His foot landed on Luo Xiaomon's body and sent her flying like a cannonball. Just as she was about to say something, a terrifying force exploded, causing her body to explode in midair. Blood rained down. The Nine Heavens Maiden had fallen here. Moreover, she died in an extremely ugly manner. After that, Lin Ling slowly walked down the martial arts platform. To him, Lin Ling could forgive a mistake once, but he would never forgive a second time. She died just like that? The hearts of the crowd trembled inexplicably. Luo Xiaomon was kicked to death by Lin Ling. This death was too ugly. They stared at Lin Ling with fear in their hearts. This man was like an emperor, anyone who dared to offend, humiliate, and kill. Chapter 1323. Reaching the top at this moment, Hong Tianting's face was pale as he witnessed the death of his lover. He wanted to save her, but his legs were weak. His cowardly appearance made many people shake their heads in disdain. Previously, Hong Tianting was so domineering, teaching Lin Ling a lesson for his lover. However, Luo Xiaomon died in front of Hong Tianting, and the latter didn't even dare to move. This so-called love was in fact just a joke. Hong Tianting trash. An ancient cultivator from the three mysterious realms mocked. Hong Mansion, shame on you. Similarly, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Kuan Palace sneered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he shouted angrily, Lin Ling, I haven't lost yet. Because I couldn't use the demon god in the previous battle, if I used the demon god, you would have died without a doubt. If you have the ability, let's fight outside of the yellow board. He stood up and regained his previous confidence and pride. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said in a cold voice, Sure, the next time you lose, you die. As soon as the word die came out, Hong Tianting's confidence and pride instantly vanished. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Ling directly. Obviously, Lin Ling's previous display of strength had left a deep impression in his heart. He's still trash. Lin Ling's words scared him. Such a cultivator, what's the point of talking about the martial Tao? Just like Lin Ling said, Hong Tianting's strength comes from his bloodline. He's trash. Many people shook their heads again. Hong Tianting was actually scared by Lin Ling's gaze. It was simply disappointing and humiliating. Lin Ling is currently at the Transcendent 6th stage, but he can already threaten a Saint Realm expert. If he reaches the Transcendent 7th stage, then I'll definitely die. I have to kill him. Staring at Lin Ling's dazzling light, the Three Lives Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. Watching Lin Ling grow stronger step by step, the pressure on him was getting heavier and heavier. I'll go with you. At this time, someone said coldly, "Count us in." The thrice-world Ghost King looked over and laughed coldly. Ninely tribe. Voidstar Heavenly Palace. Not bad. In addition to that Hong Tianting, he is also determined to kill Lin Ling. There is also the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. Someone laughed sinisterly. After that, the few of them left the martial stage. Lin Ling received 1,000,000 primordial stones from the martial pavilion elder, which made him smile. With these primordial stones, his martial Tao of fire could also be improved. Through the previous battles, Lin Ling knew that as his strength increased, the experts he faced would also be older and stronger. His Earth-grade Holy Ground talent would no longer be able to display its prowess. Hence, he had to find a way to improve it. Fortunately, he had the Fiend God Overlord physique, and this physique cultivation technique was extremely powerful. Lin Ling, well done. Your name has appeared in the first place of the yellow board. Many people looked at Lin Ling and said, these people had all placed their bets on Lin Ling, witnessing Lin Ling soaring in the sky. They were all extremely happy at this moment. Thank you. Lin Ling replied politely to those who supported him. As for those who mocked him before, Lin Ling replied with a gloating look, which made those people grit their teeth. They had placed huge bets before, but they had lost everything. After that, Lin Ling and Lu Susu left the martial stage. At the same time, on the peak of the martial pavilion, the flame on one of the stone tablets dimmed. Then, a new flame was born. After the flame, a brand new name appeared, Lin Ling. Moreover, this name appeared in the first place of the yellow board, which was extremely dazzling. This guy really did it. Around the yellow board, many people were waiting for the news quietly. At this moment, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling, reaching the top in 10 battles. His name shook the Black Pung continent. Even some of the hidden super sects and experts were shocked at this moment. Lin Ling? They had never heard of him, but such a nobody actually became the first place of the yellow board? They knew how difficult it was to become the first place of the yellow board. Even these hidden Saint Realm experts did not have the strength to reach the top when they were at the Transcendent 6th Realm. Reaching the top represented the strongest person in the same realm and era. In the sea calming heavenly prefecture, all the 7 colored armor generals received the news. As expected of Lin Ling, he just became a hero not long ago, and now he is at the top of the list. Haha, amazing. Huh. The 7 colored armor generals of the sea calming heavenly prefecture had heard of the yellow board and the splendid mountains and rivers. However, they were not qualified to enter with their strength. Now, Lin Ling represented the sea calming heavenly prefecture to create a miracle. Moreover, the news was also passed to the rainforest sacred ground through venerable sea calming heavenly prefecture, which made thousands of people excited. Through venerable sea calming heavenly prefecture, they already knew that the so-called yellow board was the strongest of the 3 profound realms in Xianxia province. Reaching the top would bring glory to one's ancestors. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know this at all. He left the martial pavilion with Lu Susu and the old man of Dongfu. It's really strange. Your innate saint physique is only at the earth grade, but you're not afraid of an innate saint physique? You should know that once an immortal physique appears, thousands of saint physiques will have to kneel down. Unless their realm is much higher than their opponents, they will only be able to use 50% of their strength. However, you actually made Hong Tianting, who has an immortal physique, afraid. That's too strange. Moreover, the appearance of the venerable sovereign you displayed is very familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before. Along the way, Lu Susu talked nonstop. Lin Ling followed behind her and stared at the enchanting woman's curvaceous back. He smiled helplessly. He knew that this profiteer was suspicious by nature, but she was able to see through some small details. Of course, Lu Susu felt that it was familiar because that vague, venerable sovereign appearance had the shadow of the star-plucking Great Emperor. The star-plucking Great Emperor was one of the 4 ancient venerable sovereigns. It seems that your master's background is not small, right, Lin Ling? Lu Susu said with a smile. She wanted to find out the details of Lin Ling's background from his words. As expected of Hall, Master Lu. In fact, I don't know what it is, but my master told me to cultivate a martial art. And then that illusory figure appeared. Lin Ling said with a serious expression. He lied and pushed all the blame to his mysterious master. Amazing. I already knew that he was not ordinary. Lu Susu immediately nodded. Lin Ling's expression was too serious, so he was definitely not lying. She asked curiously, I wonder who that old man is? Although he gives people the feeling that he is old, he is actually very young. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. Lu Susu was too powerful. She had also noticed this, because that mysterious person was him, Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling did not explain anything. He let Lu Susu and the old man of Dong Fu guess by themselves. Moreover, Lin Ling was also feeling emotional. He did not expect his acting talent to be so strong. When he became serious, Lu Susu also fell for it. Moving forward again, the old man of Dong Fu and the old man of Dong Fu bid farewell to Lin Ling and left. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He planned to go to Groping Heaven Hall, one of the 10 halls of Xianxia. Currently, he wanted to reforge the Tyrant Song sword. He could buy all the other materials, but he had to obtain the life scale and the feather of the vermilion bird. Moreover, when he wanted to increase his talent in the future, the Tyrant Song sword would definitely be of help. Chapter 1324. Touching the Heavens Palace. Touching the Heavens Great Sage, one of the 10 palace masters of Xianxia. His strength is comparable to the Golden Armor King, so he must be extremely difficult to deal with. However, if I miss this chance, I won't be able to get my natal scale. Lin Ling flew towards one of the splendid mountains and rivers. While Lin Ling was heading towards the Touching the Heavens Palace, a large number of experts had gathered in a hidden valley in the splendid mountains and rivers. Kill him. This brat insulted me. He must be killed. My swear, it was actually killed by him. He was so ruthless. His heart is too cruel. 2 voices sounded first. They were Hong Tian Ting and the mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens. At this moment, the mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens had naturally received the news that her beloved disciple had been killed. How could she not be angry? She thought that Lin Ling was vicious and had to be killed. Of course, she had never thought that Luo Xiuman would die because she had provoked Lin Ling. Mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens. Will the Golden Armor King step in? Someone asked. It was Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. These experts had gathered to discuss the matter of killing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too arrogant, and his growth was too fast. If they didn't kill him this time, they might not have another chance. What kind of person is the Golden Armor King? He's even more powerful than the 4 people who recommended the human emperor. He won't step in. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens shook her head. Lin Ling and the Golden Armor King were not on the same level. In addition, there was no good excuse, so the Golden Armor King wouldn't step in to kill Lin Ling. After all, it would have a bad impact on the Golden Armor Palace. There's no need for the Golden Armor King to step in. We're enough. Another old voice sounded. A carriage came through the clouds in the distance. Then, a fat old woman walked down from the sky, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. It was the 9, Li Holy Mother. However, Lin Ling had killed Li Fengge. How could the 9 Li tribe let Lin Ling go? Enough! There are enough masters here. Lin Ling is just a trivial transcendent. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to cause any trouble. The 3 Lives ghostly king swept his gaze across the crowd and laughed excitedly. Of course, he was also lamenting in his heart. The puny junior of the past had grown to such a terrifying extent today. They had to mobilize so many experts just to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling. You sure have a lot of face. This time, I don't believe that kid can survive. An elder from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect and a prince from the Western Sea Dragon Qilan Palace also spoke. They were extremely confident. It's just Lin Ling, yet so many experts have to be mobilized. Could it be that he has some sort of backer? Hong Tianning stared at the experts and frowned. In the past, he didn't even care to know Lin Ling's name, but now he was curious about Lin Ling for the first time. From what we know so far, Lin Ling and Temple Master Lu are very close. However, Temple Master Lu is a merchant, so I guess she's cooperating with Lin Ling. She won't help Lin Ling. The only big shot left is Senior Shui Wu, but Senior Shui Wu is only optimistic about Lin Ling. If we join forces, Senior Shui Wu will probably pretend not to see us. The last one is Heavenly Venerable Sea Calming. This person's strength is comparable to mine, so he's not worth worrying about. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing explained, analyzing Lin Ling from various angles. Lin Ling is actually from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Black-White Dao Palace. Many people gasped. They didn't know this. I'm also from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Hong Mansion. How can Lin Ling's status be higher than mine? I'll kill him all the same. Hong Tianning didn't care. After all, the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars were also filled with countless geniuses. How could Senior Shui Wu place so much importance on Lin Ling? Unless Lin Ling was one of the 4 great referrals, or if he was Senior Shui Wu's eldest disciple. Unfortunately, none of these were possible. Then, today, we will join forces and vow to kill Lin Ling. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent. They believed that Lin Ling would undoubtedly die this time. Once Lin Ling separates from Temple Master Lu, we can kill him. Of course, it's even better if we can lure him out alone. I have a way. I heard that he has a close female friend in Splendid Landscape. If we capture her, why should we worry that Lin Ling won't come out alone? Good. Lin Ling is a sentimental person. If we capture his close female friend, I want to anger him to the point where his heart is filled with anger. At that time, let's see how arrogant he can be. Everyone separated one after another, and the valley regained its tranquility. It was said that there was a huge spiritual vein hidden under the ground in Splendid Landscape. Therefore, all the super sects had branches here. The Langya 10 Halls and the Carefree 10 Halls were also established here. Langya 10 Halls and Carefree 10 Halls were the 2 great powers of Heaven and Earth Hall. They were above all the other experts and were only below the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. At this moment, on top of a mountain peak, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. There were clouds and mist, and the sun hung high in the sky. Incomparably bright golden light shone down, enveloping 20 towering mountain peaks that reached into the clouds, making the other mountains look small. Those 20 mountain peaks were Langya 10 Halls and the Carefree 10 Halls. The spiritual energy here is even denser. To be able to establish a sect here, as expected of Langya 10 Halls and the Carefree 10 Halls, Lin Ling was secretly envious. He took a step forward and shot towards one of the directions. Heavenly Touch Hall wasn't hard to find. To be able to become one of the Langya 10 Halls, the hall's name was given by the hall master himself. It possessed supreme authority, and Heavenly Touch represented touching the blue dome of heaven, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, in Heavenly Touch Hall, a large number of figures were entering and exiting one after another. These people were all arrogant, and every one of them was a top-notch genius. 7th layer transcendence could be seen everywhere. These were the disciples of Heavenly Touch Hall. Not only were they powerful, they were also blacksmiths. Who is it? When Lin Ling stepped on the stairs, someone on the mountain peak shouted angrily, "I'm Lin Ling, here to pay a visit to Heavenly Touch Sage." A clear voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the eyes of the young men on the mountain peak to flicker. Lin Ling? What a familiar name. Could it be the Huang Rankings #1, Lin Ling? A voice came down, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. The news spread so quickly. He had just reached the top of the Martial Pavilion, and there were already people here who knew about it. The Martial Pavilion was indeed an extremely valuable ranking. Yes, Lin Ling quickened his pace and arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking around, this place was grand and magnificent. A dazzling golden palace sat there, and the entire palace was actually a heavenly weapon. The surroundings were filled with mysterious runes, and there were at least 99,000 of them. Of course, in Lin Ling's eyes, these runes were full of loopholes. For example, the auspicious gold rune could borrow the sharpness of metal to force the enemy to retreat. However, there are dozens of karmic fire runes placed next to the auspicious gold rune. These runes could absorb the karmic chi in a cultivator's body and produce a powerful force. However, the karmic fire rune belonged to fire, and fire suppressed metal. When the two runes were placed together, the auspicious gold rune was obviously ineffective. Nonsense, Lin Ling thought. Moreover, he could see that Heavenly Touch Sage was proficient in divination, so he added this Dao into the runes, causing the four odd beasts. You're Lin Ling? You think you're qualified to pay a visit to Heavenly Touch Sage? In front of the palace, more and more people gathered. There were both men and women, and all of them curiously looked at Lin Ling. I heard that the number one of the Huang ranking is quite powerful. However, I'm also on the Huang ranking, but I'm on the 7th layer Transcendent Realm list. How about we exchange some pointers? A handsome young man walked out with a smile. His face was filled with anticipation. If he could defeat the number one of the Huang ranking, then it would be a great achievement. Chapter 1325. Heaven-touching demon subduing art. I'm not interested. I'm here to visit heaven-touching great sage. Lin Ling said indifferently. Are you not interested, or do you not dare? Let me tell you, how can Lord Temple meet a junior like you? Of course not. Of course not. Lin Ling, you don't deserve your reputation. You can only be arrogant in Xianping province. You're like a dog when you meet the 10 halls of Xianxia. If you want to meet Lord Temple, you have to kneel down and call him father. Seeing Lin Ling's rejection, many young people couldn't help but laugh proudly. Many young girls couldn't help but laugh as well. The people of Heaven Touching Hall were indeed powerful. Lin Ling didn't dare to speak when he met them. After the young girls laughed, the young men became even more proud. Heaven Touching Hall was a powerful force under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Lin Ling naturally couldn't be proud. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He knew that being a disciple of the 10 halls of Xianxia meant that his status was naturally higher than others. However, he didn't have time to care about these clowns. He continued to move forward. Stop! One of the young men shouted coldly as he walked out from the crowd. Many people saw the young man and immediately called him eldest senior brother respectfully. This young man was as handsome as Jade. Although he wasn't the strongest, Heaven Touching Hall was also a gathering place for blacksmiths. The young man's Tao of blacksmithing was proud of the crowd, so he was also their eldest senior brother. The young man was Zhua Imoyun. Senior brother Zhua is here too. I heard that he went to the Pill Forging Union to take the test. He should have passed and greatly raised the prestige of Heaven Touching Hall. Many people thought in their hearts after bowing. Lin Ling looked over and naturally recognized the other party. Hee, I was still looking for you, but you ran out on your own. However, I didn't expect you to be Lin Ling. You can't judge a book by its cover. At this moment, Zhua Mo Yun seemed a little excited. He was still brooding about losing to Lin Ling in the past and had always wanted to take revenge. Who knew that Lin Ling would jump in front of him? If he didn't teach Lin Ling a lesson, then his surname wasn't Mo. It's you. Lin Ling nodded calmly. I'm here to pay a visit to Heaven Touch Sage. I hope you won't stop me. Haha shitty, did you hear that? He's come to pay a visit to Hall Master Darren. Such big words. He really thinks he's something. Zhua Mo Yun was shocked, and then couldn't help but roar with laughter. The crowd also roared with laughter. Lin Ling, did he not see through himself? Did he think that he could just visit whenever he wanted to? Without our agreement, you won't be able to see Lord Palace Master. I've said it before, try calling me father a few times. Someone shouted, causing the atmosphere on the mountain peak to become even more clamorous. Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with their taunts and continued forward. So stupid. If you want to see the Palace Master, you won't have any chance unless you defeat me. I think the number one on the yellow board is just a piece of trash. Someone shouted coldly. The more Lin Ling remained silent, the more they thought Lin Ling was unworthy of his reputation. Maybe Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but he was only invincible in the Transcendent 6th stage. Therefore, when he saw them, he immediately shut his mouth like a coward. You're right. Heaven Touch Palace is so big. Rather than going to find him, why don't I let him find me? At this moment, Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. He also had an idea. If he went to pay a visit to Heaven Touch Sage, as usual, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, he had to find another way. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He shot towards the laughing young man like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. In midair, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being absorbed by him. His fist became huge, like the fist of an ancient god. Devour the mountains and rivers. A cold shout was heard, causing the crowd to stop talking. They didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any hesitation. As for the disciple who mocked Lin Ling, his eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling actually dared to attack him? One had to know that he was a Transcendent 7th stage expert, ranked 75th on the yellow board. Heaven Touch Demon Subduing Art. That disciple instantly grew taller. His aura was like the sea, and a great law of subduing appeared. It was a mysterious force field that was 100 meters wide. With a bang, the ground exploded. It was said that when this great law of subduing appeared, anyone would have to kneel down. Even the power of martial arts would be reduced by 40%. It was similar to the great law of gravity of the earth element. Boom! Apart from that, a brown light screen appeared around the disciple's body. The shadow of Heaven Touch Sage was extremely thick on his body. Seeing your brother Xianxia defeat him, how dare he be so arrogant in my Heaven Touch Palace? After being stunned for a moment, angry voices rose one after another. Gravity? At this moment, Lin Ling was still shooting towards that disciple. He was secretly surprised. Such a strange great law of power. This guy actually cultivated a transcendent martial art to the transcendent realm. At the same time, Elder Z's voice sounded, Your Majesty, this is a type of subduing force. It's not considered gravity, but it has the same effect as gravity. Lin Ling secretly nodded. The world was so big, martial arts were indeed useful. It was undeniable that with this great law of subduing, that disciple had few opponents in the Transcendent 7th stage. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Unstoppable. Not only did his speed not slow down, it actually increased by a bit. To Lin Ling, his body was everything. No matter how strong the gravity was, if it didn't surpass his body's strength, then everything would be useless. How is this possible? What kind of martial art are you using? That disciple's pupils constricted. He saw with his own eyes that Lin Ling entered his great law of power, but he was safe and sound. Lin Ling wasn't suppressed by his great law of power. One must know that once he used his great law of power, his opponent's spiritual energy would be suppressed and he would be lying on the ground, unable to move. However, Lin Ling was like a demon king in human form, fearless, a martial art that you don't understand. Lin Ling had already appeared in front of his opponent and punched out. His fist was like a battering ram, landing on that disciple's brown light screen. Instantly, the light screen cracked like glass. In the next moment, that disciple's body flew backwards and crashed into the ground far away, spitting out blood. A Transcendent 7th stage expert of the yellow board was defeated in one move. This meant that Lin Ling could challenge another yellow board expert. The clamoring faces of the crowd froze in disbelief. You want to stop me with just this? A bunch of trash. As his feet landed on the ground, Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. At this moment, his previously silent image had quietly changed. He was showing off his ability and arrogance. The Heaven-Seeking Palace's disciples stared with their eyes wide open. All of them were unconvinced, but they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength. Great! You dare to be arrogant and touch Heaven Hall. At this moment, Zhuo Mo Yun's angry voice drifted out. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the angrier he became. He had not expected Lin Ling's strength to be able to enter another yellow board. Come at me then. You lost me in the previous assessment of the Pill Crafting Guild. Today, you'll lose again. Soul Force or martial arts, you can choose. I will give you a handicap of 3 moves. Lin Ling looked disdainfully at Zhuo Mo Yun as though he was all-powerful. He decided since a long time ago that instead of looking for the heaven-touching sage himself, it would be better to get the heaven-touching sage to look for him. So, how could the heaven-touching sage not know if he caused a huge commotion? Moreover, this disciple of Touch Heaven Hall was so arrogant that it made him unhappy. Zhuo Mo Yun's face twisted. Lin Ling was looking down on him. Chapter 1326. Old Trash. Moreover, Soul Power and Martial Dao, you can choose. I'll even give you 3 moves. This meant that Lin Ling could crush Zhuo Mo Yun in every field. Zhuo Mo Yun was speechless. He wasn't Lin Ling's opponent in these 2 fields. Even if he had the chance, he couldn't and didn't dare to use it. A piece of trash. Is Touch Heaven Hall full of trash like him? Seeing Zhuo Mo Yun silence, Lin Ling said indifferently. This made the high-spirited disciples of Touch Heaven Hall gnash their teeth in hatred. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He could crush the entire Touch Heaven Hall by himself. Don't be too arrogant. My master is here. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Zhuo Mo Yun didn't want to lose face and shouted angrily. Then ask your master, that old trash, to come out. Lin Ling laughed loudly. Everything he did was to wait for Touch Heaven Great Sage to come out himself. What? Old trash. He's crazy. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and their angry voices were like waves. Touch Heaven Great Sage was in existence of the Langya 10 halls. His strength was unparalleled. Lin Ling, a junior, actually dared to call Touch Heaven Great Sage an old trash. He was simply courting death. Sir, how dare you? If you can leave here today, Touch Heaven Hall will disappear from this world. Sure enough, Lin Ling's big commotion had finally attracted the main character, and all the disciples of Touch Heaven Hall were in high spirits at this moment. Lin Ling, you're dead. My master is a top Saint Realm expert. No matter how arrogant you are, you'll definitely die. Zhuo Mo Yun also laughed loudly, as if he was elated. Then, he tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Now, I just want to know, do you have anything to say before you die? Haha, eldest senior brother, we also want to know. The others looked on coldly, waiting for the show to come. At this moment, a tall and mighty figure appeared in the sky, looking down on everyone. His strength was earth-shattering. He was Touch Heaven Great Sage. Master, Hall Master. At this moment, countless people looked at the man with worship in their eyes. This was their legend, Heaven Touch Great Sage. This person was also a genius of heaven and earth. He could cover the sky with one hand. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he had also reached great heights in the way of pill refinement. He had been designated as one of the 10 rising blacksmiths in Xianxia province. Even the 4 beams and 8 pillars gave him face. Old trash, you're finally here. Just as the crowd was filled with anticipation, an insolent voice drifted out once again, causing the eyes of the crowd to narrow. Their legend had arrived. Lin Ling was actually still cursing the old trash. He was dead meat. He was dead for sure. As one of the 10 palaces of Langya, Heaven Stroker Great Sage had a tyrannical temperament. If others dared to look down on him, he would not show any mercy. There were once people who questioned his qualifications to be one of the 10 palaces of Langya. However, the Saint Realm where those experts resided was taken down by him. Thus, there were hundreds of millions of people who were unconvinced, and that was the result of their doubts. At this moment, Lin Ling was not doubting him, but cursing him. Moreover, compared to those experts, Lin Ling was only ranked first on the yellow list. In terms of background, he was not comparable to them. You call me an old trash? Up in the sky, Heaven Touch Great Sage's eyes turned cold. Previously, he was forging a heavenly weapon. However, The commotion outside the palace made him furious. Subsequently, he rushed out. In the end, as soon as he came out, someone scolded him as an old trash. It had been a long time since someone dared to cause trouble in his heaven-touch palace. Do you want to call you that again? Old trash. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched slightly as he coldly spat out a sentence. It was to tell heaven-touch great sage that he was an old trash. You're courting death. Heaven-touch great sage's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was definitely going to die. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, but in the next moment, there was surprise in his eyes. It was him. Not long ago, the heavenly elder of Spiritual Mountain's grandson soul was seized by the heavenly weapon of star-picking nation. He was invited to help, but he failed. Instead, a mysterious young man appeared during the process and turned the tide, saving the grandson. The young man even told him that his heavenly weapon, the heavenly staff, was about to be destroyed. After that, he kept looking for the mysterious young man. He also knew that the heavenly elder of Spiritual Mountain was also looking for him, who knew that the young man would appear here. Moreover, he also said that if the mysterious young man could help him reforge the heavenly staff, he would be willing to be the young man's disciple. At the thought of this, heaven-touch great sage's eyes kept flickering. Master, he's so arrogant. Kill him. Hall Master. Heaven-touch Hall is the largest power under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. How can we tolerate his arrogance? At this moment, Mo Yun and the others didn't know what heaven-touch great sage was thinking. They were laughing coldly and shouting. Lin Ling dared to scold their master, so there would definitely be a good show to watch. At this moment, heaven-touch great sage walked down from the sky, causing Mo Yun to be excited. He hurriedly ran over and kept talking about how arrogant Lin Ling was. Slap. However, Mo Yun hadn't finished speaking when heaven-touch great sage swung his palm and directly slapped Mo Yun to the ground. Shut up. I'll kill you if you continue speaking. The crowd was like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck, and they couldn't say anything. What exactly happened? Mo Yun had almost been knocked unconscious. His master didn't deal with Lin Ling, but hit him instead. Heaven-touch great sage paid no attention to them and walked towards Lin Ling with a complicated expression instead. He still remembered what he'd said. If Lin Ling helped him reforge the Heaven's Arrival Rod, then he would take Lin Ling as his master. Even though he still doubted Lin Ling until now, he still believed Lin Ling a little. After all, Lin Ling really was mysterious. Master, you're finally here. Heaven-touch great sage arrived before Lin Ling and spoke indifferently. Bang! The hearts of everyone exploded. Lin Ling had actually become their master's master, their Hall Master's master. How could this be? Mo Yin lay on the ground while his pupils narrowed. He'd originally thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure once heaven-touch great sage showed himself, but who would have imagined that the legend in his heart would actually call Lin Ling his master? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have definitely thought that he was dreaming. Lin Ling chuckled softly. Previously, he'd arrived arrogantly. First, he'd drawn out heaven-touch great sage. Second, he knew that heaven-touch great sage didn't really trust him, so he'd been arrogant before. Otherwise, if he kept a low profile, others would also doubt his ability. After all, pill refiners were the most arrogant. How could they tolerate being humiliated by others? On the contrary, pill refiners with no ability were the ones who kept a low profile. You're getting more and more arrogant. You asked me to come to you personally, but you sent your disciples to stop me? Lin Ling said indifferently, causing heaven-touch great sage to frown. He looked at the disciples and said, "Those who disrespected Master before will all face the wall and reflect on their actions for a year. Now, get the hell over here and apologize." The disciples opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They wanted to apologize? Chapter 13:27. Rotten Lin Ling waved his hand. "Forget it, I don't care. As for Master, I've already said that you're not qualified to be my disciple." What? The hearts of all the disciples rumbled again. Their legend had acknowledged Lin Ling as his master, But Lin Ling wasn't happy at all. Instead, he said that the other party wasn't qualified to be his disciple. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, Lin Ling's words had another meaning for heaven-touching sage. The more arrogant Lin Ling was, the more heaven-touching sage believed in Lin Ling. After all, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't a fool. If he dared to be arrogant here, then he must have true ability. Master, you're right. Heaven-touching sage hurriedly bowed. Lin Ling nodded. I only have one purpose in coming here. I heard that you have a natal scale, so hand it over now. Natal scale. Heaven-touching sage's eyes flickered. He did have this treasure, but was he going to give it to Lin Ling? Your heaven-reaching staff needs to be reforged, but because it's a treasure left behind by the ancient star-picking nation, you don't know how to forge it. However, I know how to forge it. You're currently lacking 5 materials. Once you've gathered them, you can come to me. The 5 materials are called Jasper Cold Silkworm, Teeling or Mother, Whirlpool Essence Brain, Ice Soul Cold Crystal, and Rhinoceros Wings. Lin Ling also knew that if he wanted heaven-touching sage to be willing, he had to reveal a trump card. As expected, heaven-touching great sage sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never heard of these heavenly treasures before. Lin Ling was indeed capable. He asked curiously, I can find other heavenly treasures, but the rhinoceros wings? Does a rhinoceros use wings? Of course, there are 24 types of rhinoceros. One of them is the white rhinoceros wing demon. It has wings, Lin Ling said lightly. Lin Ling had been bitterly training in the Purple Mansion. Apart from training, Lin Ling had also often heard Purple Elder talk about ancient matters. Therefore, he was extremely clear about them. I've never seen such a Lingxi before. Heaven-touching great sage spoke with a solemn expression. He truly couldn't figure out why Lin Ling would know about these ancient things, even though he was younger than him. However, even though he trusted Lin Ling more in his heart, he was still slightly hesitant. After all, natal scales were extremely rare, and it would be letting Lin Ling off too easily if he just handed them over. Master, what do you think of my palace? He took a deep breath and looked into the distance, his voice filled with pride. His palace was a heavenly weapon with countless runes. He had spent a lot of effort to set it up. Moreover, ordinary people could not see the secrets hidden in the palace. Now, he wanted to test Lin Ling. The people in the surroundings also understood this layer of meaning, and they all sneered, especially Zhuo Moyin. He had always thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things, and now he could tear apart Lin Ling's mask of hypocrisy. After all, even he could not understand a mysterious heaven-touching hall. There were so many formation patterns that it was enough for him to study for a lifetime. Senior Lin Ling, what do you think of the palace? Your master's master, so you should have some opinions about it. Zhuo Mo Yun's eyes glowed brightly. I do have some opinions, but I lack some interest right now. Of course, if brothers Wu Mo Yun could take out some origin stones, then I might be interested. Lin Ling spoke calmly. How could he not know what Zhuo Mo Yun was thinking? Zhuo Mo Yun was definitely waiting for him to lose face and even wanted to hit him when he was down. Once Zhuo Mo Yun doubted his Tao of forging, then the outcome would definitely be death. Zhuo Mo Yun, take out all your origin stones and let Master take a look at Heaven-Touching Hall. Heaven-Touching Great Sage roared furiously when he heard this. So long as he could test Lin Ling's ability, then Lin Ling would satisfy any request of his. I have 100,000 origin stones, but Master, these origin stones are mine. Zhuo Mo Yun suddenly regretted it. He wanted to hit Lin Ling when he was down, but Lin Ling seemed to have set his eyes on him. Only 100,000 origin stones? That's really little, but I'll reluctantly accept it. Hand it over. I'll take a look at Heaven-Touching Hall. Of course, if my opinion is wrong, then I won't take the 100,000 origin stones. Lin Ling's heart jerked. He was tempted by the 100,000 origin stones because he was short of money right now. All right, Zhuo Mo Yun revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying, and he hated himself to death in his heart. Lin Ling smiled, and then he walked towards the hall with large strides while the others followed behind him. They didn't believe that Lin Ling could become their legendary master. Master, what do you think of this hall? Heaven-touching great sage seemed to be respectful, but he had ill intentions. Whether Lin Ling had the real materials would depend on this moment. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was asking a tiger for its skin. He was in such a situation now. So long as his imposing manner was slightly weaker or his ability was slightly weaker, then heaven-touching great sage would kill him. When he thought up to here, Lin Ling didn't intend to give him any face. Rotten, a light sentence floated out, causing heaven-touching great sage's face to turn ugly. This was his proud work, but Lin Ling didn't say it was average, nor did he say it was good. Instead, he said it was rotten. This evaluation was too low. I wonder why Senior Lin Ling would say that. Heaven-touching great sage suppressed the anger in his heart and asked indifferently. Formation runes can appear on weapons and ancient formations, but they appeared in this hall. Are you trying to prove your luxury? Also, that formation rune was carved using the 10,000-year Thunder Clam Pearl, which is extremely rare. Don't you think it's a waste to use it to carve a low-level, heavenly soldier? The carving of the formation runes doesn't depend on the value of the treasure, but on the appropriateness of the treasure. Look at the auspicious gold formation runes. This formation rune is very beautiful and dazzling with golden light. But is it suitable to be carved in this hall? Could it be that you want to use the auspicious gold formation runes to protect the entire hall? Moreover, you actually carved the karmic fire formation runes. I have to say, it's indeed very luxurious. However, fire restrains metal, so the auspicious gold formation runes are useless. Lin Ling walked along the hall, constantly reprimanding. The Tao of formation runes is the same as the Tao of martial arts. The most powerful thing is not its magnificence, but its practicality. Heaven-touching great sage's pupils constricted as he recalled Lin Ling's words. He vaguely understood something. In the past, as long as he obtained an ancient formation rune, he would immediately learn to carve it. After learning it, he would feel a strong sense of accomplishment. However, he had never figured out why those formation runes appeared and what kind of formation runes matched perfectly. Master, please explain further. At this moment, heaven-touching great sage's voice was filled with reverence from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling smiled faintly. The heaven and earth formation runes are divided into 99,990 low-level ones, more than 300,000 mid-level ones, and countless high-level ones. However, you don't have to learn every formation rune. The real key is to fuse them together. When you know that the world's formation runes are divided into 7 types, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang, you can deduce 3 from 1. With that, Lin Ling shook his head the more he looked at the palace. This palace is getting worse and worse. Then, his 10 fingers moved slightly and actually began to dismantle the palace's formation runes. Lin Ling, how dare you? The disciples of Heaven-Touching Hall were furious. Lin Ling actually dared to dismantle the palace. Let him dismantle it. Chapter 1328. Reforging. I'll let you see what a low-level rune is. Lin Ling's voice was filled with disdain. After dismantling the excess runes, his hands fluttered like butterflies as a large number of runes landed on the palace. Dazzling rays of light continued to bloom. The disciples of Heaven Touch Hall sucked in a cold breath. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying method of inscribing runes. There are actually more than 99,000 types of low-level runes. Why do I only know 50,000? Heaven Touch Great Sage sucked in a cold breath. He was even more in awe of Lin Ling. When he looked at Mo Yun again, his mouth was wide open. In the previous assessment, he thought that Lin Ling was only powerful in soul force. Who knew that in terms of the Tao of forging, Lin Ling still surpassed him? It's not that more runes are better, but that they can be fused together. It's best if they complement each other. Lin Ling's hands constantly danced with a focused expression. His handsome face had the demeanor of an expert. Heaven Touch Great Sage and the others watched without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. So the wood elemental runes can be inscribed like this. Amazing. Look, The earth and gold runes have fused together. The karmic fire runes are indeed useless. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Finally, the palace's 5 elemental runes were completed. Wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, earth gave birth to metal, metal gave birth to water, and water gave birth to wood. The 5 elements supported each other, and the palace's defense became stronger. Wood restrained earth, earth restrained water, water restrained fire, fire restrained metal, and metal restrained wood. The 5 elements restrained each other, and the palace's attack greatly increased. At the same time, dark clouds rolled in the sky. The heavenly weapon tribulation had arrived. "Master, be careful," Heaven Touch Great Sage anxiously said. He sensed that this was the heavenly weapon's great tribulation. Lin Ling had reforged his heavenly weapon and attracted the heavenly tribulation again. "It's fine. The runes will protect themselves," Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused Heaven Touch Great Sage to be shocked. A heavenly weapon could actually resist a heavenly weapon? One had to know that when the heavenly tribulation arrived, an ordinary heavenly weapon wouldn't resist it. But this palace could? Rumble. 81 heavenly tribulations fell from the sky at the same time. The crowd exploded. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. This also meant that the palace was a rarely seen heavenly weapon. But what shocked them even more was that the palace emitted 5 types of divine light. It was as if the runes in the palace were absorbing spiritual energy from the air. The 5 lights shot into the sky, fusing together into a massive curtain of light that resisted the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Rumble. The sound was deafening. Even the other palaces in the distance heard it. All of them looked at the heaven-touching palace in astonishment. However, the god's trial came quickly and disappeared quickly as well. It was extremely unreal. That's it. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. 81 bolts of heavenly tribulation were blocked just like that. The crowd turned their gazes towards the palace. The palace was still unscathed. Instead, the light it emitted was even more resplendent than before. Beside the palace, the young man was clad in a long robe with a great sword behind his back. He seemed to be the person behind all of this. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled violently. The palace that Lin Ling had reforged easily blocked the heavenly tribulation. "Senior Lin Ling, what level of heavenly soldier is this palace?" Zuo Yun asked nervously. At this moment, how could he not be convinced? He was willing to give those 100,000 yuan stones. "Middle stage, heavenly soldier," Lin Ling said indifferently. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Middle stage, heavenly soldier. It was actually a middle stage heavenly soldier. One had to know that treasures of this level could only be auctioned in the universe main hall. And Lin Ling, with a flip of his hand, a middle stage heavenly soldier appeared. "It's just a casual arrangement. It's not very good." Lin Ling looked at the palace and said with some unwillingness, if not for the fact that the palace had been engraved with array patterns from the beginning, he could only make a small change. Otherwise, he would have been able to do even better. Hearing this, everyone's foreheads broke out in cold sweat. Their faces were pale white. Casually laying down a middle stage heavenly soldier was not even considered good. Lin Ling's requirements were too high. At the same time, after the palace blocked the heavenly tribulation, multicolored light shone brightly, making the heaven-touching hall look like a celestial palace. Even Xianxia and the unfettered 10 halls in the distance could clearly see it. Many people could not help but be secretly envious. Heaven-touching Great Sage was the only blacksmith among the hall masters, and blacksmiths had this kind of benefit. The difference between array patterns and martial arts was that array patterns were slower and not as convenient as martial arts. Moreover, it consumed a lot of materials. However, once it was successfully engraved, it would be of great help in defense and attack. Plop! Heaven-touching Great Sage did not hesitate. He knelt down on both knees and offered his life scale at the same time. The current him was sincerely convinced. One had to know that even though he was one of the youngest blacksmiths in the Xianpeng region, he had always been self-taught and no one had given him guidance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally paid a visit to Old Man Dong Fu to ask for guidance. Now, he'd encountered a mysterious master. Even though the master was much younger than him, he definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. As for the disciples outside the palace, they felt that it was unbelievable. Their master, heaven-touching great sage, actually knelt down in front of a young man in his 20s and respectfully called him master. This kind of thing was too strange. However, the disciples were only surprised for a moment before they knelt down one after another. They did not want to miss this opportunity. A large number of people knelt down, and the scene was spectacular. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He only wanted to prove himself and then obtain the life scale, but he did not expect everyone to have such a big reaction. In the ancient era, the star-picking country was destroyed, but there was a blacksmith who left alive. Therefore, he gave me some pointers and made me more familiar with the ancient formation patterns of the star-picking country. Now that I have this ability, I don't dare to be called master. We are of the same generation, so we can study the formation patterns together, Lin Ling said. He also knew that heaven-touching great sage would be curious about his forging path, so he found an excuse. After all, the Purple Mansion came from the star-picking country. Many people wanted to obtain this treasure. Now that he was not strong enough, it was natural for him to hide this secret, especially when Lin Ling thought about the unfettered Prince of Heaven, one of the 10 halls of Yao Yao country. If that mysterious person knew about the Purple Mansion, he would not let him go. I see. Heaven-touching great sage's doubts were solved, but he was still shocked. Master has received pointers from an expert, but because of his talent, he was able to learn the forging path of the star-picking country. We are stupid. Even if we receive pointers from an expert, we will never reach Master's level. That's right, Master Lin Ling. Everyone agreed and flattered because they knew that it was 1,000 times better to have someone to guide you on the forging path than to fumble around on your own. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Talent? He had cultivated in the Purple Mansion for dozens of years. Where did his talent come from? Your Majesty, there is no need to belittle yourself. Although your Majesty has cultivated for a long time, your Majesty's eyes are extremely mysterious. You can see through many things and learn formation patterns faster than anyone else. Even the former emperor could not compare to your Majesty. At this moment, Elder Z's voice sounded. Lin Ling's talent was amazing, but the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was also very diligent. Rise. Chapter 1329. Seeking the Martial Dao. Oh right, do you have Chinquan wood, Thunderbolt flower, Spirit water steel, Thunderleaf spirit stone, and rootless water? Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile, causing everyone to be puzzled. Heaven-touching great sage asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Lin Ling's smile carried a hint of cunning. Naturally, it's to refine a middle-stage heavenly soldier. He suddenly remembered that there was a middle-stage heavenly soldier called Wind, Thunder, Lightning, Feather recorded in the Violet Palace. It was a powerful weapon that could increase one's speed, and in the star-picking nation, many generals had such treasures. Although the materials used to refine this heavenly soldier were expensive, they were not rare, so Lin Ling planned to refine it now. Of course, the most important thing was that someone was providing the materials for free. Middle stage, heavenly soldier? We have these materials, right away. Heaven-touching great sage was shocked. To be able to see a master refine a heavenly soldier was a rare opportunity, but he was even more puzzled. I've heard of the other materials, but the rootless water? This seems to be a heavenly material used to recover spiritual energy. Master, could it be that this kind of heavenly material can also be used to forge weapons? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was curious. Everyone had naturally heard of the rootless water. In the past, when the star-picking nation opened, there were many such treasures. Naturally, the rootless water can't be used to forge weapons. I'm just using it for cultivation, Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone, cold sweat dripped down heaven-touching great sage's forehead. Lin Ling seemed to be plundering him, but he was willing to do so. to be able to see Lin Ling forge, not to mention the rootless water. Even if he gave the heaven-touching palace to Lin Ling, he wouldn't mind. All right, let's find a quiet place. I'll temper my body and forge a middle-stage heavenly soldier. Lin Ling took a large step forward and entered the palace, cultivating and forging at the same time. The pupils of the people outside the palace trembled violently. This was too crazy. How could they know that in order to save time, Lin Ling would often forge and cultivate at the same time? Not long after, the great sage of heaven touching gathered all the treasures he needed and allowed Lin Ling to personally forge a middle-stage heavenly soldier. As for the middle-stage heavenly soldier, the current Lin Ling had already reached perfection. All this time, he had only lacked the materials to forge, so the great sage of heaven touching had benefited greatly. Most importantly, Lin Ling was indeed cultivating his body while forging. With the help of great sage heaven touching's rootless water, Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique had reached a higher level, and he wasn't far from the 4th level. Zephyr Lightning Feather, the former heavenly soldier of the star-picking nation. It increases speed by a huge margin and has the power of great laws. Unfortunately, it consumes a lot of spiritual source, so most martial artists who use Zephyr Lightning Feather don't have the ability to attack. Lin Ling said indifferently. Between his hands, a pair of wings made of thunder appeared. Amazing! The great sage of heaven touching sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the heavenly soldier of the star-picking nation, the user could actually possess the great laws of wind and thunder. One had to know that great laws were the symbol of heavenly pattern martial arts. From the momentum of heaven and earth to the great laws, ordinary martial artists might not be able to comprehend them in their entire lives. But now, a heavenly soldier was able to possess great laws. Heavenly soldiers have their advantages and disadvantages. For example, Zephyr Lightning Feather consumes a lot of spiritual source. Lin Ling reminded. After all, heavenly soldiers were only used as support. They were not as good as their own strength. That was what truly belonged to them. Master is right. The great sage of heaven touching nodded. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. The middle stage heavenly soldier consumed a lot of resources. Only the great sage of heaven touching Hall had a rich family background and could gather enough heavenly treasures. The others might not be able to. Did you understand anything this time? Lin Ling asked. The great sage of heaven touching Hall shook his head awkwardly. Master carved the runes too quickly. This disciple did not see it clearly. Apart from him, there were many other disciples in the palace. They also shook their heads. Lin Ling was multitasking. No, it was multitasking. His 10 fingers could carve runes separately. How could they understand? Sigh, then prepare the materials. I'll show you next time. Lin Ling shook his head. If you want to reforge your heaven-reaching staff, you must prepare all the materials. I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling strode away, causing heaven-touching sage to be extremely reluctant to part with him, and he secretly slapped the back of his head. His master had personally forged something for him to see, yet he hadn't been able to discern anything in the end. He truly disappointed his master. Moreover, he was the youngest blacksmith in Blackpong region, yet his natural talent was simply like the difference between the clouds and mud when compared to his master. Right, prepare more rootless water next time. Lin Ling's voice floated again, causing the great sage of heaven touching Hall's heart to skip a beat. Then he laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's words meant that Lin Ling would definitely come again. Haha, disciples, let's have a big feast today. After Lin Ling left, the great sage of heaven touching Hall shouted excitedly. He had a feeling that he would definitely become one of the top 10 blacksmiths in the future. After leaving the heaven-touching hall, Lin Ling nodded inwardly. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had he improved his fiend god overlord physique, but he had also obtained the life scale. Moreover, while he was cultivating, he had also swallowed the last black and white Dao fruit. It was only a matter of time before he reached the transcendent 7th stage. Are you Lin Ling? Come to the Heaven Mountain Pass quickly. Good things are waiting for you. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice came from a mother-child sound transmitting bug. Lin Ling frowned. Only his friends and family knew about his mother-child sound transmitting bug. But this person was a stranger? Who are you? Lin Ling asked indifferently. I am Elder Jean of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. This time, I want to discuss martial arts with you. Therefore, come to the Heaven Mountain Pass immediately. The geniuses of the Black Pung Empire have gathered there and are waiting for you. The other party's voice was domineering. It seemed that Lin Ling had no choice but to go. Sorry, I'm not interested in discussing martial arts with you. Haha, our Three Elements Golden Dipper sect has always won people over with virtue. If you don't want to come, I don't mind. However, Yangon and Yumunyan are also discussing martial arts. The sinister voice sounded again, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. No wonder the other party knew about his mother-child sound transmitting bug. All right, I'll go to the Heaven Mountain Pass immediately. However, you better ensure that my friends are fine. Otherwise, I don't mind erasing the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect from this world. Dense killing intent rippled from Lin Ling's body. He guessed that the other party had captured Yumunyan and the others to threaten him. Haha. I've said that this time, the geniuses of the Black Pung Empire are discussing martial arts. It's not as embarrassing as you think. Get over here. The mother-child sound transmitting bug left behind a sentence and then disappeared. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, this super sect, has a grudge with me, but it's not a great enmity. Why did it attack me? Lin Ling's body moved and flew towards the sky. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although I'm not a top expert at the moment, I have a small reputation in Xianxia province. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect won't dare to provoke me easily. Therefore, there is a mastermind behind them, and the mastermind has a powerful identity. Therefore, the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect is unscrupulous. However, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect had done something they shouldn't have done. That kind of thing was enough for Lin Ling to cut the sky and burn the earth, because that kind of thing was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Chapter 1330. Xianpeng Racing the Tianyu Pass was located at the edge of the beautiful mountains and rivers. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was once an expert named Tianyu. During the invasion of the demons in ancient times, General Tianyu guarded the pass alone and slew millions of demons. He protected the peace of the area and became a legend. Although great General Tianyu still fell here in the end, his fighting spirit was not extinguished. From then on, this piece of land was called the Tianyu Pass. His hair stood on end in anger as he leaned against the railing, resting in the drizzle. He raised his head to look at the sky and let out a long howl. As long as it was a martial artist or commoner living on this land, they would all know this song's lyrics. It was soul-stirring. The Tianyu Gate was located at the edge of the splendid mountains and rivers. There was a type of plant that grew there that was fiery red, causing the entire land to be dyed red. It was extremely gorgeous. However, the Tianyu Gate was currently overcrowded. The experts of Xianpeng province had gathered there, and the various geniuses had also arrived. This was because today, the Hong residents, in the name of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, had convened the martial path of Heaven's stage. To put it bluntly, it was a competition ground for the geniuses of Xianpeng province. As long as they were dazzling enough, they would be able to enter the Hong residence, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. And to countless young people, this was a great opportunity. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residence was stronger than Langya residence and the 10 halls of heaven and earth. It was only second to the 7 emperors. There was no one who wouldn't be tempted to go there to learn martial arts. I rushed over from the 6-star Saint Domain. Fortunately, I didn't miss it. TSK, Xianpeng Genius Competition. I'm looking forward to it. Look, Kong Zhuo is here too. He's the newest rising genius of Xianpeng province. In Langjun, red plants cover the land. On the hills, many experts and geniuses were shouting excitedly. They looked around and saw many famous geniuses. Oh my God, Weiyun, the flower of the yellow board of splendid landscape, is a genius on the yellow board. He is even more powerful than the geniuses of Xianpeng province. The crowd realized that not only were there geniuses from Xianpeng province, but there were also experts from the splendid mountain and rivers heaven, earth, black, and yellow rankings. To the martial artists from Xianpeng province, experts who could enter the splendid mountain and rivers heaven and earth were even more valuable. So handsome. Many young girls' hearts jumped as they stared at the elites in all directions. At this moment, a white-clothed figure walked over from afar. His appearance seemed to dim the starlight in the sky. Every single one of his movements carried a carefree and unfettered aura. Is that the host of this competition, the legendary Hong Tianting? Even more people sucked in a breath of cold air. Hong Tianting was a famous character for many years. It was said that he was a monstrous genius among geniuses. When he reached the first level of the transcendent realm, he was invincible in the same realm. When he reached the second level of the transcendent realm, he was also invincible. Not only that, his status in the Hong clan was extremely high. He could be said to be a heaven's chosen. The Jili tribe. Everyone looked behind Hong Tianting and realized that there were many ancient warriors behind him. Void Star Divine Palace. 9 Heavens Dark Maiden Palace. Those disciples are so beautiful. The 3 Elemental Golden Dipper Sect and the West Sea Dragon Shielan Palace have too many powerhouses. The Xianpeng competition this time will definitely be spectacular. Many people were excited when they saw the arrival of the ancient powers. They couldn't wait to shine and become famous in Xianpeng province. Xianpeng province is vast and boundless. There are as many geniuses as carps in the river. Therefore, I am representing the Hong clan to organize the Xianpeng competition in order to uncover the talents of Xianpeng province. This time, not only is the Hong clan hosting the competition, there are also experts from the Nanyang Palace and Shadow Door Palace from the Langyuan Palaces. Hong Tianting said proudly as he landed on the ground and stared at the crowd in the distance. Boom! Waves of emotions surged in everyone's hearts. The geniuses of the Langyuan Palaces and the Carefree 10 Palaces were also here. To them, the geniuses of the 2 palaces were as mysterious as the clouds in the sky. Everyone had lofty aspirations. They even felt honored to be invited, as if they had also become famous martial artists in the great Xianpeng region. The Xianpeng competition this time is under the order of the heavens. Everyone should try their best to show off their abilities. When you become powerful in the future, you will look back and realize that the Xianpeng competition is the moment you first rose to prominence. Hong Tianting waved his hand, causing everyone on the hills to fall silent. In the next moment, loud cheers erupted. Yes, they were only slightly famous at the moment. However, after the Xianpeng competition today, they would soar into the sky like dragons. Moreover, at the end of the competition, I will also appear and spar with all of you. Hong Tianting smiled faintly, as if he was an emperor who controlled the world. Hee, Senior Hong, it doesn't count as a spar. If you can give us some pointers, we will all benefit greatly. That's right. Although warriors are born with pride and shouldn't admire their opponents, we all admire you at this moment. However, it is only admiration. We will definitely surpass you. The young people also shouted with high fighting spirit. With Hong Tianting as their goal, they wanted to surpass him. Good. I will wait for you to surpass me. Hong Tianting smiled faintly. His robe fluttered in the wind, making him seem approachable. This made even more young people and experts shout crazily. This was the top genius of the Hong residents. He treated people kindly and had the demeanor of a strong expert. What a good under the order of the heavens, just trash. I didn't expect you, Hong Tianting, to be so thick-skinned. Cheers! However, when everyone was cheering, on the red ground in the distance, a slender figure slowly walked over. He was wearing a blue and white robe, with an ancient sword behind him. His eyes were cold. Just a glance was enough to make people feel that they couldn't underestimate him. The whole ground suddenly became silent. The person who came was very arrogant. He disregarded the whole world and reprimanded the Xian Peng competition. From another point of view, that person also thought that all of them who participated in the Xian Peng competition were trash. Courting death. Cheers. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to comment on the Xian Peng competition? Cheers. Brat who is still wet behind the ears, take back your words. Otherwise, I, Lai Dao, can kill you alone. Cheers. On top of the hills, everyone angrily stared at the person who came. That person really didn't know how to appreciate favors. Am I wrong? Hong Tian Ting, you're just a loser, but you actually have the face to call the winner of the Xian Peng competition. Do you still have any shame in your heart? Stop. However, the person who came ignored the crowd and calmly walked forward. That kind of aura was fearless and intimidating. Some of the passers-by who were just here to watch a good show, at this moment, their hearts fiercely trembled. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the ancient myth of Tianyu. Tianyu, this was a well-known expert in the Tianyu Pass. He was also a genius who was respected by everyone. He was furious, leaning against the railing, resting in the rain, looking up to the sky and roaring fiercely. And now, they seemed to have seen the shadow of that myth. Lin Ling, stop, staring at the figure coming from the distance. Hong Tian Ting coldly snorted in his heart. He knew that Lin Ling had come, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After arriving, he mocked him. The ninth heaven mystical maiden and the others sneered. Lin Ling really came, worthy of being called righteous. Chapter 1331. Everyone's fury, sir. You're also an invitee of the Black Pong Arena. Who gave you the guts to look down on everyone so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of provoking public anger? Heavenly Venerable Su Xing said indifferently, pushing Lin Ling into the limelight. His intentions were extremely vicious. Moreover, he didn't call out Lin Ling's name because he didn't want to announce Lin Ling's identity and make everyone respect him. Lin Ling, who was in the distance, did not pay any attention to him. His indifferent voice drifted out. Where is my man? You're too arrogant. Today is the Black Pong Arena, and you say where are your people? Are you ignoring all the geniuses and masters in the world? The Three Lives Ghost King's eyes flashed as he roared. He didn't say a word about Yu Mun Yun and the others because he wanted to provoke Lin Ling. Where are my people? You. However, Lin Ling still said fearlessly, if you don't hand over my people, don't blame me for causing misery and suffering. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Everyone on the Three Lives Ghost King's side laughed. There were a lot of Saint Realm masters here, and Lin Ling dared to say that he would cause misery and suffering. Well, why did he have to say that? However, Lin Ling was obviously enraged, which was even better. Sure enough, everyone on the surrounding hills was stunned for a moment. Angry voices rang out like waves. This young man was actually ignoring them. He was too arrogant. Kneel down or you'll die. Ha ha ha. When I, the 9 elders of Southern Mountain, dominated Xinpeng province, you were still breastfeeding. Today, you dare to cause trouble alone? Ha ha. Today is the day we geniuses become famous, but for your own reputation, you dare to provoke all the geniuses. Ha ha. Angry shouts rang out, stirring the clouds. Everyone was angry at Lin Ling, and no one remembered who Lin Ling was. This guy is so bold. The spectators in the distance shook their heads secretly. That young man was too arrogant. Even if he had some secret relationship with Hong Tianting, he could have spoken nicely. Why was there a need to be so arrogant? This would naturally incur the wrath of everyone, and the consequence of inciting public anger. Then he would definitely die. The path of martial arts isn't about proving yourself to others, nor is it about fame. It's about challenging yourself, challenging the heavens and the earth. All of you gathered here for the sake of your so-called fame in Xianpeng province. If you're not trash, then what are you? Lin Ling shouted angrily. How could he not know the intentions of Hong Tianting and the others? But he did not care at all. So what if everyone was angry? Could it be that he, Lin Ling, had to speak nicely? What's more, Hong Tianting and the other experts had used a scheme to lure him here. Naturally, they would have thought of a countermeasure. Even if he begged them nicely, the other party would have another way to make things difficult for him. And there was only one outcome, which was to kill him. Therefore, there was no need to be polite. If it was necessary to break, then break. If it was necessary to be resolute, then be resolute. Worst comes to worst, I'll just kill them all. No one was allowed to touch his reverse scale. Your Excellency, you should be one of the invited geniuses. Why don't you calm down and spar with the other geniuses? It's better to convince them. You're so arrogant. Even I can't help you. An old monk from the Heavenly Dragon Temple said calmly. That's right. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Why be so aggressive? An expert from the Celestial Phenomenon sect also spoke. Get lost. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He also knew that there were countless experts there, and many of them were stronger than him. It would not be difficult to kill him, but he still came. That was because Yu Mun-yun was his person. Even if she went to hell, he would take her back. Just like the second dream, because she saved Lin Ling once, Lin Ling dared to enter the ghost realm and go to hell to save her. It was the same today. You want us to get lost? Do you know who I am? The eyes of the two experts narrowed. This person was out of control. They tried to persuade him nicely, but he did not give them any face at all. Little did they know that Hong Tianting and the others had already formed an alliance. They had captured Lin Ling's people, so why would Lin Ling give them any face? They did not know this at all. They only knew that Lin Ling actually told them to get lost based on their seniority. How were they supposed to put down their pride? Then you'll have to fend for yourself, the two old men said indifferently. Even the Chan Master of Devanaga and Heavenly Taoist won't give them any face. If this kid doesn't die, what justice is there? The crowd became even more furious. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. However, Empyrean Voidstar and the others sneered even more. Right now, even if Lin Ling announced his identity, they probably would not let him go, as Lin Ling's arrogance had already incurred the wrath of both humans and gods. I only have one thing to say today. I've come for my lover. If gods stand in my way, I'll kill them. If Buddhas stand in my way, I'll destroy Buddhas. This is my final warning to you. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. He was in a hurry to save his lover, so he no longer paid any attention to the schemes of Empyrean Voidstar and the others. However, he still gave them his final warning. Lover, your lover is probably already dead. If you're so domineering, how can your lover still be alive? This is the Black Pung Arena. It's sacred and grand. You've come here to find your lover? Are you an idiot? Kill him. Kill his lover too. For the sake of a femme fatale, he actually dares to provoke us experts. Everyone completely ignored Lin Ling's warning. Instead, they were furious. Of course, there was no lack of people who were extremely calm. Although they valued the reputation of the Black Pong Arena, they did not think Lin Ling was a domineering person. He definitely had his reasons for coming here. However, guessing was guessing. They would never speak up for Lin Ling and incur everyone's wrath. I'll kill him. I'd like to see what you can do for your lover. Trash. At the same time, someone finally erupted with a huge amount of spiritual energy. His body turned into an afterimage and shot towards Lin Ling at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. It's Fei Xianxia. What a powerful extreme martial art. I'm afraid that it has reached the pinnacle. That's the heaven crippling fist. The crowd cheered. Fei Xianxia was only 25 years old. He was one of the geniuses who would definitely shine in the Black Pong Arena today. Boom! Fei Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. Countless afterimages could be seen as he sliced apart the red plants on the ground. In the next moment, his fist landed on Lin Ling's body. Countless red plants soared into the sky like flower petals. It was extremely dazzling. How is it? Everyone stared at the scene. However, their line of sight was blocked by the red plants, causing them to be filled with anticipation. It's definitely Fei Xianxia's victory. You have to know that he's very powerful. Even the great heroes of Xianpeng province are not his match unless they encounter an expert from the splendid mountain and rivers heaven, earth, profound, and yellow rankings. An old man said with certainty. Then, let the Black Pung Arena continue. Many people laughed loudly as if they had already forgotten about Lin Ling. However, at that moment, the sky was filled with flower petals. On the ground, two figures appeared. One of them was still in a punching posture. Boundless power smashed onto the other person's body. However, what shocked everyone was that the other person was actually standing there like a mountain, not moving at all. Tell me, what can I do for my lover? Then, I'll tell you now. Kill everyone in the world. Finally, a firm and cold voice drifted out. A punch was thrown out. Under countless gazes, Fei Xianxia was blown apart by the punch. His blood interweaved with the flower petals in the sky. It was extremely ironic and dazzling. Chapter 1332. Kill them all. His name would shake Xianpeng province. This was even more ironic. If he couldn't even block a single punch, how could he be famous? How could he be ambitious? On the hills, the eyes of countless people trembled fiercely. That young man was actually so strong? It's getting more and more interesting. Only Emperor and Void Starside had cold smiles on their faces. They knew that Lin Ling would definitely win, but the more this was the case, the angrier Lin Ling would be. It might even cause the entire Xianpeng province to be filled with killing intent. At that time, no matter what kind of backer Lin Ling had, he would still die. Sure enough, just as this thought appeared in their hearts, murderous voices erupted from the numerous hills, becoming even crazier. Such a brat is crazy enough. Could it be that you want to go against the entire world for a woman? Kill him. On the hills, majestic auras erupted, shaking the earth. Countless figures shot towards Lin Ling from all directions. He's dead. This kid is too arrogant. Why doesn't he lower his head and speak? Sigh. As for the spectators in the distance, they sympathized with Lin Ling. In the entire Xianpeng province, who would dare to provoke the anger of the masses? However, under their gazes, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop, as if he didn't know what danger lay ahead. What a determined guy. Now, I'm a little envious of his partner. He's so angry for a woman. More people said in admiration. Do you have to work for them? Is the so-called false reputation that important to you? Also, why didn't you wait for me to confront Hong Tianying before attacking? Sigh. Still moving forward, Lin Ling's cold eyes looked at the people around him and said indifferently, Is it your turn to speak? Sigh. No need. We believe in him. Sigh. Cold voices came from all directions. It was just as Lin Ling had guessed. Even if he gave them a chance, no one would listen to his explanation under the anger of the crowd. They only wanted to become famous and shine brightly in the great Xianpeng region. Die. Mountain and sea thousand crack spear. In the sky, the phantom of the mountains and seas appeared, blocking out the sun. And within the phantom of the mountains and seas, a dazzling figure shot towards Lin Ling like a shooting star. A single spear could shake the mountains and rivers. Clang! The spear shot down, but Lin Ling did not stop moving. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the spear at a tricky angle, but the tyrannical force still pushed him back. After retreating more than 10 meters, that force was finally stopped. He raised his eyes and looked at the old man holding the spear and said, Ignorant. Huh, my spear isn't easy to catch. Moreover, so what if I'm ignorant? I'm still better than a dead man like you. I'll let you have a taste of my peak supreme martial arts. Great splitting mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spear vibrated, and if it was inserted into the ground, it could cause the mountains and rivers on the ground to split open. It was extremely powerful. Your martial arts are nothing much. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still as cold as ever. His body was extremely powerful. It was basically impossible to shatter his body. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful attack, someone had already launched a sneak attack from behind. Myriad falling leaves palm. The sky was filled with falling leaves, forming an extremely beautiful scene. However, every single leaf contained an extremely terrifying power that could not be underestimated. Cutting field. At the same time, another expert arrived and formed a majestic force field. As long as it was within a 10-meter radius of the force field, everything would be cut apart by the void. This person controlled the power of the void and was extremely powerful. Although the warriors of Xianpeng province were slightly weaker than the splendid mountain and river sect, they could not be underestimated. Most importantly, there were too many of them. Haha, you want to kill me? You can't. The old man who attacked first abandoned his spear and retreated. His face was filled with a complacent smile. His attack did not kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling could not do anything to him because Lin Ling had to face too many experts. Sect leader of the mountain and river sect, back off. I'll kill him. Indeed, just as the old man's body floated 100 meters away, a young genius arrived. Although it's the Black Pung Arena today, it's too ugly for so many people to surround and kill a young man. It makes people doubt the fairness of the Black Pung Arena. Yeah, it hasn't even started, and there's already so many people bullying him. If it starts, I'm afraid the rules will be set by individuals. That young man knew about this beforehand, so he didn't bother to participate. The onlookers kept shaking their heads and saying, "Blazing sea flame," Lin Ling growled. His left hand turned into a flaming fist, and the raging flames swept out. A large number of leaves behind him collided with the giant flaming fist, and those leaves exploded one after another. So powerful, but you can't kill me. The warrior who used the myriad falling leaves' palm sneered and retreated. He looked extremely pleased with himself. I'll stop him. South Mountain has a pagoda that suppresses the heavens and earth. At the same time, another figure arrived. A dazzling light bloomed in midair, and it turned into a huge golden pagoda that descended from the sky. Rumble. After the golden pagoda descended, it seemed to be impregnable. No flames could burn it, and it blocked Lin Ling's majestic flaming fist. Within the golden pagoda, a tall and sturdy man maintained his posture with both hands raised to the sky. His face was filled with a proud smile. You're only SOSO. It's Nambatian. Amazing. That extreme martial art has the strongest defense, and it has reached the pinnacle. The crowd cheered. With Nambatian blocking the young man's flames, the others could attack to their heart's content. I've said before, you're all ignorant. Now die. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He glared at them, and his killing intent surged. At this moment, he didn't hold back anymore. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they dared to stop him, he would kill them without mercy. Flames began to burn at this moment. Under countless gazes, the young man raised his left hand. There, the blue flames were as dazzling as the heavenly flames. In the next moment, flame birds and fire beasts flew out from his palm. They were densely packed and burned the sky. Blazing sea world. The flames that filled the sky were like a red mountain, exploding on the ground. Not good. This aura, could it be the extreme martial art transcendence realm? Retreat quickly. Nanshanba, block him. The expressions of those proud experts changed drastically. They were afraid. The flames were too terrifying. The young man had erupted with the wrath of the heavens. However, it was too late to escape now. Flames burned the earth, and a blue light soared into the sky. Within a 1,000-mile radius, all the martial artists who had attacked Lin Ling had died. Those martial artists who had been gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune and thought that they couldn't kill him and that Lin Ling couldn't do anything to them were now filled with deep regret. They shouldn't have been so complacent, because after being complacent, what they received was the wrath of the flame god. In a few breaths, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. Facing these ignorant people who only wanted to make a name for themselves, the only way to be clean was to kill them. You actually killed our sect master? Our sect master is one of the strongest experts in Xianpeng province. In the distance, on the hills, a large number of people were roaring. This young man's strength was too terrifying. He wasn't an ordinary transcendent at all. Die. Chapter 1333. Who dares to kill? You dare to kill us. Those who were previously enraged all sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the flames approach. This young man was arrogant. If he dared to show any dissatisfaction, he would be killed. As the flames fell, the surrounding hills exploded, incinerating everything in its path, causing countless people to die. Those in the distance trembled in fear. What did he not dare to kill? This young man simply wanted to incinerate the world with his flames. "I'll stop you, Thousand Eyes Love." At that moment, a powerful master took action. At this moment, only masters were qualified to take action, like the geniuses from Xianxia province. Everyone who went would die. High up in the sky, a vast expanse of ice appeared, forming a white-haired figure. This person was tall and powerful, holding the crystal palace in his hand as he rushed towards the blue sea of flames. What a cold ice intent. That's right, water and fire are incompatible. Water can restrain fire. Many people's hearts suddenly filled with anticipation. Do you think you can stop me? However, under countless gazes, the crystal palace did manage to barely block the burning of the blue flames. However, the young man coldly shouted and pulled out an enormous ancient sword. Looking at the sky, he slashed and split the crystal palace into two, causing the ice crystals that filled the sky to scatter. Invincible in the transcendent realm, the master's eyes narrowed. One had to know that he was a transcendent seven-stage master, an invincible existence in this realm, yet he couldn't even block a single sword strike from this young man. More importantly, he was already more than 60 years old, yet the young man in front of him was only in his 20s. Such a genius. How could he not know who he was? Your Excellency's strength is heaven-defying. This one admires it greatly. If you want to stop the Black Pung Arena today, this one will not stop you. The master finally compromised. No longer trying to stop Lin Ling's combat strength was too terrifying. Die! Lin Ling coldly spat out, his sword majestic. A pillar of sword light shot out and beheaded the master. Compromising now, it was too late. He's crazy. The crowd in the distance was stunned, all of them shocked. Even if he compromised, he would still be killed. That young man was truly someone who would kill gods and Buddhas if they blocked his path. For the sake of a beauty, he would burn the heavens with fury. Lin Ling continued to move forward, but at this moment, no one dared to obstruct him. Everyone looked at him with reverence in their eyes. Previously, the young man had said that the Black Pung Arena was just a gathering of trash. And now looking at it now, it was indeed so. All the geniuses and experts couldn't stop a single person. You're still going to kill him even after compromising? Aren't you being a little too overbearing? However, there was still someone who couldn't stand it anymore, so he shouted in a low voice. His voice was very soft, and only the people nearby could hear it. Whoosh! Lin Ling stepped on the ground and shot towards the hill. At the same time, the Sea of Fire world exploded, causing the person who spoke to be burned to death. Furthermore, it implicated the entire hill. Domineering. That's right, it was that domineering. Lin Ling had already given him a chance. Now, let alone stopping him. Even if he said a word, Lin Ling would kill him. There was no need for Lin Ling to show mercy to these ignorant people who only wanted to become famous. The entire earth became even more silent. Was there anyone who dared to speak? No. Today, the Black Pung Arena was convened by the mandate of heaven. Can this person stop the mandate of heaven? At this moment, Hong Tianting's indifferent voice rang out. Think about it. If you kill this person, your name will definitely spread throughout Xianxia province. His voice was bewitching, causing the eyes of the people on the hill to flicker. That's right, the Black Pung Arena was held today to become famous. If they could kill that young man, their name would probably spread throughout Xianxia province. Only the spectators in the distance saw a flaw. One had to know that there were countless experts on Hong Tianting's side, but they didn't make a move. Instead, they bewitched the experts and geniuses of Xianxia province to make a move. What were their intentions? That's right, they wanted to kill with a borrowed knife and let the young man offend more enemies. This time, if they still couldn't see through Hong Tianting's intentions, then they would be fools. When they thought about how the young man only came for a beauty, they suddenly felt that there must be something hidden in their hearts. Perhaps the young man did come for a beauty, but the crowd overestimated themselves and tried to stop him in order to make a name for themselves in Xianxia province. Then, what was the use in not dying? If you want to die, come. Kill. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His cold voice rang out mightily. He looked at the hills, causing the hearts of those who were ready to make a move to tremble violently. What a terrifying gaze. If they really made a move, they would probably be killed to the last one. They were scared. They were scared. They were scared by Lin Ling's tyrannical killing. Today, Lin Ling blocked their chance to make a name for themselves in Xianxia province. This made their hearts burn with anger. But even if they were angry, there was nothing they could do. This was because they didn't dare to make a move. They didn't even dare to say a word. If they did, they would die. Lin Ling was that arrogant. How mighty! One person can intimidate Xianxia province. Sigh. Those who were watching from afar gasped, especially those of the younger generation. Their hearts were beating violently, and their eyes were filled with admiration and envy. Once upon a time, they had also dreamed of a scene where millions of people would die when an expert was angry. Unfortunately, to them, that was just a dream. But now a young man of the same age as them had done it. Hong Tianting, you were defeated by me. You created the Black Pung Arena, which is extremely embarrassing. Is this the genius of the Hong residents? Not only is he ignorant, but he is also shameful. Sigh. Still walking forward, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Hong Tianting's side. Celestial Venerable Su Xing, the third-generation Ghost King, the Holy Mother of Julie, and the Xian of the Nine Heavens. A bunch of hypocrites. If you want to kill me, come and kill me. But instead, you capture my lover, Yu Munyun, and created this embarrassing Black Pung Arena to confuse everyone. But in reality, the Black Pung Arena is fake. What's the real deal? His cold voice drifted out, causing the eyes of the people on the hills to flicker. The Black Pung Arena was fake. The real deal was to kill the young man. They were all being used as pawns. Nonsense. You guys go and kill him. Celestial Venerable Su Xing's face turned ugly as he shouted. Lin Ling was very smart. He had guessed their intentions. However, on the surrounding hills, the crowd fell silent. They had already been killed so many times that they didn't dare to kill anymore. They even distanced themselves from this troublesome place. A bunch of trash. Celestial Venerable Su Xing's people all had gloomy expressions when they saw the crowd fall silent. They hadn't expected that their plan would be interrupted by Lin Ling's tyranny. One sword and one flame. Whoever came forward would be killed. Whoever kills him, even if it's just a palm strike, I can represent the Hong residents and recruit you. Hong Tianting smiled faintly, as if he was toying with Lin Ling. He didn't believe that everyone was afraid of Lin Ling. Sure enough, when the generous reward was announced, many people's eyes flickered. The Hong residence was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. If one could enter the Hong residence, it meant that one had supreme status. In Xianxia province, they were only below the 7 emperors. I'll do it. Someone seemed to be unable to restrain himself. However, before he could do anything, Lin Ling coldly sneered. He waved his left hand, and a sea of flames surged towards the hills. The sea of flames instantly submerged that person and burned him alive. It even burned everyone on the hills to death. Come, let me see who isn't afraid of death. Chapter 1334. Challenge Lin Ling. Who's going to kill him? Lin Ling's domineering voice once again floated out from his mouth. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. I'm not coming. It's too scary. Provoking him will not only result in one person's death, but also the destruction of the entire sect. At this moment, even the rewards of the Hong residents could not tempt the crowd. Hong Tianting, what other tricks do you have? Seeing everyone trembling in fear, Lin Ling indifferently looked at Hong Tianting, causing Hong Tianting's face to become extremely gloomy. He and Lin Ling could be considered to be facing off against each other before, to see who was more powerful, but Lin Ling actually won a match with tyrannical strength. Senior Hong, this child's strength is too powerful. We are not his match, and you are the host of the Black Pong Arena. Only you could defeat him. Everyone hid far away and couldn't help but shout. Although they were a little suspicious of Hong Tianting's intentions, the word from before were still Lin Ling's words. so they didn't really believe it. That's right. You are the genius of the Hong residents. Defeat him and let the Xian Peng tournament reconvene. More people shouted in anticipation. Now, only Hong Tianting could suppress Lin Ling, and they had blind worship for Hong Tianting. As for Lin Ling, they still didn't know who he was, but they were sure that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was no match for him. Come, loser. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up into a sneer as he beckoned to Hong Tianting in the distance. Loser, you think you could do that? In your dreams. Seeing how arrogant Lin Ling was, the crowd shouted even more disdainfully. Hong Tianting stood up with a smile in his eyes. Since things had come to this point, it was time to end everything. He slowly floated out and said, as expected of Lin Ling, in fact, I thought that you wouldn't dare to come. However, you are a righteous person. Even though you know that there are tigers in the mountain, you still chose to come. Finishing his words, he glanced at the surrounding hills, opened his arms, and said in a free and easy manner, that's right, I was defeated by him, and he is Lin Ling, the current #1 on the yellow board. He's Lin Ling? On the surrounding hills, the faces of the crowd changed dramatically. Lin Ling, it was actually Lin Ling. Although they had never seen Lin Ling before, how could they not know of Lin Ling's name? Lin Ling was a genius of the new generation in Xianxia province. He had won 10 matches in a row twice and reached the top of the list. Previously, they had overestimated themselves and challenged Lin Ling. One must know that Lin Ling had even defeated Hong Tianting. Hong Tianting was satisfied with the expressions of the crowd. The reason why he announced Lin Ling's identity was simple. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of everyone to wash away the humiliation. Although Lin Ling is the #1 on the yellow board, he is arrogant. Everyone has seen how arrogant he was previously. Since young master Hong Tianting will help us regain our dignity, Hong Tianting will challenge Lin Ling again. Emperor and Master Su Xing knew Hong Tianting's thoughts and immediately shouted. In fact, when they formed an alliance to kill Lin Ling, Hong Tianting had said that he wanted to kill Lin Ling personally. Therefore, Emperor Master Su Xing and the rest allowed Hong Tianting to make the first move. They had absolute confidence in Hong Tianting. Indeed, although Lin Ling is the #1 on the yellow board, he is too arrogant. Lord Hong Tianting defeat him. The crowd fell silent for a moment before thunderous cheers drifted out. No matter what, Hong Tianting was still the host of the Black Pong Arena, while Lin Ling was the troublemaker. They obviously supported Hong Tianting. Chan Master Devanaga, Heavenly Son, you will be the judges this time. Lin Ling and I want a fair battle, and this is a battle to the death. Before one side dies, no one is allowed to interfere. Can you do that? Hong Tianting looked at the Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Son. The two of them were highly respected in Xianxia province. Their words held great authority. At this moment, the Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Son did not expect the young man before them to be Lin Ling. They could not understand. Lin Ling had clearly defeated Hong Tianting. He should be satisfied. So why did he come to cause trouble in the Black Pong Arena today? As a result, when they heard Hong Tianting's words, they nodded. Don't worry. Everyone knows about our reputation. As long as the battle is not over, no one will disturb us. All right, everyone will be watching this battle. Hong Tianting yelled out heroically. He stared at Lin Ling with the raging flames of battle. You only took advantage of the rules on the yellow rank martial stage. However, the battle outside is the real battle. You are not my opponent. Good luck. Lin Ling sneered and nodded. He did not explain much. Was that good luck? Last time, he had completely crushed Hong Tianting. However, if Hong Tianting wanted to wash away the humiliation, then it would depend on whether he had the ability. Wait a moment. You won't run away, right? Hong Tianting added. This is a battle to the death. Everyone will be watching. If you run away, will you still have the face to stay in Xianxia province in the future? If you want to fight, then fight. What's with the nonsense? Lin Ling shook his head sarcastically, then yelled out. Run away? Who was the one who ran away in the last battle of the yellow rank? However, Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. Right now, he wanted to save Yu Mun Yun and Luo Feng. Therefore, he wanted to fight with Hong Tianying. All right, that's enough. Everyone has heard it. No one is allowed to disturb this battle. Moreover, only one of us can survive. This is also my battle to avenge my wife, Shuer. Lin Ling, you will never understand the pain of my wife's death. Of course, if you win, I swear here that you can leave. Hong Tianying took a step forward and floated towards Lin Ling like an emperor. In this battle, he would tell Xianpeng province that he, Hong Tianying, came from the Hong mansion. He would always be number one. In this life, other than his brother, no one could surpass him. Tianyu Pass had attracted more people. Even the experts from Splendid Landscape had come. When they saw Lin Ling and Hong Tianying fighting again and heard Hong Tianying's words, their faces were full of sarcasm. How could Hong Tianying still have a nerve to mention Luo Xiuman? Lin Ling killed Luo Xiuman in front of Hong Tianying. Where was Hong Tianying at that time? He didn't dare to say a word. Right now, when there were countless experts, Hong Tianying seemed to be the most infatuated man in the world. He was only deceiving some ignorant people. Lin Ling is much better than Hong Tianying. I have a friend in Su Xing Divine Palace. He said that Celestial Master Su Xing and the other experts captured Lin Ling's confidant. As for Lin Ling, he gave up his own safety and went alone. This is a true infatuated man, an ancient expert said with admiration. However, I'm afraid Lin Ling will be in danger in this battle. When Hong Tianying lost to Lin Ling last time, he didn't use his demon god. His demon god was extremely powerful and ranked 6th. Although Lin Ling also has a demon god, it's ranked lower than Hong Tianying's demon god. The others shook their heads. They also admired Lin Ling's courage. This is bullying. Lin Ling doesn't have anyone behind him. That's why they are so arrogant. The experts discussed animatedly. They were all from Qian Temple, and Lin Ling also came from Qian Temple. Therefore, they subconsciously sided with Lin Ling. Chapter 1335. The terrifying Yamada no Orochi. One is a genius from the Hong Mansion. The other is a new generation genius from a tiny saint realm. Who will be more powerful? It must be Hong Tianying. His voice was like thunder, drifting from all directions, but it did not affect the two young men in the sky. This time, you will lose without a doubt. You will understand my strength more deeply now. A calm voice drifted out from Hong Tianying's mouth. Indeed, so please enlighten me, Lin Ling said calmly, making it impossible for others to know what he was thinking. You're a little scared. Seeing Lin Ling's silent appearance, Hong Tianying looked into the distance and shook his head. Don't worry, you don't have to be afraid of anything. If you can defeat me, you can leave safely, and I will return your people to you. Lin Ling remained silent and did not explain much, causing many people to sneer. They knew that Lin Ling was indeed afraid. You should be afraid. Hong Tianying withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked straight at Lin Ling. Last time I lost to you, you were just lucky. This time, you'll have the chance to see my powerful demon god. Come out, Yamada no Orochi. Boom! Purple clouds spread out in the sky as thunder rumbled. The yin and yang auras also became chaotic at this moment, becoming extremely violent. When the clouds dispersed, as long as a cultivator smelled it, they would bleed from their 7 orifices. Their faces were filled with horror as they frantically retreated. Hong Long Long. In the sky, lightning constantly smashed down, as if it wanted to baptize the world and annihilate all living beings. At this moment, a giant purple snake bathed in lightning descended to the world. Roar! With a loud roar, a giant 8-headed, 8-tailed snake, as large as a mountain, appeared in the sky. This snake was covered in purple scales and exuded an innate pressure that caused even Saint Realm Masters to tremble. Yamada no Orochi, ranked 6th among the 72 demon gods. Yamada no Orochi is said to be the guardian of the 5-star Saint Realm, Dragon Snake territory. I wonder how Hong Tianying obtained it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The sixth-ranked demon god of Heaven 72 was definitely comparable to his Saint Realm Master. No wonder Hong Tianting said that Lin Ling won last time by luck. Looking at it now, it was indeed so. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the giant purple, nine-headed snake. He could feel a strong pressure coming from it. This snake was the true emperor of wild beasts, even more terrifying than a wild beast king. Moreover, the guardian of the five-star Saint Realm, Dragon Snake territory, one had to know that his ancient flame devil was merely an 8-star Saint Realm guardian deity, and not the only one. It was only one of the 6 guardian deities. From this point of view, the ancient demon god, Yamada no Orochi. With this fiend god here, even a first heaven saint wouldn't be able to stop Hong Tianting. You didn't run when you saw my Yamada no Orochi. In the sky, the 8 heads and 8 tails covered the sky. The 8 heads were like the heads of the Dragon King, full of malevolence. Why should I run? Lin Ling slowly raised his sword. The current Hong Tianting was no longer a transcendent 6-stage master, but a true Saint Realm Master. But he still chose to fight. He had to face a Saint Realm Master eventually. If he retreated here, how could he, Lin Ling, reach Xianxia province? How could he find Yu Yu and the others? How could he protect his family? So fight. Hong. Raging flames erupted from Lin Ling's body like a tide, causing many people's eyes to narrow. Previously, when Lin Ling was silent, they thought Lin Ling was really afraid. But Lin Ling's inextinguishable flames told them that he was still burning with fighting spirit. That's more like it. Yamada no Orochi let out a low growl. One of its heads looked down and said indifferently, "Using this demon god consumes a lot of my strength, so I need to constantly replenish it. The nourishment I need is naturally from a Saint Realm Master. Only those with a Saint C in their dantian can satisfy me." Yamada no Black Wheel. One of the ferocious snake heads revealed a sharp light as it opened its mouth and spat out a mysterious black vortex. A violent, and powerful suction force was produced. At this moment, a Saint Realm Master's face changed. Yamada no Orochi had made a move against him. With a roar, a majestic world energy erupted from his body. The Saint C in his dantian was vast and mighty, as if it could suppress the world. You want to kill me? Dream on. Lunar Sun, Demon Buddhist Force. A crescent moon and a blazing sun intertwined, forming a huge image of a demon god and a Buddha. The sun and moon grand principles were also displayed, causing the crowd to feel a sense of worship. Hong Long Long. However, a terrifying thing happened next. Above the sky, the mysterious black vortex seemed to be able to swallow everything. The invisible force turned into a vortex and actually absorbed the power of the sun and moon, as well as the power of the demon Buddha from the sky, causing the Saint Realm Master's face to change dramatically. In the next moment, he let out a terrified cry. He couldn't control himself and was sucked into the black vortex. "No, save me." A panicked voice drifted into the ears of the crowd, causing their hearts to tremble. In the end, the master was swallowed up and died. A Saint Realm Master died, just like that. A Saint Realm Master was a peak master, comparable to a master like the sea-calming heavenly sovereign, but he died just like that. Yamada no Orochi was indeed terrifying. TSK, not bad. The Saint C's power has filled me with strength. Yamada no Orochi said coldly. All 8 heads looked at Lin Ling. I said you were lucky last time. This time, you won't be so lucky. Yamada no Smoke. One of the snake heads opened its mouth and spat out smoke, as if it wanted to contaminate the entire world. At this moment, the sky was completely covered by the smoke. The most terrifying thing was that all the cultivators who came into contact with the smoke were corroded. No extreme martial arts could do anything against it. The smoke was like a tide, rushing towards Lin Ling. He's dead for sure. Hong Tianting can easily kill a first-layer saint. Lin Ling is only a 6th-layer transcendent. How can he resist? The crowd retreated even further and sucked in a breath of cold air. World of Flames. Staring solemnly at Hong Tianting, Lin Ling raised his left hand high, and a fierce flame gushed out. It was as if his palm had blossomed into a beautiful firework, forming a ray of light in the gloomy world of smoke. Is it useful? Yamada no Orochi let out a deafening laugh. Then the crowd saw that the terrifying smoke was corroding everything. Even the blue flames were corroded. One must know that Lin Ling's World of Flames was a transcendent realm extreme martial art, but it still couldn't stop the invasion of the smoke. However, the crowd felt that it was normal. Lin Ling was just struggling before his death. So close, yet so far. 8 snakes swallow heaven and earth. Yamada no Orochi seemed to be toying with Lin Ling. He didn't instantly kill Lin Ling. Perhaps only by doing so could he wash away his shame and make Lin Ling feel fear and know that he won last time by relying on luck. Pop, pop, pop. Of the 8 snake heads, one of them suddenly lengthened and shot towards Lin Ling at an inconceivable speed. It opened its mouth and swallowed the world. What fast speed! Lin Ling couldn't even block the smoke signal. Now, he has to face the second attack of the Yamada no Orochi. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. The demon god of Hong Tian Court was too strong, swallowing mountains and rivers. Chapter 1336. The Battle of Demons, uprooting the heavens. Unstoppable, Lin Ling roared as he held the sword in his hand. The venerable sovereign form behind him moved, shaking the heavens and the earth. Boom! As the sword slashed out, an unparalleled power erupted. The sword actually swept away the surging smoke. Its power was extremely great. However, just as the terrifying smoke was swept away, the snake head in the distance arrived. At the same time, a cold laughter sounded. Are you afraid? Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword to block. The moment the sword collided with the snake head, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What a stiff scale armor! His sword couldn't cut through it? Crack! Crack! The huge snake's head smashed into the sword like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It maintained its momentum and actually forced Lin Ling to retreat continuously. The venerable emperor's appearance also became extremely dim at this moment. Now, do you know how strong I am? The purple snake head spat out a mocking voice. It closed its huge mouth and bit Lin Ling's sword. Then it swung it violently. Lin Ling flew out like a meteor and smashed into the ground. A large number of people were smashed to death by him. He's no match at all. Staring at the overwhelming battle, many people shook their heads. They knew that Yamada no Orochi hadn't used its true strength. It was just killing Lin Ling slowly. However, even so, Lin Ling couldn't fight back. Die. Shake. More people shook their heads. The result of this battle was obvious. Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Bang. However, at this moment, the ground exploded and the fallen venerable sovereign stood up again. Above the sky, a figure floated under the sky like a meteor. He wore a blue robe and held an ancient sword in his hand. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but in his eyes, the flames of war burned even more fiercely. Lin Ling can still fight? Wow! The crowd was stunned and shocked. Facing such a powerful Yamada no Orochi, Lin Ling could still stand up. Moreover, he wanted to continue fighting. How crazy! Haha, what do you think? Yamada no Orochi's eyes were filled with anger. It seemed that Lin Ling's stubbornness made him unhappy. However, he soon let out a gloomy voice. The genius of the Hong family was defeated by me in the yellow board. Today, you used the demon god, but I used my own body to fight. However, you still didn't cause me any fatal injuries, let alone kill me. I don't know where you're getting your pride from. How dare you ask me what I think? Hong Tianning, I'm ashamed of you. Roar. A low roar came out from Lin Ling's mouth, accompanied by an unyielding fighting spirit. It made many people's mouths dry. Lin Ling was able to become the number 1 on the yellow board because he had an extraordinary willpower. No matter how strong his opponent was, how terrifying his background was, or what kind of trump card he had, Lin Ling would still choose to fight. Even if he was on his last breath, Lin Ling would still not back down. You have a strong backbone. Yamada no Orochi's 8 heads stared coldly. He thought that by showing his powerful strength, Lin Ling would be afraid, beg for mercy, or even show a dispirited look. However, Lin Ling didn't. The more he fought, the braver he became. He wanted to kill Lin Ling slowly, but Lin Ling didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Most importantly, he had used the demon god. All right, your luck is over. Yamada no Orochi finally didn't want to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of everyone. Yamada no heaven and earth. With a roar, the 8 heads looked up at the sky. Endless ferocious flames burst out. Each of the heads spat out terrifying laws of heaven and earth. There was smoke, thunder, fire, storm, and frost. The most terrifying thing was that these extreme powers were the existence of the laws of heaven and earth. That place had become a forbidden area. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Lin Ling could still sense the billowing aura of destruction. His eyes turned even colder. At this moment, smoke slowly spread out from the surface of his body. It was so mysterious and so mysterious. The smoke spread out and covered this part of the world. Many people stared at Lin Ling's side. It was so beautiful, like the moon in the water. Some of them knew that Lin Ling was finally going to use his trump card. The 72 demon gods in the sky. The ancient flame devil. The battle of the demon gods is finally here. I wonder who is more powerful. Thousands of experts felt their blood boiling. Lin Ling won the yellow list battle. Now it was the battle of the more powerful demon gods. Could Lin Ling still win? Of course, they knew that although Lin Ling used the demon god, the ancient flame devil's ranking was too low. It shouldn't be a match for Yamada no Orochi. It's out. Finally, someone shouted out in agitation. A white-haired man with 9 tails slowly stepped out from the smoke. His footsteps seemed to be able to break through the void. His eyes were filled with evil as he looked at the world. Looking at him, those cultivators who supported the Hong Heavenly Court were all trembling with fear at this moment. Luck! A hoarse voice drifted out. Many people were puzzled. What did the ancient flame devil mean by saying that? Swoosh! At the same time, billowing smoke like ribbons streaked across the sky. He made his move. Lin Ling made his move. Everyone's eyes widened. They saw that Lin Ling took the initiative to make his move after using the ancient flame devil. However, could Lin Ling's ancient flame devil be compared to Yamada no Orochi? If he made his move first and rushed into the forbidden area of Yamada no Orochi, he would definitely die. You defeated me last time because of luck. Yamada no Orochi also sensed that Lin Ling was rushing over. He was very fast, but he sneered. Lin Ling was just courting death. If he approached him, he would have to face his Yamada no Orochi. And this world was filled with great laws. Who could invade it? Rumble. Sure enough, when Lin Ling got close to Yamada no Orochi, a terrifying power erupted. Storms, lightning, flames, ice, and snow swept across the world. Clang! Clang! The rumbling continued. The sky and earth seemed to be about to shatter. Lin Ling held the tyrant's song, sword in his hand. With his white hair and 9 tails, he actually cut off a large amount of power loss. It's useless. However, Yamada no Orochi wasn't a great loss. He sneered. Destroy him. Destroy. Rumble. Even more terrifying was the boundless power of heaven and earth that swept towards Lin Ling. Ice and snow surrounded the ancient flame devil from all directions. In an instant, Lin Ling was frozen. Then the ice and snow exploded, turning the ancient flame devil into dust. The sky was filled with ice crystals. He died just like that. Many people didn't want to miss any exciting scene. At this moment, they were muttering to themselves. Lin Ling was indeed very powerful. He was already close to Yamada no Orochi, but in the end, it was just a flash in the pan. Crack! However, at this moment, smoke spread out in the sky again, forming a new white-haired, 9-tailed youth. He fearlessly pounced on Yamada no Orochi. What, he's not dead yet? Many people's eyes widened. They suddenly realized that Linling's 9 tails had turned into 8. What was going on? Chapter 1337. Luck? Interesting, but in the end it was short-lived. Yamada no Orochi let out a furious roar, and a world of thunder and lightning erupted, intertwining and blocking Linling's path. Fire, wind. Furthermore, Yamada no Orochi didn't show any signs of stopping. It was as though he was in control of all the powers in the world. Let's see how many lives you have. Die. The world became even more chaotic. On the ground, a large number of martial artists were implicated and killed. In the sky, the white-haired youth was still as resolute as ever. His 8 tails swayed as he charged fearlessly towards Orochi. Rumble. Lightning surged over and wrapped around its body, causing another tail of the ancient flame devil to explode and vanish. The second one, the third one. The crowd was shocked. Linling's battle intent was crazy. He wouldn't give up until he saw the coffin. Even if he died, he would still stay close to Linling. If the 9 tails disappeared, Linling would definitely die forever. The funny thing was that Hong Tianing actually thought that Linling would run away because he didn't dare to face his Yamada no Orochi. But now, Linling had proven everything. Not only is this child powerful, but his martial heart is also extremely determined. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely become a top venerable one in the future. Many ancient warriors secretly admired him. Rumble. The sky was dazzling, and tyrannical energy swept in all directions, causing the 9 tails of the ancient flame devil to continuously explode. When there was only 1 tail left, everyone became nervous. Linling should be retreating now. If he continued to walk forward, only death would await him. Kill. A firm killing intent gushed out from Linling's mouth, causing everyone to gulp. Linling still chose to fight. Yamada no Kurosawa. At this moment, Yamada no Orochi was also affected by Linling's resolute battle intent. Panic appeared in his eyes, and one of his heads spat out a black vortex. This was the power of the black vortex that could kill a Saint Realm Master. It was a kind of dark law. The rolling vortex tore Linling apart, but Linling's body didn't stop. His tyrannical physical strength actually blocked the suction of the vortex. Impossible. Orochi no Orochi shouted. His Yamada no Kurosawa could kill a Saint Realm Master. How could Linling block that terrifying suction? Suddenly, he remembered that during the Battle of the Yellow Board, Linling's strength was already able to shake a Saint Realm Master. Now that the ancient flame devil had appeared, coupled with the fact that demon gods and cultivators had reached the transformation stage, Linling's current strength was even stronger than a Saint Realm Master. This was inconceivable. As far as he knew, demon gods ranked below 20 were only invincible in the transcendent realm at their peak, but Linling's ancient flame devil had reached the Saint Realm. While he was thinking about this in shock, Linling had already arrived in front of him. Smoke filled the air as he stared at the mountain-like 8-headed purple snake. You said I relied on luck? With a cold shout, he slashed out with his sword. Rumble. That slash contained Linling's Emperor Realm strength and the powerful physical strength of the ancient flame devil. It wanted to cut through the sky. Under the slash, a large amount of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning principles were cut apart. The sword landed on Orochi's head, and 3 heads were cut off. The mountain-like body smashed into the ground like a meteor. Bang, bang, bang. Moreover, the snake flew parallel to the ground, flattening a large number of hills. There were countless casualties. In the sky, Linling only had a tail left, but he held his sword diagonally and pointed it at Orochi. His white hair was like a waterfall fluttering in the wind. Amazing! The people in the distance stared at Orochi on the ground, and then at the white-haired man in the sky. Their hearts were about to explode. Linling had actually sent Orochi flying. One had to know that Linling's ancient flame devil was only in the 60s, while Orochi was 6th. In other words, 10 ancient flame devils were no match for Orochi. But now Orochi was sent flying. This slap was resounding and beautiful. Luck? Who dared to say that Lin Ling was just lucky? Fear? Was Lin Ling afraid now? Orochi, heavenly wheel. At this moment, a desolate beast's angry roar came from the ground. The remaining 5 snakeheads opened their mouths and spat out 5 huge black vortexes. They crazily absorbed the surrounding warriors' energy to recover their strength. Crazy. Those who supported Hong Tianting were filled with regret at this moment. Hong Tianting didn't treat them as humans at all. What made their hearts cold was that they actually thought Hong Tianting was fighting for them, fighting for the Xianpeng arena. This was simply a joke. You injured me. As expected of the 6th-ranked Orochi, he quickly recovered a portion of his strength after devouring others. Following that, he floated out from the ground. The remaining snake heads were ferocious. Lin Ling had actually injured him. This was something that was impossible. It's just luck. In the sky, Lin Ling said indifferently. You, Orochi roared angrily. Lin Ling's words were filled with mockery. Was it luck? Not at all. It was Lin Ling who relied on his resolute will to approach him and send him flying. This made his previous words sound like a slap to his own face. All right. I admit that I underestimated your ancient flame devil. I didn't expect such a low-ranked, trash demon god to be so capable. Unfortunately, your all-out attack only managed to cut off 3 of my heads. And the price you paid was that 8 of my tails disappeared. If the remaining tail also disappeared, then you would definitely die. Now, I don't know what right you have to be proud of. As I said before, your luck has come to an end. Orochi's aura flourished once again. The remaining 5 heads did not maintain a defensive state this time. Instead, they took the initiative to attack, devouring the heavens and earth. The 5 snake heads intertwined together and wriggled like worms. They fused together and formed an even larger snake. The snake opened its mouth and wanted to devour Lin Ling. A snake devouring an elephant. Everyone thought of this phrase. A huge snake could devour an elephant, but Orochi could devour heaven and earth. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling only had 1 tail left. He could not win the battle. Could it be that his previous strength was just a flash in the pan? Is that so? Then I will cut off 4 of the remaining 5 heads. However, under everyone's gaze, the white-haired youth said indifferently. He pointed his sword at the sky. If the other party wanted to devour heaven and earth, then he would cut off heaven and earth. Boom! Billowing killing intent erupted. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and headed straight for the huge snake's mouth. Obviously, Lin Ling also knew that Orochi's great law was extremely terrifying. If he wanted to defeat the other party, the only way was to get close. Looking from afar, the difference between the 2 parties was like heaven and earth. One was a huge mouth that could devour heaven and earth, while the other was a tiny but proud ant. As he reached the peak, everyone felt their mouths go dry. The blood in their hearts began to wildly boil. To be able to see such an intense and shocking battle in their lives had not been in vain. Lin Ling must die. Everyone, over at Empyrean Voidstar's side, everyone had grim expressions. When Lin Ling erupted with the ancient flame demon, all of them had been scared witless. But what couldn't be denied was that if Lin Ling used his full strength, killing them wouldn't be difficult at all. Because of this, they were afraid. Thus, they hoped that Hong Tianting would be able to kill Lin Ling. Of course, they were also sure that Hong Tianting would succeed. This was because the current Lin Ling was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Chapter 1338. Another admission of defeat. Is he finally going to die? The Third Life Ghost King laughed coldly, but his smugness didn't last long. His eyes narrowed as he shouted anxiously. Oh no, be careful. He had forgotten. How could he forget? He remembered that Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card, and that trump card had almost killed him last time. What? Empyrean Voidstar and the others were shocked. Could there be more changes? Lin Ling still has a powerful trump card. The third life Ghost King said with a pale face. The Triera Ghost King said with a pale face. However, just as he finished speaking, the world in front of him suddenly changed. Rumble. The earth trembled. Nobody knew when this terrifying demon had been hiding. At this moment, it rose from the ground and its shadow surged out. It was as if it had crawled out from the depths of hell. Its majestic and pitch-black body appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing their faces to freeze. Yiksha King had arrived. The tall Yiksha King seemed to be bathed in shadows. His horns and fangs were sharp, and he looked majestic. The moment he appeared, a hellish aura erupted. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky. He was rushing toward Yamada no Orochi. At this moment, Yamada no Orochi's mouth was still wide open, swallowing the world. Naturally, he could feel the terrifying aura erupting from below. This shocked him. Another demon god? Lin Ling, this is a life-and-death battle. How dare you ask someone to help you? An angry voice came from Yamada no Orochi's mouth. Many people who didn't understand the situation blinked. That hellish demon god was someone else helping Lin Ling? However, Yiksha King ignored Yamada no Orochi's voice. His arms were like ancient dragons as he hugged the giant snake in the sky and smashed it to the ground. Normally, Yiksha King wouldn't be able to succeed. After all, Yamada no Orochi was ranked higher. But now, Yamada no Orochi's attention was on Lin Ling, so it was impossible to guard against him. Boom! With a loud bang, it was as if a giant had crashed onto the ground. Under countless shocked gazes, the Yiksha King hugged the giant snake with both arms. On the ground, layers of earth waves surged and froze the giant snake's body. The lower half of the snake's body was turned into a stone statue. This was Yiksha King. As long as he stepped on the ground, he seemed to be omnipotent and controlled the power of the earth. Lin Ling, how dare you rely on others to help you? Yamada no Orochi shouted angrily. Orochi shouted anxiously, causing the referee, Zen Master Heaven Spirit and Heavenly Z, to frown. They also shouted, Lin Ling, don't go overboard. As for Yiksha King, this is a battle between Lin Ling and Hong Tianting. Do you dare to offend the Hong residents? As soon as they finished speaking, they wanted to take action and help Orochi. However, at this moment, a deep voice came from the ground. I am Lin Lin. That. Another Lin Ling? Yamada no Orochi's remaining snake heads also separated. The eyes of the 5 snake heads were filled with shock. Is this also Lin Ling? As for the people on the ground, their eyes were wide open. Lin Ling actually hid such a trump card. It was unbelievable. With 2 demon gods in his hands, even if Yamada no Orochi was ranked higher, it would be difficult for him to resist the joint forces of 2 demon gods. Impossible. Yamada no Orochi shouted crazily as if he had suffered the heaviest blow in his life. Things had gone beyond his imagination. He had always wanted to scare Lin Ling and asked Lin Ling if he was afraid. But now, he was the one who was afraid. At this moment, a mysterious smoke drifted over. A white-haired man with a devilish charm appeared in front of Yamada no Orochi. He had a slender figure and a sword in one hand. His demonic eyes were cold as he looked at Yamada no Orochi coldly. I will defeat you with luck. Devour the mountains and rivers. Spiritual energy surged crazily and flowed into the body of the white-haired man, causing the image of an ancient emperor to appear. It was as if he was going to conquer the world and kill all enemies. Wait a minute, this battle doesn't count. Yamada no Orochi shouted anxiously. The sword was right in front of his 5 snake heads. It was too close, and the sword was too sharp. He was a little panicked. Unstoppable. However, what answered him was a resolute voice. He waved the sword, and the sword light was like a pillar, slashing fiercely at Yamada no Orochi's snake heads. If Yamada no Orochi was not entangled with Yiksha King, he would definitely be able to block the sword. However, he was facing 2 demon gods at the same time. Swoosh! With a sweep of the sword, 4 of the snake heads were chopped off. Smelly blood and spiritual energy splattered in all directions. The remaining snakehead looked at Lin Ling with fear. It was scared, completely scared. Hong Tianning had never thought that Lin Ling had hidden such a terrifying trump card. He thought that the reason why he lost last time was because he could not use the demon god in the yellow board. Lin Ling had taken advantage of the rules, but now the truth was that he had taken advantage of the rules. If he used the demon god, he would lose even faster. Hong Tianting, tell me, did I defeat you with luck this time? Lin Ling shouted coldly as he pointed his sword at the remaining snake head of Yamada no Orochi. Yamada no Orochi's eyes were ferocious. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. The surrounding crowd swallowed their saliva when they saw the white-haired man pointing his sword at Hong Tianting. Luck. This time, Lin Ling still relied on luck. This time, Lin Ling used his powerful strength to kill Hong Tianting's snakehead. Or was it luck? This time, whether Hong Tianting lived or died, it all depended on Lin Ling's sword. Or was it luck? Speak. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with sharpness, and his aura was fierce. It's not luck. You defeated me with your strength. In the last yellow list battle, I thought you won only because I couldn't use the demon god. But now I know that if you use the demon god, you can win faster. Yamada no Orochi shouted crazily. He admitted his defeat. He had to say it because the sword was pointed at him. If he didn't say it, he would be killed. I admit defeat. Yamada no Orochi said again. As soon as he said that, his heart was filled with shame. Last time, he admitted defeat. This time, he admitted defeat again. The most ironic thing was that he thought he would definitely win this time. So he called for the Black Pond Arena. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of all the heroes of the world to wash away his previous humiliation and prove himself. However, he was humiliated again in front of all the heroes of the world. Lost. Hong Tianting lost. Many people muttered to themselves. This result was beyond their imagination. The 6th-ranked demon god also lost. Although his ranking was high, he didn't have as many as Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling's demon god ranking wasn't high, but his control over demon gods was definitely stronger than Hong Tianting.